brought to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
DRX 화이팅! 방송 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. We are halfway through the final week of regular season play, and there is still a whole lot to figure out. This first match being one of those pivotal games, because of course this is do or die for the Kwangdong Freaks, and also possibly the final match that we will see Rascal in. I know a lot of you will have been spamming 07s in the chat, but it's an actual 07 moment potentially for Rascal.
And he's had a bit of a rough season, so sending him off with a win would absolutely be something DRX wants to do. A lot of people always think, okay, how seriously are these teams taking the games if they're not qualified? DRX want to win here. Like, absolutely. And the opportunity to take down Kwangdong Freaks, ruin their playoff chances, they will certainly jump at that.
They certainly will. Let's have a look at the standings here to see what we are playing for, because there is a whole lot still on the line here. You can see playoffs has been secured for both T1 and KT, but their position in the playoffs hasn't been secured just yet. Kwangdong Freaks taking on DRX here today, and as you can see, it's between BNK and Kwangdong Freaks for that final spot in the playoffs, and we'll see who's going to be able to get there. DRX looking to finish strong versus Kwangdong Freaks out of playoffs upon defeat.
Yeah, and if Kwangdong Freaks do win this, they match series score with BNK FairX. They would have better game score, and BNK FairX would have to beat T1 tomorrow if they were going to be able to secure playoffs. Yep. So this match is the first one to see if Kwangdong Freaks can put the pressure on a BNK FairX. This is obviously a much easier matchup for them than it is for BNK FairX against T1. So Kwangdong Freaks, they have good odds.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily know what's going to happen because there are quite a few extra factors to take into account. Since 2023, though, the match head-to-head is in favor of Kwangdong Freaks, but actually not by as much as you might have expected. As you can see here, it was a victory in summer, but they went 1-for-1 in the spring season. That was relatively recently with very similar rosters. So a possibility here for DRX to fight back here against Kwangdong Freaks.
Also, if you look in recent history, you know, 23 summer round 1, it was Kwangdong Freaks. Then round 2 was the other side. Spring round 1, it was Kwangdong Freaks in 24. Then it was DRX the other side. Summer round 1, it was Kwangdong Freaks. You know, it's setting up.
Are you saying that there might potentially be somewhat of a mid-season slump that happens to the Kwangdong Freaks?
Could be.
Yeah, that could be a thing.
This is research that.
This is also a thing. This is the most important thing that we can see here. Aurora is actually disabled. Following some hiccups that happened, and so we are not going to have her for today or for the foreseeable future. And this is a champion that the Quandong Freaks have been relying on a lot in their more recent games, and I think Bulldog has looked like one of the better Aurora players that we have here in the LCK.
Yeah, we've seen teams banning it on blue side against Quandong Freaks. So
yep.
Definitely a bit of weight taken away in terms of the ban priority. So definitely, you know, feels like stacking some things against Quandong Freaks right now. Trying to make the DRX's time easier, not having to ban that one away. But still feels like it's going to need to be an uphill battle to take down Quandong Freaks.
Oh, yeah. A big one. And it's going to be Satab back in the mid lane, as you can see here. DRX making their way out into Lol Park and led by the man that may not be here next year. It is Rascal, and let's see whether he can pick up a win, because 22 in a row is a lot of losses. It's just not a good time. It's not happy vibes, and we know that Rascal has it in him to pick up a victory here. He's beaten Dudu before. We'll see whether he can do it again, because it's been the coordination between DRX that we've been really critical of over this season. They haven't been able to work it together, even if there have been glimmers of hope. It just hasn't really culminated in anything.
Yeah, there's been moments that have shone, but then it's just been too many mistakes,
yeah,
too many issues, you know, in between the individual moments where you're like, hey, you know, Satab had a fantastic Yone game, the bot lane has been strong consistently, and then you see like things where you kind of like, that was an easy sort of pitfall, you know. You saw that one coming, they fell into it, which is why I think it's been a little bit sad DRX's season. It's gone the direction it has, but, you know, still got an opportunity to round it out positively. And Quandong Freaks, you know, so many times they've been on the cusp of playoffs, sometimes just missing out, sometimes just making it in. Definitely want to make sure this is one where they make it in.
Yep, and you can see their emote there as well, the Bite It, very, very cool. Dragon on the other side for DRX. Our LCK emotes looking real cool. Let's have a look at our key player matchup, Sponge versus Cuz here. It seems like whenever we bring out the Quandong Freaks, it is always just Cuz versus X. It's kind of how it goes. This guy is the main character of this team, and Sponge is the one looking to try and tackle him this time around. First in kill participation is a stat that's like good, but also worrying, you know?
Yeah. Kind of feels like not too much is going on. Now Sponge being able to take part in it, but also in some other areas, CSD, an XP difference of 14, really far behind. Cuz if he gets his Nidalee, will take over games. And I think this is the sort of point I'm most concerned about, is this jungle matchup, because it's so easy if the jungle gets taken over that the whole game just topples immediately after.
Yep. And we've seen a few experiments. Last time Quandong Freaks took to the Rift against T1, there were a few times that certain champions were left up and available. Quandong Freaks were able to take a game in that series, but ultimately weren't able to come out ahead. But definitely some experimentation. I think that DRX are probably not going to take the risk of the Tristana, of the Nidalee, things like this, and they especially don't have to, considering the fact that they do have the blue side. So the extra bans that you'll have, without having to worry, especially with Aurora now removed, there is some options in the draft.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen teams often, it's been some tough decisions. I feel like there's a lot of things you want to ban, and you just don't have the freedom to ban all of them. So even removing one pick, disabling it that you don't have to deal with, really can be a lot of levity for a team, especially because DRX are starting on blue side, so more freedom in terms of those bans. If it does end up going in the direction of a 2-1, they will end up with 2 maps on blue side, which gives them really a strong position to be on, but also puts the pressure on. If they do lose this first game when they're on blue side, it can be really hard to recover from there.
Yep, it's true. I mean, it does mean that they do get blue side again. So that's a thing. That's possibly a positive. They have that shot once more, but yeah, I think that this first game is going to be extremely pivotal, because when you're basically down and out already, being able to, you know, put it up again and try and run it back after an early loss, that's definitely very, very tough mentally for the team that is already down and out. You can see a lot of pressure on CVMax, and we'll see what he's going to be able to bring out here today in the draft as well. Especially with the Aurora band, I think that a little bit of back to the drawing board probably would have had to go, and we'll see. might have cooked up something new for us from good old CB Max. He does like to experiment a bit in his drafts.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something they think that can get them an edge here, this series is so important. And we've seen teams often really step up their performance when the pressure is gone. We've seen this with Nongshim and Bro this season.
Oh, yeah.
Pressure is all on Quandong Freaks and pretty much none on DRX in comparison. So that might really affect some decisions, some gameplay coming out here. You can see DRX immediately starting to target the jungle with Nidalee and Maokai bans coming through. On the other side, though, that Lily are going to get taken off the cards. And Seitab, ever since he's had that strong Yone game, always banned in the first 3.
Yep, just kind of illegal to be picking that one up. Now trying to find the Tristana button, but they do not find it. It will be the Dusante taken away. Another big pick for Dudu. But I don't know whether it's something that's as dangerous as giving Bulldog one of his best champions, especially when you get a free ban against Bulldog anyway. Anyway, you may as well just try and augment that with another one. But that is not going to be their school of thought. Instead, it's going to be shoring up that top side and almost forcing a Rumble ban here. Otherwise, things are really, really rough. But instead, it's going to be a Vi taken away. Rumble goes over to Rascal. Renekton is up. There is certainly some powerful top laners that are going to be available, but I think that we're enjoying the Rumble a little bit more than the Renekton.
Yeah, I think you need to take the Rumble. We've seen a lot of teams prio the Renekton, even in bans, but I feel like Rumble is always the first one to get a look in. 62.9% win rate. Doing pretty good. Even though he's obviously banned such a heavy amount of time. And now, even though obviously the Tristana is open, Corki is open available, might be a more prominent pick for the side of the Quandong Freaks, so we'll see if they want to lean into that one. They are going to look to pick up the Kennen first and foremost in the top lane. Bit of a controversial pick, you know, definitely know the strengths of it, but we've seen it many times struggle to have that impact. And not even going to give a look in towards the mid lane AD carries. I think part of this is maybe we've seen a lot of picks being played into Corki, things like the Lucian, things like the Zeri, even the Smolder. So perhaps just want to put that priority in the jungle pick. A lot of cleanse value so far, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder whether we're considering another Wind Bro in the mid lane, as Ashe is going to be locked in. The only champion, I believe, that Teddy has a positive win rate on. Out of every single champion that he's played so far this season. Kind of nutty. And so this is actually a big combo. There's so much setup for equalizers and things like this in just the 3 picks that are represented right now for DRX.
Yeah, I said there's a lot of cleanse value against Quandong Freaks. Now Quandong Freaks also going to have a tremendous amount there.
Yeah.
Double stun bot lane from DRX. Very strong, both these picks in the patch. It did look like the Corki was going to come through, but I guess because DRX picked the Ashe Leona, Quandong Freaks were a little bit hesitant about not picking any components of the bot lane. They do take that Jhin. We've seen Jhin and MF be pretty strong when you want to match into other AD carries with range. Ashe, obviously, that strong level 1 and 600 range can just bully you out if you don't have something with that power in return. Now more jungle bans coming in. Obviously, DRX comp already with the Rumble and with the CC really fits how you could have a dive composition, so Nocturne going to get banned away here. I think for DRX, you could potentially ban away the Braum in this situation.
Yeah,
good Leona. Also, maybe the Corki, because obviously Quandong Freaks have first priority of that on 4, but it looks like they're going to go the Alistar. Alistar also good into Leona. They might just go Alistar Braum here.
Yep, Alistar Braum doesn't sound too bad to me.
It would be Jhin Braum, so maybe.
Oh, yeah, leave that up. Maybe just ban the Rel.
Maybe leave that up.
Yeah,
Braum good into Leona, not so good with Jhin. We'll see.
What about mid Jhin? Maybe that's the pivot here. Maybe that's the cooking that
Aurora's disabled for one game and we get mid Jhin.
So CV Max didn't have an opportunity to run funnel Jhin back in the day because it was all about the Lucian funnel that straight up didn't work. He never got to the Jhin that he was cooking to the side. So that's what we're finally going to get a look at. The mid Jhin is going to be his homage to that. As Poppy going to be taken away here, and Tristana finally getting banned against Bulldog. As they did, of course, hover the Corki already. It is something that he could fall back to, unless he does want to play the mid-Jhin, but that was obviously used in jest. Please, we don't want to see that.
The Jid.
Good old Jid. What about Min?
Wait, no, he's hovering the Yumi. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, Rel.
Leaper full of the memes. You'll love to see it.
You know, T1 fans taking strays here. They Jin Yumi and just immediately panic, even though it's not
just like
playing.
pocket, like the heart rate in the room just like goes through the roof. Oh dear.
I think this is a good comp for Viego if they want to play it. They've got a lot of setup for it already. It gives them that sort of cleanup in fights. We often talk about things like Zeri being really powerful. If you start to win a fight, she'll carry it forward. Viego can also do that. So it looks like they are going to secure that. We'll be blind mid in this situation with that Rel coming through. So, you know, could just take the Corki themselves. And I imagine Bulldog will probably, they already have the Kennen for AP on the top side. They could just take an AD carry in return. Zeri is a popular one we've seen. We've seen Zeri, we've seen Draven, we've seen Smolder. Looks like it might just be the Zeri here. Again, they have decent engage with the comp. You know, you have people who want to go in. You have the Jhin to sit back and pop R. And Zeri can kind of fill that role that Viego is on the other side in terms of the cleanup. I think in terms of the power of the champions, I think DRX has the edge here. Rumble really strong, Ashe, Leona really strong. But I think Quantum Freak still has a lot of tools. Both teams have a range of engage options, have to follow up. So even though DRX, I think, have a bit of an edge, I think Quantum Freaks, you know, definitely have the tools they need to make this work.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of the onus is going to be on DRX to make things happen, but I think if there's ever a composition that you're going to be able to do it, it's this one. I think that Sponge is going to have the most agency that he's ever had into Cuz with this particular matchup. Cuz, when he's on Sejuani, he's on Sejuani. So he's not going to be that skirmishing monster in the early game like his Nidalee puts fear into the hearts of all of our junglers, because you just can't do anything in the early game without Cuz being there to challenge you. The Sejuani not going to be quite as dangerous. It's
also Sejuani without a melee pairing. Like, I feel like it's such a different champion when it's like Sejuani Renekton, things like that, and you're like, oh, or Sejuani Yone. In this situation, the only one who can really pair up for the passive is the Rel, who obviously isn't really quick at stacking or anything. So, you know, it's still a Sejuani, but as you said, I think Sponge definitely has a matchup that he can do some damage in.
Yep, and he also has a lot of single target lockdown to get those resets rolling. See what they can do up against the Quandong Freaks. Definitely the favorites in this one, but we don't necessarily feel the draft. See how it works. We hop into the Rift for game one. All right, Quandong fans in full voice here today in Lol Park. Always some phenomenal representation in the stands here for the Quandong Freaks. They've just pulled out a lot of fans. It's been growing steadily for this particular team. DRX, of course, still a whole lot, and you can feel the desperation as well. But if there's ever a game that they're going to win, I think it's this one, right? Like, Teddy, this is the best opportunity that he's had. He hasn't been able to play Ashe for a very, very long time. He's 2-1 on the pick at the moment, and it is a bottom lane that they can get some work done in.
Yeah, and also Pleta, you know, there was a time early in the season when they were having that successful run where the team was early prioritizing this Leona for him. Definitely a really strong champ for him. Do you see DRX going for a bit of an invade here? With the Ashe in particular, you're so strong, level 1.
Yeah.
And I think they were trying to potentially cut off Quandong Freaks, but weren't able to find an angle. But Sponge will start off in Cuz's jungle and steal away the wolves at minimum.
This is going to be some potential vertical jungling as well, and I think that bodes extremely well for DRX, who do want to be putting on as much pressure on this bottom lane as possible. Allow Teddy and Pleta to take some control here. See what they can actually get done. As Rascal, gonna have to be a little bit careful towards the top side against Dudu. We have seen the Kennen do okay, especially in the laning matchup up against Rumble. Rumble will still be Rumble, of course. As Dancing Grenade doing a fair bit of work here. As Andal actually taking a whole lot from Teddy. But still, the answer back there from the Jhin is pretty good.
Yeah, it was actually a nice trade because Andal, he was going to get stunned by Pleta, so he W's in, gets the Aftershock, actually trades it okay. But it's still Pleta and Teddy who have the prio in the lane. And if they want to try and make this a dive, they are definitely setting it up in that manner with this slow push. Going to use the Hawk Shot and fire across. It looks like, though, Sponge is just going to move back to his jungle. Could move towards his top side and look to defend his camps there, but...
Ooh, Cuz actually making a rotation down.
Oh, he's not fully aware.
Yeah, this ward, absolutely fantastic here from DRX to make sure that they do know exactly what the movements of Cuz are going to be. Banana Brush going to be under his control as that ward does finally go down. No pings that I can see, so isn't aware that he is fully on vision or was fully on vision. So that's sort of some secret information for DRX.
You can see Sponge was a little bit cautious, and he's actually moved down to take his Krugs first, and now is going towards the red. I feel like he could have gone towards the top side and defended his camps there. I feel like he's not playing this matchup confidently enough, given how good of a start he got. With the information from the Ashe, with the information from that ward, I think maybe he could have played it with a bit more confidence and denied more camps from Cuz, but definitely respecting his opponent, perhaps a bit too much.
And you can see now he is going to be spotted on vision. Scryer going to be utilized there by Andal. But it's still just going to be this Rift Scuttler going down. Of course, that ward would have seen him anyway. But Sponge might now actually be able to go over and grab his Wolves and his Gromp if he'd like to. And might even spot Cuz there while he heads on over. A couple of camps in the lead here for Sponge as he moves in. Doesn't know that this ward is here.
Yeah, he's
Sponge
finding
is
out
be
now.
dashing on over. Yeah, exactly right. Level 4 to level 3. As Cuz comes in, not going to be able to get all of these puppies. And Sponge now should be able to grab his Gromp. So a little bit of a lead here for the Viego. We can see already represented in the experience. But both of them picking up a Rift Scuttler, both of them picking up both of their buffs, and I think things are going to be all right here for Cuz, as the Sejuani just generally does fall a little bit behind in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think it's fine, because one of the worst feelings in the early game is when there's no camps up for you to take. You know, if you're denied a whole quadrant of the jungle and you're just waiting for them to respawn, if there's nowhere to gank, you're just wasting time. But you'll see Cuz obviously went in there, took the Wolves, now he heads back and you see his camps are respawning, so even though Cuz is a little bit behind in terms of farm, he's not actually missing out particularly on any camps to take. And now it's actually Sponge, who doesn't really have anything to do. Obviously he took those camps in Cuz's blue side jungle, and he's kind of waiting for his Raptors to come up now.
So he is going to be able to find them. But we'll see what is actually going to be affected first, right? Because oftentimes when we're talking about Viegos, in the good games, they're scrappy. Things are happening all over the place, and the Viego's able to start off with a few early resets. As Andal comes on over. Did he get a popcorn?
He got one.
He just got one. Got a little baby. Very nicely done there from Andal. Gives away his position, but that's fine. Leaper was still just walking the lane, and same can be said for Teddy and Pleta. Having a look at where things have sort of landed, you can see CS pretty even in mid and bot lane, and Dudu with a bit of an advantage, hitting level 6 right now on the top side. Everything kind of quiet here on Summoner's Rift. Very even, given that jungle lead that Sponge does have as far as camps are concerned for right now.
Feels like DRX still playing with a lot of respect. You know, sometimes you have this expectation that when a team is out of contention, they're going to go gun-ho, super aggressive, but DRX really treading carefully when it comes to this early game. Don't want to overstep in any areas.
Kind of want to see a little bit more aggression as Sponge looking to come in here. Hawkshot is going to spot the grubs here. And Bulldog will turn up just to help Cuz out. He's at least going to be able to get one of these. As now Sponge moving in will just convince him to get himself out. Should be Rift Scuttle going over as well as a couple of these grubs here as Sponge just using that early advantage in order to make sure that he locks these down. Deadly Flourish to clear out the wave here on the bottom side. And yeah, things just a bit of handshaking going on in this early game. And I feel like it bodes well for Quandong Freaks. I feel like the less action that's happening, the better the team with Azeri Sejuani is going to feel about moving into a mid-game. As Teddy and Leap are doing battle here, Andal and Pleta the same story. Too much else to worry about here.
Just feels like both sides really taking it slow.
Yeah.
You know, Cuz backing up immediately. I think if Sponge has had level 6, 100% you don't want to get involved in that. The threat of the Viego reset's really big, but I feel like pre-6 maybe there's an angle where I could see Quandong Freaks being confident enough to take it, but they're just like, no reason to overstep. You know, they're happy with, as you said, the Zeri in the mid lane, farming it up pretty well, so they won't go for anything crazy right now. Fierce Dragon is an Ocean. You know, obviously with Dragons, the individual ones, a lot of them really, the stats, the percentage stats kick in later, but Ocean Dragon, pretty nice in the early game.
Whoa! That's an ulti from Bulldog, as Satab is just going to take some damage. Nothing too much to worry about, as now Leaper could be in trouble. Teddy running after him, Andal going to get slowed down by the frost shot. Good volley, as DRX do put on a bit of pressure back. That is a cleanse out.
Yeah, Pleta used Exhaust, got the cleanse from Leaper. Teddy has Arrow as well, so this could have been something dangerous, but Cuz is nearby, potentially to provide cover, and Sponge will instead just say, hey, I'll take the dragon. I don't need to go for a dive here. See, Leaper is hanging about to pick up the wave. I guess knows that the dive isn't coming.
Yeah, level 6 does come through here for Leaper. Teddy, like you say, does have that enchanted crystal arrow now put together. As Bulldog shoves that wave towards the turret. No cannon, so Satab going to lose a lot of this, unfortunately. And it's going to be partly due to the investment of the ulti there for Bulldog.
Now is the point where really I think DRX, you know, you have a point of weakness, which is Lipa without the cleanse. You have Leon and Ashe with both their ultimates. This is where you can really make things happen and start to play around your bot lane. Potentially threaten a dive or just look for a gank angle. Sponge is going to clear through his camps on the bot side of the map, so he has a chance to move.
Ooh, good positioning there from Cuz. Not actually seen here by Satab, yeah. Just going to be Cuz moving into the jungle, though. We'll be able to start off on this blue buff. Wonder whether that ward is actually going to be able to spot him out here. As yeah, there are pings onto exactly where Cuz is. Sponge actually just going to leave his Raptor camp and look to try and put on some pressure here, as he will walk over Vision himself. Now looking to try and get towards this. And Rascal going to be in position, but it looks like they're not going to be able to stop Cuz, as he does successfully steal away the blue buff. And here on this bottom side, just going to be more jostling for position. About a wave in the lead is Lipa over Teddy right now, as the dust sort of settles. And it looked a little bit like, you know, Teddy was going to have a whole lot of control of that lane. Instead, things going very evenly towards the bottom side. So I just kind of want something to happen, you know, to push someone in some sort of direction. Because right now it's a lot of just being the same, and I'm getting anxious.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the moment. There's going to be some big explosion where something happens. And honestly, I'm looking at Pleta right now. E-flash from Leona onto the Jhin. Really easy way to set up a fight. If he flashes, you have the Ashe arrow, you have the ult to follow up. So
what about Andal, like, going for a flash down, you know? Bit of one of those flash downs.
They both can do this. They both can engage. I'm ready for it, you know? I'm ready for it to happen.
A glacial flission. That's a flash ulti from Cuz.
Oh.
I'm gonna call it glacial flission.
Not your best work, but you know.
You don't think so? I mean, I've had worse.
You definitely have had worse.
All right. I'll keep that one in the bank for now.
Keep workshopping.
Yeah, Satab is taking a fair bit of damage, but he should still be able to grab this cannon. There we go. Pretty comfortable. Still stacking up that tier, everything like that. No culls to speak of here in the mid lane or anything like that. And so just trying to be as battle ready as possible. Couple of waves in the lead for Bulldog. And junglers around the next set of grubs. DRX with an advantage there, but still a possibility for the Quantum Freaks to lock down 4 of them.
Yeah, I think it's just hard now because Satab's so low. His TP's coming up soon, but not up yet. We saw Andal make the move up quickly, especially with the Rel bonus movement speed. But DRX look like they want to actually contest this. Teddy is moving.
Yeah, Pleta is just going to flash forward. There's the Solar Play Equalizer, goes down first blood in an instant. No opportunity to use the ulti for the cannon. Bulldog goes down as well. And DRX come alive.
Beautiful engage there. Pleta, the one that started off, immediately jumps on a Judo. Doesn't get a chance to flash, doesn't get a chance to ult. Taken out of the fight, and the Ashe arrow from Teddy hitting the Zeri for follow-up. The solo laners from Quantum Freaks just don't get to play the game.
Wow. And we were just asking for it, and that is precisely what we wanted. Now Rascal with some spare time up here in the top lane as well. We'll be able to push in another wave. Let's check it out one more time. The flash forward from Pleta, exactly what you asked for.
Yeah, gets the Q immediately, the ult follow-up, and then this arrow onto the Zeri. The CC's layered. Just, I mean, you have this Zeri, who obviously is great in team fights.
좋았다, 민호야.
Very nice. That is a wry smile on Rascal's face, and if you're a Rascal fan, you have missed that.
You have this Zeri who's farmed up, you have this cannon with a hugely impactful ultimate, and they just didn't get to do anything. So really nicely played from DRX. A good start to the action.
Oh yeah, let's see whether that is going to continue, because now it might be in Quantum Freaks' best interest to slow this one down, get things back on track, and just try and play out these team fights with their double AD carries and set things up for Dudu having a sweet flank angle, because what we didn't get to see was any sort of slicing Maelstrom. And we know that Dudu is pretty good at just finding angles in team fights. His Aatrox probably the most famous when it comes to that. But we know that he's definitely capable of it on this cannon. We'll see whether he can do his best clear impression and pick up another win in this matchup. Whether it's going to be DRX doing what we thought was potentially impossible for this squad.
Oh man, it's Ocean, then Chemtech, so you know it's going to be a good soul.
Oh god.
That's even more weight on it. If DRX can secure that one,
Cloud.
It could be. Could be a lot of zooming around on the Rift.
I actually think that Cloud Soul is kind of cracked for both of these teams, to be perfectly honest. More movement speed for a cannon, that's got to feel good. as well as Zeri being able to nip around, but also Sponge being able to get into positions that he would like to.
And Quantum Freaks aren't even contesting this. They're trying to make a play on the top side on a Rascal. I guess the point of the play is they're like, oh, they'll assume because his bot side trying to contest a Dragon. But see, Rascal plays it so safe. He's like, look, we're getting Dragon. There's no reason for me to step up.
And this is not what Rascal was doing. In most other games, Rascal would be on a completely different page. He would be overextending on top sides when they're doing things bot lane. This time around, reads it beautifully, exactly when he needs to, and they just grab themselves a free Dragon. That is going to be Mountain Soul this game as well. So as far as being Rumble is concerned, you've now got a whole bunch of extra corridors to lay carpet in, and that is going to feel absolutely fantastic here. For this top laner.
Yeah, and also just when you're playing into the likes of a Jhin, into a Kennen, you know, these very bursty champions, a Mountain Soul's really going to make team fighting a lot harder for Quantum Freaks. So DRX having those 2 dragons in pocket already at 14 minutes, a huge boon for them.
Man, this is DRX just kind of taking everything right now. We're even on the grubs. So Quantum Freaks were able to grab 2 out of the 3 before all of that disaster happened around the grub pit. But now fighting around this Rift Herald is looking a little bit dangerous because Quantum Freaks just have 0 tempo in this game anymore. They're going to have to really try and fight for it back. And so far, looks like DRX are just taking things.
But wait, they look like they want to contest, but Bulldog's bot with no TP. Rascal has TP.
Well, Pleta is going to get stunned up first, but there's the Eclipse. Deadly Flourish just kind of ignored here by Pleta. Not too worried about it as Teddy throws the arrow onto the cannon, sidesteps the Glacial Prison, and the Squirrel explodes another time. Equalizer goes down. There's that teleport that you were talking about. And DRX, they will not go quietly into this good night. They are looking like they're winning this game.
Rascal might be...
Well, yeah, maybe not Rascal in this moment. He's going to have to flash away. But still, I'm getting ahead of myself, but let me. Because this is Rascal's first win in 22 games.
It's looking like it. 5-0 now. 2,000 gold lead. 2 dragons in pocket. And now this Herald as well. The decisiveness from DRX. Now Teddy looks for Leaf, but won't find anything. But yeah, you can just see DRX coming alive in these fights. They're the ones dictating it. And Quantum Freaks making some mistakes. The fact Bulldog was bot lane as that fight started, it's never going to go favorably. It's essentially a 5v4 on the map. And Teddy sees this window. Dudu stepping up. Gets the arrow after the slow, the ult from Pleta to follow up. You can see the layering. He doesn't get to play the game again.
Yeah, that sidestep from Teddy as well. It was exactly as far as he needed to go to not get glacially prisoned. That was Freljordian knowledge of the hitbox. It was very beautifully done. And DRX, I mean, I didn't want to say it because, I mean, it's a little bit silly here. It's 16 minutes into the game, but they are 3 grubs away from a perfect game right now.
Yeah, actually pretty crazy.
And grubs aren't included in perfect games because they didn't exist when perfect games were defined at the very beginning. So we're going to say that it's still on the table here as Leaper is going to stun up Pleta. Pleta just presses W and is going to be absolutely fine. And so DRX with a 3,000 gold lead at this point in time, 16.5 minutes. It is not too shabby at all to have that kind of lead, and these item spikes are starting to come in. Trinity Force now done. Sponge could be in a little bit of trouble here as Winter's Wrath does come on through. He does have the ulti available, but the Permafrost's not going to be too worried, and yeah, he's just able to stand his ground.
They were trying to force Sponge to ult. They're like, he has to ult over the wall. We're going to threaten him. We're going to get up in his face. And Sponge is like, no, I'm good. I'm fine. I'll hold on to that for the team fight.
And Cuz not able to find anything here either, as Satab just putting these Void Mites to work. Well, there's no Void Mites actually, because it's 3 for 3 as far as Grub's concerned, but he is still going to do a fair bit of work to this inner turret, already down below half health, and Rascal's going to be able to keep this bottom lane outer turret completely healthy. Oh dear, okay. Cuz looking for an angle here onto Satab, who's already trying to get out of here.
They need to find something, because in a minute, it's 3rd dragon. You give over that, really the game becomes dangerous. Herald in pocket at DRX means they can throw that down mid just before the dragon for that extra pressure, forces Quantum Freaks over there to contest it. Everything is stacked in favor of DRX now, so you can see they're kind of looking for an angle. They want to burn a summoner or something. You can see Bulldog trying to aggress on a Rascal, doesn't get the opportunity. They need something. They need to find a window that puts this next fight in favor of them, because if it's a straight 5v5 cards up, then DRX wins.
Yep, especially if they can just continue to engage onto Dudu, take him out of every single battle that has taken place so far. I think when we get to see our first Slicing Maelstrom, that might be the angle for Quantum Freaks to make their way back into this game, because they are still farming very well, especially in mid and bottom lane, trying to keep themselves within touching distance.
Here's the Herald coming down. Quantum Freaks going to need to try and deal with this one. Leaf is just going to handle it. There was no wave synced with it, so not too much of an issue.
Yeah, he's going to get some damage down as there's the arrow. Sails by Bulldog, just barely missing him. Yeah, there's the teleport coming in. The curtains have been called here as well. Maybe a little bit early as the exhaust comes down, but there goes Rascal. Dudu might be traded, but he's trying to rush his way out. He's not going to be able to do so, and Pleta flashes the wall. Sponge is transformed into a cannon, but that shuriken is just not quite long enough, and now Satab doing a lot of work here. Sponge still looking for more here, has that Heartbreaker to close the gap, but they're not going to give him an angle. And it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Both top laners now dead, and the battle for position hasn't been really won yet for anyone, because Banana Brush Control still there for Quantum Freaks. They have an avenue in, but it looks like that is going to get wiped out. And can the Quantum Freaks actually challenge for this? Because Soul Point, Mountain Soul, this is going to be dangerous. Cuz just walking his way in there to teleport from Rascal. Dudu doesn't have his. And so it's going to be a 5 versus 4. They're going to guarantee the Dragon, and DRX, they just have the answers today.
Yep, super tense moment. Quantum Freaks get that first kill, but it's a trade. Rascal still having TP. He gets back into it first. So third Dragon secured for DRX. Things are going better and better for them. I will say, because the fight was pretty even, it's not devastating for Quantum Freaks, but the game is looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah, and I just want to say, okay, we're going to go into the replay. I'll say what I was going to say afterwards. Take us through this, Oz.
The arrow just misses Bulldog slightly, which is a bit unfortunate for DRX, but look at Pleta immediately recognizing the threat of Dudu, comes in, walks towards him, exhausts him, gets the stun, gets the ult. Sponge is like, cool, I'll follow up. Dudu ends up getting really low value from the ultimate and taken down, so even though it looked bad for DRX, because Rumble got focused so heavily, he still got his ult off, and honestly probably had more impact than Dudu did there, so a really good response there from Sponge and Pleta that allowed the fight to feel so even, and then the reinforcements came in first for DRX.
Yep, and even got the kill after dying as well, so it could have been actually a decent amount of shutdown gold, but it was a little bit less than it could have otherwise been. A little bit of a nitpick, but still going to be potentially important, because you can see that 3,000 gold lead has not changed whatsoever. DRX now with so much more inherent control of this map. You can see they're going to be able to use that to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane. This top lane outer under fire right now as Cuz is taking the enemy grunt. It looks like Equalizer just comes on through for Rascal and says, I'm just going to clear the wave from here.
This has been such a good game from Rascal. There's been so many moments where he's had to have great game sense, really read what Quantum Freaks are doing.
Well, that's an Equalizer. Slicing Maelstrom, just to clear out the wave. I was a little bit worried there for a second.
They will lose this tower mid though, so big advantage for DRX regardless. But yeah, Rascal, I feel like some of the mistakes we've seen him make this season in terms of overstepping when he really can't and being punished, he's just been so crisp in it this game so far.
Oh, arrow. Not going to find Dudu, but it does just give enough space to take down the inner turret in the bottom lane.
I mean, tier 1 mid and tier 2 bot is such a massive win for DRX compared to just that tier 1 in the top lane.
Oh, Glacial Prison. Oh dear, there's the flash out from Rascal. That was exactly the direction he needed to go to avoid that, but now won't have access to the flash.
I take responsibility for that. You know,
yeah, I think so too.
It happens, it's fine. He only beat the flash, he's still alive. And now 2.5 minutes until the next Dragon. It's a 4,000 gold lead, and we're starting to approach some big spikes. You know, Satab, Triforce Mana being completed. He's probably going to have Rapid Fire Cannon done for that next Dragon fight as well. And we need to see answers from Quantum Freaks. I think in particular Dudu, you know, if you look at his items, has the Leandries and just a Hextech Alternator, really not looking like much of a threat right now.
Yeah, especially with 3 Merc Treads already built here by DRX. So not as impactful, definitely once that Shadow Flame completed before we do get towards this fight in 2 minutes time. I don't know whether he's going to be able to make enough money for it, especially not when he's hanging out with Bulldog here as Rascal. He's in trouble, doesn't have his flash, and he is just dead. That is possibly the product of the actual cast curse there, but still not even able to get rid of this minion wave, so that is going to spell the end of this outer turret as well, and maybe that is going to be Shadow Flame completion for Dudu.
Yep, going for the Rocket Belt actually.
Oh, there we go.
Patch is pretty strong. It's a good play from Quantum Freaks though. I feel like when you are behind, you need players like this. Unfortunately, they don't you know, the flash was already down, so they don't burn like an extra summoner, and obviously Rascal's ult's going to be up in time. But they get a tower, they get a bit of gold. Definitely no complaints here. Going for creative plays like this, finding angles in the side lane is a good way to get back into a game. But we'll have to see if that's enough, if they can find another window to make a play like that.
Yep, might be the angle. Quantum Freaks now with 2 turrets and 2 kills to their name and trying to shore things up. It was 4,000 like you illustrated earlier, now moved back down to 3, which is where it's kind of been settling here as the lead for DRX. But this Mountain Soul, I mean, you already stated it. We already know that Mountain Soul is very powerful, like you said before. This is a bursty comp.
So early, I feel like Mountain Soul, when you don't have full build, don't have all your items, such a hard one to deal with.
Fleta might be caught out, but he is Leona, so he just probably doesn't care as the Solar Flare going to be straight up avoided. Curtains are going to get called here as Sponge takes a whole bunch of bullets, but Bulldog is going to get exhausted and destroyed, and now it's Andal that gets heartbroken, and Teddy will take him out with an arrow to the knee. That should be, in 20 seconds time, a soul, and maybe even more here for DRX.
Yeah, they seem like they're moving up towards Baron. I think they're kind of just trying to zone Quantum Freaks away from it. I don't think they have enough of a numbers advantage to go for it, especially Judo with TP and ult. So instead, they'll have the bot lane, maintain pressure mid, make sure that Quantum Freaks can't lean towards Baron, and they'll just pick up that dragon for free with Sponge Soul out. Didn't feel like a big 5v5. It was just Quantum Freaks trying to find something on a Pleta. Pleta far too tanky, and DRX there to turn it around. And now with Mountain Soul and that 4K gold lead again, things look fantastic.
I feel like we've gone back in time. Once again, Leona's just baiting people into trying to kill them and then pressing W and having Aftershock and taking basically 0 damage the entire time.
I think honestly, it feels, you know, it does feel like, okay, why are you going for the Leona? That's clearly not the right call. But it's so difficult because one of the things with Viego is he's so slippery between his ult and his stealth. It's actually kind of hard to get on top of him, especially with like a Sejuani where you can very easily buffer it. You know, Teddy and Sate have been positioning well. They have looked for Rumble a few times. But in this situation, you know, they see Pleta come in. They're just trying to, you know, proc the Celestial opposition. They're not fully committing onto him. But they're just kind of seeing, wait, can we find something here? They pop the ult to go for follow-up, but Bulldog just ends up a little bit split. And look at Dudu on the top side, how chunked he gets immediately.
And that was Teddy's arrow finding a cannon once again. Dudu is just not allowed to teamfight today.
Yep, he just hasn't been able to have the impact. And if you lose one member against a Viego, it quickly becomes 2 and more if you aren't able to disengage. Now, they are looking for potentially Satap. Satap now level 16 with a Rapid Fire. He is incredibly strong.
Yeah, Rapid Fire and Mountain Soul. The DRX have put together for themselves. We got 5 minutes on an Elder, potentially. Some burger flipping, perhaps. Cuz definitely no stranger to that.
At 25 minutes, when you're already behind.
All right, Arrow is going to find Bulldog. Pleta gets into that backline. Sponge is going to heartbreak over, and no dashing over the wall for you, sir. Andal going to be cut down where he stands as well as Sponge going to put on his best area impression, and over the wall he goes. They're going to be able to take themselves to Baron. And where the heck has this DRX been all season?
You know, this is, we saw glimpses of this, but nothing close to like the full impact of this game. It just feels like every little moment we saw shining light from DRX has all come together in this match to try and deny Quantum Freaks playoffs. There's a beautiful arrow, beautiful follow-up, and now Dudu needs to beautifully get out of this situation.
Yes, he is going to be able to do that, as now with Baron, with Mountain Soul, now going to be pushing up this top lane. Not a lot of health on this inner turret. I don't know whether Dudu is going to be able to successfully defend this, and by I don't know, I mean he isn't going to be able to successfully defend this, as they do manage to take that, lining these wallets that are just overflowing now as they go back to base. Rapid Fire Cannon done, but now Infinity Edge on the way here for the Corki, as well as this arrow.
It's the fact it goes through the terrain.
Through the terrain as well, perfectly.
But you can't see it, but then the follow-up is immediate. Pleta throws the ult down, layers the CC for the maximum timing so you can get the follow-up from Sponge. It just feels like they're playing around these arrows. The arrow is fantastic in and of itself, but they're playing around it so well. And Bulldog, obviously, the ideal target. You know, him and the Kennen are the ones you want to hit with these arrows. Leap obviously has Cleanse, Andal and Cuz very tanky, but it just feels like Teddy really doing a great job of finding his mark. And now, they're already at such an advantage, 7,000 gold, but with Baron in hand, you know, there's only that one tier 2 tower left outside of the base. With a minute 45 on Baron, this could be a base-breaking Baron push.
And it's already up to 2.3k as far as the Rebel Baron power play is concerned. Like you were saying, minute and a half Sponge could be in a little bit of trouble here. Does have his ulti. He's going to be able to use that. Then he has flash. I mean, he's never going to die. His arrow is going to sail through once again. Good sidestep there from Cuz. Just looking for any opportunity that they can find as Satab with so much turret damage. It is absurd as there's another Solar Flare from Pleta looking to try and find his way in or just guarantee the turret. And he is going to be able to do option B very comfortably as Glacial Prison going to connect onto Teddy. He just presses the cleanse button and now Pleta in that front line once again. The Magnustorm comes in, but pop goes the Rel and the exhaust is prepped for the cannon once more. Leaper now having to flash out of there, Cuz not with that option, and Bulldog kept at bay by the robot and a Yordle. Leaper taken out as the triple kill comes in for Sponge. And I think DRX are kind of done with game number 1 here. They're wondering whether Kwandong Freaks are going to be able to come back for game 2.
I mean, they've just stomped them. 3 kills only for Kwandong Freaks, 2 towers and 3 grubs. Nothing really else to say for this. Rascal looking for more.
And he goes golden here, and Rascal, it will pick up his first win in I don't know how long, and well-deserved, measured play, but also being able to just dominate these team fights. And look at this man, straight backed, walking into the coach's booth to see whether he can do it again.
Yep, celebrations on there because it's not about the game when they're looking for the series, and with how they played in this game 1, Kwandong Freaks have to be so worried. I think so many people, me included, kind of thought of this series as a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Kwandong Freaks will win, and then it's up to BNK FairX to beat T1. And DRX say, well, actually, we have something to say about that, and they put in a gargantuan effort.
They did.
This is the best we've seen them play all year, honestly, I feel. And, you know, even though they're not in playoff contention, they are still fighting with everything. Some really clean play coming out.
Yeah.
I think everyone stepped up. There was no individual who necessarily was carrying everyone else on their shoulders. Everyone was playing at this higher level.
I would agree, and I don't really want to take words out of the mouths of our spacers because I know that they're going to have some things to say about the draft, but perhaps a little bit of disrespect coming out from Kwandong Freaks there as well. Teddy on the Ashe, something that a lot of teams, despite the position in the standings that DRX have been, something that's often banned away from them. Rumble to Rascal is another thing, but of course you do have to let something through these days. There's a lot that can be looked at here moving into game number 2. Kwandong Freaks should be able to have the blue side there as well, unless they elect to stay on red. Certainly some ways to pivot here as we move towards the second game. So they're not out of the woods just yet, but DRX, they've tasted victory. We'll see whether they liked it as we get towards game number 2. The Space going to break down game number 1 after we get back from the break.
계속 힘 줘보자.
네, 바텀을 지르려고 왔다.
세주 도고.
미드
막아줄게.
미드 안 걸릴 듯. 미드
나
안
상대
걸릴 듯.
맞아야 돼. 나 탈진 있어. 나 안 죽어.
네, 가 이퀄 되고. 캐넨
캐넨 봐줘. 싸움하면 이겨. 제리풀 있다. 딘더풀.
아, 딜 못하고 있어, 제리.
형 그냥 살기만 해봐. 야, 너 가봐. 노플이야.
나
노플.
지금 마무리됐어.
이거 게임 끝낼 각 나온다.
제리 철거 받았다. 제리 풀 있나? 제리 노플,
제리 노플.
끝이다, 이러면.
미드 가자. 10초 남았다.
끝났다. 것 같은데? 야, 나이스.
렐 노플임. 렐 노플하고.
아, 라인전 먹으세요. 나이스.
사와줄게.
렐 노플. 나이스. 잡아줄게. 야, 이거 죽여야 되긴 해. 대리 높을.
DRX fans rejoice because no one beats Rascal 23 times in a row. That's right, it's Rascal's first win since last split, March 19th, 16th. 16th?
Yes.
I thought he was going to remember.
March 16th. I said I was going to remember, and then I didn't remember. Welcome back to the Space Guys. Degon here, alongside the Valdanalist and Wolf. It's your all-American desk here on the LCK to break things down. As, again, Kwangdong Freaks still fighting for playoff position. If they lose this series, they are out, and they did a very bad job of, their playoff dreams in game number 1 here.
Yeah, I think we should start with the draft. I think when you looked at it at first, at least for us, we were like, okay, we can kind of see what both teams are doing. But when you really break it down and just look at the first 3 champs that DRX were able to get, Rumble first, which, by the way, should never happen, and then Ashe Leona, which was a stroke of genius, actually, because Teddy, very fantastic player, one of the carries, and so is Pleta. And you give them that duo alongside of the Rumble, and then you've got Viego for resets, and Corky just as a general carry. It just ends up, if you start a snowball, the snowball is never ending because they continue to pick, they continue to do an insane amount of damage, and continue to get resets.
I think a lot of the way the game went was about the gameplay of the champions Kwangdong Freaks had. Like, the Ashe arrows were very good from Teddy. It kept constantly getting Bulldog somehow, which is one of the toughest targets to lock down with Ashe arrows. The cannon was exhausted because they took exhaust on the Leona, so that was a pretty good way to shut him down. And the Jhin is very immobile. You have a decent front line of the cannon, the Rel engaged to set the Jhin up. But if your Zeri is constantly either out of the fight or broken off of the fight because he's not positioned well to follow up on those cannon ults, so he doesn't do the damage he needs to, or if he's picked before team fights, this comp just falls apart. So I felt like this draft was definitely winnable for Kwangdong Freaks, but as the snowball started rolling, it got harder and harder.
Yeah, and one thing you're going to notice throughout all of our highlights here is the Ashe arrow. Teddy on Ashe was huge to the success of DRX as we take a look at this highlight here at the Grubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the pick comp, right? They kill Dudu very fast, and then the arrow hits Bulldog from miles away. And, Wolf, you were saying they were pinging this. He should have known, but that's the first time and not the last time he got caught.
Yeah, they were pinging Teddy's position because he walked over a ward when he was rotating up. This time, again, just arrow into CC, and damage comes through. And, this is how you beat teams that are better than you. We've kind of figured it out. It's just single target, easy to play compositions where you just stun lock people, and you have to play respectfully around it if you're Kwangdong Freaks in this case. And I feel like they constantly were not properly set up. And then when that one first CC comes through, the rest comes over. And it felt like the Ashe was a denial pick initially because they picked the Sejuani on red side, Kwangdong did. But the way they played it with the Leona, it made it feel like there was something more. They were actually kind of planning for this pick-based composition.
Yeah, I'm loving this because the flavor of the week last week were dive comps. And that's what we saw here with the Kennen, with the Rel. But if you just constantly pick off one of those, all of a sudden your dive comp doesn't do so well. Here in highlight number 2, 26 minutes in, at the Baron, Kwangdong Freaks trying to find a way on in, but again, just aren't coordinated enough, and another Teddy arrow starting it off.
He has a really nice hawk shot as well to identify where Bulldog is. They have a ward there. It feels like he's safe. I'm back here. The arrow can't get to me. I'm Zeri, but it's just really well set up by Teddy. And, if you get caught by that, that's the fight.
Yep, and that was a lot of the fights. We showed that one here for highlight 2, but a lot of the fights were just an arrow hits Bulldog and they win the fight. So, Teddy, fantastic performance. He was very accurate, but, I think Bulldog needs to kind of take a look in the mirror and say, probably should have flashed a couple of those, maybe given his team a little bit of a better chance because, as we said multiple times on this desk, you start that snowball, you start picking them, then the dive comp never gets online.
And Bulldog has been one of the catalysts for Kwangdong Freaks' success, so picking him off multiple times led to their demise. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 1 for DRX, and it's Pleta, 1-1-12, getting the votes here at the support on Leona.
I think this is actually fine. I think a lot of people might have been tempted to vote for Rascal because of the early equalizers, but I really do think it was the chain CC that won this game, and obviously even have the Viego to pile on top of it. So, this is an Ashe arrow that leads into a Solar Flare. Could have been the other way around. But he had a really fantastic game, was actually buying a lot of space as well around neutral objectives. And following up on a lot of arrows, I think it'll be a split vote between the two.
Absolutely. I think it's just the both of them, right? You can vote for Pleta, you can vote for Teddy. I think everyone else would be a little bit questionable, and there you see it. It's us and KR Cast, funnily enough, as media finding the support button not very common to see 3 media support votes, but I guess Pleta was just that good.
Yeah, same with VNcast. Again, they always find the bot button, but not this time. I think it was good votes. Chat, what do we think? We think it was good votes. It was. They'll catch up, and then we'll see. But either way, Guangdong Freaks, if they lose, they're out of playoffs. Pressure's on, and they haven't really done well with pressure. Usually they find game 1, have a close game 2, and then falter in game 3. What do we expect here?
I mean, I think if you want to see how under pressure Guangdong Freaks is, always just take a look at CV Max's hair and how messed up it was, or is. It was messed up before game 1, so I could tell he's really stressed out. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on these players. They want to make that playoffs run. They have a very strong team. I think they're looking much better than they were at this point of the season last season. So I feel like if they just don't underperform in the rest of the series, they should be able to get the reverse sweep, keep their chances alive. But if they're under too much pressure, if Steven Max is getting crazy in the coaching booth over there, then maybe they fall apart.
All right, well, let's find out together. Game number 2 underway right now as we send it on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you very much, Digon, and great breakdown there of game number 1. Congratulations to Pleta, the man of the hour here, and already I believe Orcs has tweeted about it because, of course, he is the #1 Pleta fan in the history of the universe.
I just think he's...
And he has his harem of media voters there alongside him to help get him along.
I'm like, come on, guys, you've got to give it to him. No, I think Teddy was a great vote as well. Some fantastic arrows. I think what gave it the edge of my vote to Pleta for me, other than, obviously my bias. No, I'm joking. The thing that gave me the edge was really how well he tracked Dudu's Kennen in a lot of those fights with the early exhaust. But not just the exhaust, it's also like, oh, Kennen's coming in, okay, I'm stunning him immediately. Flash done, locked him down. He didn't even get close to any key targets with his ults and was exhausted as well. So, but I think both were great votes. And really, this has been the strength of DRX, even when they've had their struggles. The bot lane, Teddy and Pleta have just been so fantastic. And the fact they got Leona Ashe, I don't think Quantum Freaks are going to make that mistake again.
I would agree. And I do kind of want to challenge what was being said on the space there as well about acknowledging the amount of pressure that Quantum Freaks were on, because based on the draft, I don't think they felt like they were under that much pressure at all. I feel like they felt like they were up for a bit of a freebie here with what they let get through for DRX and what they were able to sort of take with them. As we can see already, mirrored actually, when it comes to the bans, as we see finally a deviation as the Leona respect is going to be paid towards Pleta here. And now one final ban. I think that you probably get rid of the Rumble. I don't know whether you have to take away Cassante if Rumble is up and available.
Yeah, I think you deny it. I will say the one thing is if you don't ban Rumble, it's obviously going over. I don't agree with that, but it does mean you could pick up potentially the Vi, which is open and available.
Or an Ashe.
Response, or an Ashe. So, Vi Ashe would be a good counter, but they'll say, nope, we're not going to make the same mistake you did. Rumble will get banned. And Quantum Freaks, with the Rumble off the cards, instantly prioritize that Renekton. Dudu confident on that pick. And now over to DRX, the Vi is open, the Ashe is open, the Leona is obviously gone. There is powerful picks they can pick up in this rotation. It just depends what they want. There's also that Corki, which Sate have a pretty good game on. So a lot of options here.
I do think that just Ashe Vi seems very powerful for DRX. I feel like the linchpin of their last draft was around this Ashe pick. I think this is obviously going to be locked in. Could be going to Teddy. Most likely will be. Could also be flexed into the support role if they would like to.
Enemy teams already picked their Renekton, right? So DRX know they have counter pick on top. You're on red side as well, so they can also get counter pick on support. We definitely have picks like the Braum, like the Alistair, who have specific matchups to do really well into. So I think getting the Ashe Corki early on, definitely nice for DRX, but it does leave that Vi open. We'll see if Quantum Freaks want to pick that one up. Instead, looking towards the Zyra.
Yeah, okay. So once again, Leaper is considering a Jhin pick, and they are going to lock that one away.
And I think Zyra is a strong pick, but if you harken back all the way to when Zyra support was meta, back in 2016, there was a specific bot lane combo that was played into it, and it was Ashe MF. And there was a reason that was very effective, because Zyra's very immobile and a very free target for Teddy to fire upon. If his accuracy is even half as good as it was last game when he was hitting immobile Zeri, then it might be a rough one for Cuz. Braum going to come in early for Pleta, so not waiting to have the counter pick, but clearly seeing the Jin and thinking, hey, he's only got 4 bullets. I can block at least one of them with my shield. Maybe the thought process there.
Yep, might be an opportunity. Does mean that they'll need some engage from somewhere else. And do you know what I'm feeling?
Oh.
There is a certain pick on the top side of the map that my boy Rascal has played a few times.
Oh, the Ornn?
No, it starts with Yep and ends with Rock.
Oh, man. That'd be pretty good.
That would be pretty fun.
Vi also, you know, they banned the Sejuani. Probably going to ban Vi, I think, as the second one here. Interesting they banned the Alistair. I feel like the bigger concern when you're playing Braum is playing into like Rakan or maybe even like a Karma. I don't think they'd go Karma here because I think Quantum Freaks might feel like they need some engage. But I think the Rakan pick is generally be seen as pretty free in the Braum. So I'm surprised they don't end up banning that.
Well, we do have one final ban. Just waiting for them to find the Vi button. There it is. They will be able to pick that one up. Sponge, of course, with an eclectic champion pool himself, was a guy that liked a whole lot of different things. Cassante going to be a consideration into the Renekton. A bit of a Shuriman face-off here, potentially.
Yeah, interesting they're leaving jungle to last. I hope that this is because they have something up their sleeves. Actually, they're just going to pick the Viego here. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like the thing I wasn't super happy with was taking the Braum on 3, losing access to the Vi and giving them counter pick support. I'd say that's really where I think DRX might have gone wrong a bit here, but they still have the Ashe to lead the charge and they have the Viego. Similar to last game, you get 1 kill, you can chain it into more. The skirmishing is still going to be very strong from DRX. Quantum Freaks looking for the Zeri again from Bulldog, hopefully able to dodge away from some more arrows this time. And now the support pick for Andil, I think probably just Rakan makes the most sense in this situation. Unless you really want to pick something like the Karma, but I think you want the engage on your team. So I think this makes the most sense.
I would agree, and you already mentioned that pretty good into the matchup there as well. So the Jin Rakan doesn't exactly spark the most joy as far as lane power is concerned, but I think it should be able to be fine.
Is that just because it has Jin in it?
Yes.
I think.
That is basically it in a nutshell. As now the counter pick will be on. Okay, we are building things in the top lane. As Rascal going to bring back one of the oldest counters in the book to the Renekton.
I love this because obviously it's a bit of a brick wall. Even if you fall behind and farm, you're going to outvalue. But the main reason I really like this is by taking the Braum instead of the Leona that was obviously denied, you lose that pick potential. You're so reliant on Ashe arrows. No longer. Now that you have the Ornn, Rascal can easily set up plays. How is Jin ever going to ult into Ornn? How is a Zyra ever going to exist into Ornn Ashe? So I honestly think this is pretty fantastic. We'll see what they're able to do, but my concerns, you know, with the Braum kind of alleviated by this Ornn pick. I still think there is some elements of strength to Quantum Freak's composition, right? They have the Rakan, good matchup for the Braum. They have the Zeri who can take over fights. Zyra is going to clear very fast, and Renekton will have prio. But if this goes to team fights, if this goes late, I think DRX have this pretty confidently.
I would agree. I do feel like one of the biggest issues, and we had it coming straight out of the draft in game number 1, was the lack of agency for Cuz in the early game. He does like to put on a lot of pressure, and if Cuz has a farm advantage over his opposition, he often leans on that extremely heavily. He'll have that again with the Zyra, who does still clear in 3 minutes and gets to whichever lane he would like to be in. And so DRX going to have to watch out for that in this game, but otherwise feels like they are setting themselves up right for game 2. So I'm hop onto the rift. Oh man, DRX fans finding their voices here in LoL Park today as the Quantum Freaks, they're the ones with that little bit of desperation now, wanting to make sure that they can clinch their spot in the playoffs, or at least hold on to their hopes, because they are out of contention with a loss here. And BNK will have full control of their lives when they face off against T1. That is another fun story, as of course, if they were able to pick up a 2-0 against T1, and then KT are able to get a 2-0 against DK, then we could have another special telecom war tiebreaker.
That'd be great.
Before we get into a telecom war that's probably going to happen in our first round of playoffs to decide the side selection for Game 1 of the Telecom War.
The double whammy. The most Telecom War possible. Oh, Bulldog.
Oh, Bulldog.
Good sweeper.
It's going to take a bit of damage. That's it.
It's a good sweeper.
Let's not go back. And now he has to flash.
Yeah, just because the sweeper times out doesn't mean they're no longer in the brush. That's not how it works. He loses flash, loses a bunch of health, and has burnt his health potion already. So a bit of a misplay, I'll say, from Bulldog. And, you know, the Aurora being disabled, we knew was going to be a hit to Bulldog. Obviously, he's been great on the champ, but it just feels like he's been out of sorts so far this series. Game 1, getting hit by some arrows where he could have flashed them. And now in Game 2, just off to a rough start. We will see, though, Cuz cross over into DRX's jungle, but that ward will spot him just as it times out. So it's full information on side of DRX.
Yep, you can see Sponge. He is heading towards the Croc camp now, as Bulldog taking a fair bit of damage here from Satab. I believe this was also a matchup that we did see, Quantum Freaks versus DRX in Challenger, between both Bulldog and Satab when they were both down there, of course. Satab had been playing for quite some time in the Challenger scene, so down there when Bulldog was still playing. So they will know each other quite well, as Andal going to get stunned up here as Sponge pokes his head out. The classic level 3 gank.
Yeah. You know, it looked a bit dangerous, the angle that Sponge had on that, but Pleta and Teddy were still level 1. They obviously went for the invade, went there to help with the wave. So did mean there wasn't a follow-up there. I thought it was going to look really dangerous, but instead, Sponge will just chunk Andal. I think it's very funny. Pleta had been chunked out, maybe taking a 4th shot, and then Sponge just comes over and says, let me even that up a little bit.
Yeah. And it is going to be 100% even. We do have some fighting for some cannons. I believe both players missed it. So just some money going to the wayside there.
I will say Bulldog doing a pretty good job in terms of trades, considering how even the health bar is between them. I mean, Satab has a bit of an edge. He has just popped the biscuit, but like, considering how bad Bulldog's entry to the lane was, I was like, how is he even going to trade? And the answer is he's doing an okay job. He hasn't had to recall and teleport yet, but he is still flashed. This does make things a little bit dangerous.
Yep. Sponge going to be able to get to work on this Rift Scuttler now. Cuz doing exactly the same thing. You can see they're even up completely when it comes to the jungle farm. And they will both finish off this one together as Rascal procs that Brittle very nicely, winning out on the trade here. And this was sort of like an old winning matchup, kind of, sort of, for Ornn, back when Ornn was kind of every archetype that you could possibly have for a champion in the game. I feel like it is a little bit less of sort of that checkmate situation, but still does just fine. Is that sort of the right read?
Yeah. So I think for Renekton, you know, the buffs he got not too long ago.
Oh, that's going to be Cuz locking that one down as Sponge will get knocked up. Pleta in great position, though. Counteract Andal's rotation over.
Yeah, good defense there from Quantum Freaks to scale up. But yeah, you know, Renekton's pretty strong now. He will have Prior on the lane. He can trade well early. But I feel like it's one of those things where, you know, Ornn doesn't have to win lane to have an advantage in the matchup. And if you are consistent with hitting like your knockups, your brittle procs, you can actually trade pretty well into Renekton. I feel like people always disrespect the Ornn and think of him, okay, he's a scaling pick. You know, he's just going to sit there and take the brunt of my blows, but he'll throw him back.
Yeah, already starting to here because he's rotating up. Dudu, slice and dicing. We'll be able to proc that Conqueror there as well as Rascal looking to go back as, oh no, he might be baited into this one. This is danger. As Cuz in position, and yeah, Rascal, I think he might just be dead. Let's see whether he can get himself out of the way of this one. The plans do go down. Flash is up and available as the flash comes forward, and despite Rascal flashing, he's still going to go down.
Yep, set up there for the Renekton, and Rascal, you know, I feel like it's hard not to flash in that situation, but maybe you should have just held. I think once Renekton is in range of you, you're just going down. The auto comes through, ends up falling. Not great, but not the end of the world again. I mean, that's the thing with the Ornn matchup. Even if you're behind, you're still going to be so useful later on. But a good early gank from Cuz, seeing some more proactivity already.
Yep, and you can see Quantum Freaks with a 1,000 gold lead as a result. Well, almost that anyway. Certainly a different story to what we saw in the first game, because things were very, very slow, very measured for the majority. Assume Viego is still doing the dragon, and there we are, we're back. Never you mind. Just making sure that we were getting everything sorted. Yeah, we're on our toes.
Viego Zyra, so no Nocturne. Not sure what happened there, but
a little bit weird. somewhat of a paranoia scenario, but instead it's just going to be a couple of grubs being picked up here by Cuz, or maybe 3, and it's going to be traded for the Dragons. We're going to have a look at this once again. Rascal just unfortunately walking up in a lane where there is an enemy jungler.
Yeah, he's dialed in, trying to find the 1v1. He's like, hey, I might be able to take this trade, and then Cuz comes over and ruins it. And yeah, that flash at the end, maybe a bit unnecessary. We wanted to see if he could get out. Fortunately, he doesn't. Now Dudu got the Phage already and the Cull, so he's pretty strong right now in those trades.
Yeah, the Cull being picked up is kind of insult to injury here, as he's able to afford that purely on the first blood gold. As Pleta standing off to the side, looking to try and back Satab up. You can see, speaking of backing up, it is going to be Bulldog just not wanting to push his luck, as, I mean, I don't know. Rascal's still having a pretty good time. Has his Balmy Cinder, you know, he's got some extra, you know, some clothing. He's just hanging out and still having an all right time.
Yeah, Dudu actually not doing so hard.
30-20, baby. That is 50 games of Ornn. My goodness.
That is a lot of Ornn.
Yeah. I believe played a lot of Ornn when he was on GenG as well. He was playing the Ornn side of the matchup and the Renekton side of the matchup many times throughout, you know, 2020, 2021.
Like,
Satab
doing better in the Ornn matchup.
Yeah. As Dudu is going to be able to find an edge in that one. Might have all been a bait, but instead it's just going to be Rascal clearing out the wave.
Yeah, Dudu should be able to clear out in return as well, so... No
yeah, and Dominus in trade, so kind of big here for Rascal in theory.
Oh, he's in the brush actually. He might be in trouble if they try and aggress on him. I think he senses something's up though and just back away. He was in the shop building some items. Looked a little bit dangerous there.
All right, Rascal just going to walk away from Cuz here as Sponge going to be giving away his position. Doesn't find a stun, and this might actually be a wave of minions zoned out here. Rascal not able to actually get towards the wave, and he's instead just going to look for a back angle. Leaper could be in trouble here as the arrow is going to sail forward. Good block there from Andal. They get the heal out from the Rakan as Pleta gets a bit of an angle there. Deadly Flourish slightly avoided. Very nicely done. Pressure is on here on the bottom side, but I don't think it's enough to alleviate the damage that's being done. Really trying to drill through this top lane to get the advantages here for Quantum Freaks.
And when you have a Renekton into Ornn, this is really what needs to be happening. You need to be pushing the advantage, you need to be taking, capitalizing on that prior that you can achieve. Because, you know, we saw some of the trades going a little bit in favor of Rascal, but if you're not crushing him, he is just going to be so powerful later on, start handing out those ornaments. I think particularly for champions like Corki, you can sync up like his big spikes on 2 or 3 items with an ornament. It just becomes obnoxious to deal with.
Well, Bulldog just running around this lane. You can see really having a good time. Despite that flash being down early, hasn't really slowed him down when it comes to putting on the pressure.
He's at a dangerous amount of health. This could be like an ult burst fire kill, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, especially if Bulldog gets his passive stacked up, you might just have the burst damage to one-shot Satab, so really have to be careful right now. You can see the top lane, 1,000 gold lead already for Dudu in this matchup.
Absolutely massive for the Renekton. And Rascal going to need to build quite a few ornaments to make up the debt, you could imagine. As Bulldog just pushing another wave in, gets himself a plate here as well. And this is exactly the same matchup from game number 1. The game state really changing things. Satab just looking for an opportunity to go back home as the extended beam not quite enough to land onto the Corki there as Cuz moving on over. And 6 grubs on the table here for Quantum Freaks this time around on the blue side, and Teddy and Pleta really not wanting to give those away. 17 seconds on the clock, and they should be able to get there for a potential fight as Rascal moving down towards the bottom side. That teleport almost back up and available as Dudu doesn't have his, but he is in top lane. So this fight for the grubs could be something that Quantum Freaks can look for, despite the teleports not syncing up exactly the best for the Renekton.
Yeah, they could just move their way up, but it looks like with Leaper bot lane, it could end up being a 5v4 again. And remember, it's been going better so far for Quantum Freaks, but the early grub fights, the early Herald fights, this was really where things went in favor of DRX last game.
Yeah, Sponge looking for an angle here as Teddy throws out the arrow once again. Cuz going to flash it this time. And Sponge just going to say thank you very much for the leash. Andal doesn't find the grand entrance. And Bulldog, he's rotating over. Teddy going to slow him down as Pleta shows him the door. And Satab with the inside track going to be able to come up and try and deny some of these grubs. Pleta now going down low. There's the flash out. Andal going to be interrupted beautifully here as the Winter's Bite comes in. Another one for a stun. There's the on-horn brittle proc onto Bulldog, and they deny the Ram going back, and so that will keep Bulldog alive. And this battle for the grubs is epic, but nothing really decided. Leaper still in the bottom lane.
DRX hold their nerve and get all 3 of the grubs there. It is going to be Leaper free farm in the bot lane, but you saw moments where that looked really precarious, but some fantastic plays from DRX to keep it controlled. And Leaper will just be getting actually a TP out of Satab here to block him from getting any more.
Yep.
But yeah, DRX got what they wanted on the back of that play. They also take Cuz's flash, so potentially something they can capitalize on in the future. And they're looking for this dragon already. We'll see if Quantum Freaks move in a contest. But based on the fact Bulldog's recalling, I don't think so.
Yeah, not a lot of vision available around this area as well. They finally get the ward over the wall, but Teddy going to get spotted out. He's going to eat some honey fruit. And Pletter in position. Satep down here as well. There's a lot of DPS. They knock up the Braum. He's going to throw the door out, but he could be in a little bit of trouble. There's the curtains. They have been called. Blastcone's going to be here, though. Pletter going to be absolutely fine, and he just blocks them from being able to answer Ocean Soul this game. A lot of brushes to hide in, and it's very pretty. Not exactly the most dangerous of souls, but still something worth fighting for.
Yeah, and I think as well, Ocean Soul, you know, it's no longer what it used to be in its heyday, but with tankier targets, there's so much value. This was fantastic from Pletter, though, here. You know, there's a lot of abilities I've seen used to interrupt a Rakan W, but the timing to do it with an ult from Braum is very hard, so fantastic. Stops the ult follow-up there. Bulldog nearly gets killed.
Rascal.
So Rascal potentially could have killed Bulldog there, but instead looked in the direction, maybe thought that Bulldog was going down regardless, so...
But also, if he hadn't have thrown it back, then maybe he's going to get engaged on by the other two. So kind of was cool.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it still went fine. Oh, there's an ult from Teddy.
Yeah, Bulldog is still going to get knocked up. That was a weird interaction as the arrow is going to be set up beautifully still. There's the quickness. Andal trying to hold them down as the Winter's Bite was able to connect. And Andal not going to get stunned up by the concussive blows just yet. Still looking a little bit worse for wear for both Bulldog, Andal, and Teddy. And Pletter is now Teddy trying to avoid some of these shots. The flash does come on through, but he gets himself out of range.
Yeah, I was about to say, positive play for DRX, burning Bulldog's flash, and then the ult from Leaper comes out and makes Teddy answer for it. So overall, even trade in terms of summoners there, but I think the Ashe probably valuing that flash a little bit more than a Zeri.
I would say so too. Of course, Zeri being able to get over any wall she would like and all that sort of stuff is a little bit of a advantage. Rascal, he's got his Sunfire Cape. You got a Black Cleaver now completed here for Dudu. Still waiting for his cull to complete. Only 5 more minions for that one. And Cuz and Sponge actually surprisingly close. I was kind of expecting Cuz to really kind of rule the jungle. We've seen a lot of Zyras do that. Instead, they've been caught skirmishing quite a few times. Sponge has been able to keep things pretty even as far as that count is concerned. Already does have his Sundered Sky completed.
Yeah, now setting up the Herald here.
Andal might be in a little bit of trouble, though, as he does try and get his way out. The Stranglethorn's going to be utilized. And that does mean that the Herald not going to have that. Stranglethorn's up and available as now Bulldog looking to put on that pressure on the flank angle. Deadly Flourish is good onto Pletter.
But remember, Bulldog and Cuz both don't have flash. There is an Ornal available right now, and Ashe Arrow coming up soon.
Yep, and Rascal very, very healthy here as well. Can certainly frontline for his team. Let's see what Quantum Freaks are able to do here as Sponge sort of caught in an awkward spot in the back of the pit right now. Is going to Heartbreaker out of there and won't have access to that ultimate. It looks like DRX are just going to give this one up and not risk it all for a Herald. But still, big win for Quantum Freaks.
Absolutely. Minions being missed in the bot lane as well, so not ideal circumstance for DRX. They try and move in to contest that, but just a little bit disjointed with Sponge in the pit and not finding a good engagement. And now, an immediate Herald, pretty rare. We tend to see them held on for a while, but just sees a window to immediately capitalize and take that mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
Big pickup for the Quantum Freaks.
Able to move up towards a 3,000 gold lead as well. Make that 4 as this top lane outer turret is going to fall at the same time. This is a big snowball starting to roll now as the plant's not going to be taking away the Raptor from Teddy this time.
Yep.
And DRX still have a fair few tools, but it's starting to look more and more dicey as this game goes on. Quantum Freaks looking much improved to what they looked like in game number 1.
Absolutely. And there's definitely, you know, as you said, a lot of scaling elements to DRX's composition, but, you know, if Dudu is fed, he's going to remain relevant for much longer. Cuz and Bulldog, very powerful in team fights, so this lead that Quantum Freaks has is definitely substantial. I will say one thing that gives a lot of safety to DRX is the fact they have those 2 early dragons.
Yeah.
So there isn't really too much concern. This next dragon fight, If they don't see it, they don't see the angle, if they don't find it, they can give it up. In fact, actually, what could be a good play here is just leaning towards this top tier 1 instead. Maybe looking for a pick on a Dudu and letting the Dragon go. Your bot tier 1's already just gone anyway, so you can't do much about that. You can actually see the pings coming out. Looks like they've opted to go for that now, but maybe a little bit late with the setup.
Yeah, you can see Rascal, he's going to do his very best to hold on to this bottom inner turret. Can't give up an inner. That is absolutely true, as the entire outer ring has now been removed. And so a lot of standing gold here up and available for DRX if they can actually get there. And speaking of getting there, Rascal does need to come on over to make sure that he can lock that one down. A trade for an inner turret is not going to be worth it, as they do at least get to work on the outer. So another wave going to be shoved in as the Ram just going to be used to clear out the wave mostly, but doesn't do anything towards this siege minion. And so the inner falls in the bottom lane as well. And that is just not worth it, DRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, Dudu doing a great job backing away so he doesn't get targeted. And Quantum Freak's like, look, we don't need to stand around Dragon and do nothing. We'll use our time. If you're going to go top, we'll pressure bot heavily and just extending that gold lead more and more. Get that Dragon in pocket. They're in a fantastic spot so far in this game. And it won't be long before that Baron is up and available. And with a Zyra on your team, Zyra, double AD carry, dangerous. Dangerous objective for DRX. They need to be really cautious about making sure Quantum Freaks don't start that one up. I will say, with regards to compositions, having an Ashe on your team definitely makes scouting Baron substantially easier.
Yeah, being able to just press E is certainly good. There's a lot of champions that have to use ultimates.
Throw your ult in, you know, if you're out of E's, you can throw your ult as well. So just a lot of options. And could definitely get dangerous if Quantum Freaks end up stuck in the pit against Yorn. But you can see across the board, massive gold leads for the top side of the map. I feel like just like 1,600 gold is at 18 minutes is like for a team, it's like, you know, it's a moderate gold lead, but for one person to have it and several people to have it, very sizable right now. Quantum Freak's extremely strong. Yeah,
no, they are massive, and I think that we can almost stop talking about scaling, because scaling does require you to remain in the game in a somewhat competitive manner. And it's not looking all that competitive right now as we move towards a 5,000 gold lead for Quantum Freaks. They were able to take that next dragon. As you mentioned before, not end of the world or anything like that, and also not the most pivotal soul. But still, can be a little bit dangerous here as Dudu just looking to clear out the wave and is going to be able to do so. And he will survive underneath this turret very comfortably. Keep that turret alive as well. Buy them some time, as now Satab needs to wait for another minion wave to conga line its way through. Leaper being able to push up towards this inner turret. Teddy and Pleta will be able to answer it. And I think, like, my mind keeps going back to this third pick on red side Braum that really didn't quite work, as now Satab will just stand his ground. Doesn't quite find the damage here onto Dudu, as Sponge makes his way in. That is going to be the Dominus now used. And Dudu does get rid of another minion wave, as the arrow is going to sail on through. It's not going to go anywhere near, as Dudu does move himself back.
I feel like when you're in charge of the game, when you're burning people's summoners constantly and you're sort of leading the pace, it feels so nice having an Ashe just firing arrows, pinning people down. When you're behind like this, you know, everyone has flash on Quantum Freaks. Even if you're spot on with an arrow, you're probably just going to burn a summoner, if that.
Yeah.
You know, Andil and Bulldog can obviously dash away, as can Dudu, but even if you get an arrow onto Cuz and Leaper, we saw that earlier one around the Void Grubs where Cuz just flashed it, so I feel like they need to try and burn these summoners sooner rather than later so they have easier angles, easier ways of picking people off. We'll see if they can find any opportunities. Right now, the Quantum Freaks really setting up vision heavily around this Baron.
Yeah, they have a monopoly on that one. It's only been around for 20 seconds. Quantum Freaks know exactly what's going on. Rascal able to walk his way out, does get his first upgrade. As, all right, let's see whether they can get anything locked down, as the Winter's Bite is going to go wide. Of course, Battle Dance getting Andil out of there. Rascal still going to sacrifice half of his health bar, and of course Zyra very, very good at removing the health on tanks. Not quite the magic resist that Rascal's looking for has been built just yet, as he only has those Merc Treads.
They're going heavily for the armor in this situation, which really means Cuz is just going to do so much damage to him. With the Leandry's already completed as well. You know, Frozen Heart second item, he is just very heavily armored, not much magic resist. Definitely needs an MR item third, but when you're behind already, you're struggling just to complete any items.
Yeah, I think Frozen Heart will be done, and then he's going to probably move his way towards some MR. Maybe a Jack shows. Maybe he just goes for that, and he's like, that's got to be it. We'll be fine. But maybe it's just a Rooker, because I think that might be a decent idea. Just try and really answer the magic damage that's going to be coming through, because most of the incidental damage that's going to be happening will just be because the plants just tend to do some work.
Yeah. Yeah, 40 seconds till the next dragon. I don't think the state of the game has really changed enough that DRX need to contest this.
Yeah.
You can definitely set up to maybe fish for a pick around it, but I think if you don't get one, if you don't burn something substantial from Quantum Freaks, don't fight this 5v5. I don't think there's a need to.
Yeah, I think that they can probably just wait until Rascal hits level 18 and gives everyone a cool red bordered item. And they kind of hope that that makes up for the gold deficit that they are in. Could be an opportunity. Certainly some decent upgrades. Trinity Force got a lot of things that get more stats.
I will say Satab just finished his 2-item spike. And if you look, like even the Bulldog's really far ahead. He's not got like a full item. He's got a Noon Quiver, which isn't as substantial. So
yeah.
They are moderately strong, but still, you know, they are behind. Don't need to commit to this if they don't want to.
Yep, Teddy was looking for an arrow angle, as the big one does do a great job clearing out the minions. As Bulldog in the fog of war right now, the Drake has spawned here, and DRX, I don't think they're looking to actually fight for it. Rift Scuttler, sorry, going to be considered here, but it looks like Quantum Freaks will just be able to even out the dragon count. And DRX, I don't think feeling under too much pressure just yet to really fight for it tooth and nail. I think maybe Soul Point might be worth a look at, but they've bought themselves an extra 5 minutes of preparation to try and get things in order, getting towards that next one. So maybe an item, a level or two for Rascal could be very, very important, trying to dole out some of these cool items.
Yeah, and I mean, if the gold lead stays stagnant, it's obviously going to mean less. Like the difference between you having 1 item, them having 2 items is a lot less than like between 4 and 5. So time does favor them, not even just with regards to scaling, but also just with regards to the fact that the gold lead will feel less severe if it doesn't become bigger. But yeah, Quantum Freaks, I think really for them to push the pace of this game forward, you need to start denying vision around Baron, which they're moving to do.
Yeah.
And just threaten the possibility.
That's a big old flank angle for Rascal. The arrow is not going to connect as Rascal does blow the Orn Horn. Andal not going to be able to interrupt it, and they get the knock up onto Cuz. Stranglethorns goes down, but Rascal able to keep himself healthy. Now the ulti comes through from Bulldog, and in goes Dudu. The massive crocodile will cut down the blacksmith. And Quandong Freaks may have just found an angle towards the Baron.
And if an unforced one there, Rascal burns the TP aggressively, not needed. And the sad thing is, they don't even get any summoners from Quandong Freaks, not major ones play. They got to be careful here.
Yeah, Andal looking for that wraparound. Doesn't have his ulti, of course, as Sponge was looking for a stun, but not going to quite get it. Very slippery is the Rakan. As Cuz still sitting at 50% health.
It's so hard to chase into the Zyra through all the plants, and they end up in a situation where they don't even get Zyra's flash. So, you know, TP burned. It's going to mean it's a lot harder to keep pressure up around this Baron. And speaking of which, we're immediately going to get a move onto it by Cuz here.
Yeah, Hawkshot spots it out, and you can see Quantum Freak still playing with a lot of respect, not wanting to risk anything, especially with Rascal now coming back out onto the Rift. Quantum Freaks will just back away from the Baron, hold on to that lead that they already have. 6,000 gold is a very large margin. And 2.5 minutes on this next Drake. Just doesn't look like Quantum Freaks feel like they're under that much threat by the amount of scaling that DRX has. They're just wanting to play it slow and steady, hold on to this lead that they already have.
Yep, and you see in this situation, the arrow doesn't connect, Rascal gets the ult on a Cuz, but Cuz throws down his ult so they can't follow up. And now Jin has prime opportunity, people are chunked out, he can open up in this situation after they kill Rascal. So DRX had to immediately get out of dodge, and you know, I think the idea, trying to force something, trying to maybe pick up some summoners or something, it isn't inherently bad, but it's just so dangerous when, you know, Cuz has so much counter-engaged threat. And if he's alive, you know, you only need like 2 or 3 people from Quantum Freaks alive for them to do Baron.
Yeah. It's all right, Sponge thinking about launching his way out of the mist, but isn't going to be able to do so, at least to any effect. As Leaper and Andal still able to just keep pushing these minion waves further and further towards DRX as Rascal not going to quite find the knock-up as Andal kind of knocks himself up there with the grand entrance. Bulldog dashing on in, looking for Satab, and the flash has to be employed to get himself out of there. Ulti not even invested. Oh, actually, yes, it was. Yeah. He just went boom. Atlas, you watched it with your own eyes.
Oh.
Arrow will connect, and Sponge is here. He flashes over the wall as Bulldog skates his way out. Can he actually fully escape? And the answer is yes. Zeri, everyone.
It's one of those moments where it's sick arrow, and you feel like, hey, I can get that, I can follow up on this, but really you can't do enough to actually make the kill happen. So now you end up losing Sponge's flash as well as Satab's. Bulldog gets away, you lose mid-tier 2. It's hard to fault DRX for looking for these moments, but it's so hard to find the angle, and they're kind of just putting them deeper in the hole.
Yeah, they're just sort of bleeding. I do respect DRX for going for it, but like you say, it's feeling like too little too late. As Teddy is still, you know, doing a really good job. He's ahead in farm, has been given a fair bit. As Quantum Freaks do like to give a fair bit towards Dudu as well. It's a decently even spread of farm for them just in general. But you can see Rascal has been given a few waves over towards Teddy, who now has an upgraded Kraken Slayer and an Infinity Edge. So in theory, the Ashe is starting to come online and do some damage. Will he be able to? That is the real question, because
It's got one more for the Corki, I think, as well.
True. Yeah, level 15.
So hands that one over. So 7,000 gold lead, massive, absolutely. But the ornaments, 3 of them coming out, will help a little bit.
Yeah, Sponge not going to get locked up. Ooh, Cuz going to have to flash. That's a decent flash to have as well, as now Sponge in a little bit of trouble. Bulldog, these burst fires really starting to hurt as Rascal going to find the Bellows Breath. There's an ulti from Bulldog, just making sure that he keeps them low. Satab almost just dead incidentally, and Leap is able to lock that one up. Sponge also dead, and Bulldog still just frontlining into DRX. Extendo Beam not going to do it, but oh man, barely even a fight, and Quantum Freaks just walk away. They will be able to head over towards this Baron as well as pick up Soul Point.
You could see them trying to precariously approach it like, hey, are we now strong enough? The answer is no. They get Cuz's flash, they get Dudu and Bulldogs too, but they get stomped in the fight. You could see Quantum Freaks almost doing a pincer movement to collapse in, and now Quantum Freaks will get Soul Point and the Baron, and they'll even moving down to secure this, provide some cover for Bulldog.
As Teddy actually looking to try and push on over. There's the Ram coming out. They're looking for Andal. They get a flash as the quickness goes down. Frost Shot not going to be enough to slow down the Rakan, and he makes his way out of there just fine.
Yeah, we'll see a replay of the fight. So the stun actually hits from Sponge here. The ult follow-up is good, maybe a little late from Teddy. Wasn't layered. And then they're kind of fishing like, hey, we got a flash from Cuz. Maybe we can find an angle to get more. But you see the poke starts to come in this situation. They try to collapse on Andal quickly, and Bulldog immediately does so much damage here. And this is when the Jin opens up and starts to become such a massive threat. When you are low, you are trying to disengage in the situation.
Yeah.
And now, I will say, Quantum Freaks down a lot of summoners, so maybe this is DRX's opportunity to find a pick, but the Scrying Orb comes out to deny them. If they let Quantum Freaks push with this Baron, they'll lose so much of their base, the game will probably just be over. They are at almost a 10,000 deficit. They need a miracle engage. They need someone like Cuz to overextend and to just blow him up on the back of an Ashe Arrow.
Yeah, it's looking less and less likely, as DRX, of course, not going to be out of the series just yet. Quantum Freaks just holding on here in game number 2. They'll have to do it again in game 3. Without side selection, kind of important, but still, this one is looking all but over. Grand Entrance going to connect onto Pleta there, who finally puts up the door, and Extendo Beam actually still going to cut through him. Of course, kind of ignores a lot of what Braum has to offer as Satab rotating over. It will be a 5v5. Let's see whether Rascal can find an angle. Sponge gets a stun onto Bulldog, and he just dies. Okay, Cuz going to be able to lock down that kill. Now Rascal trying to get himself out of there, and I think Bulldog's just a little bit too fast. The curtains are being called, and I think they are very realistically named in this particular game, as Bulldog does eventually go down, but he's traded for 3.
That's when you know you're too far behind. I think it was the correct play from DRX, but they just didn't have the damage to pierce Bulldog, and they also just got one shot by Cuz's ult there. The damage,
My God.
you Sponge, so Unfortunately, too little too late for DRX. Their base is being threatened now. There's not much they can do to defend. It looks like it might just be going to game 3.
It's looking like it. 2 inhibitors at least will be going down in unison here as Teddy looking to clean up all of the mess that has been left behind. So we're going to check it out once again, and Bulldog, it looked like it was a good pick, but the dash to the side, the arrow missing.
The ult from Pleta, I think he maybe should have led with ult instead of Q. Maybe that would have, if he hit the ult, then maybe Teddy's arrow connects, maybe would have been an instantaneous death. Still would have been difficult to navigate with the return counter-engage from Cuz, but you know, it was honestly a good play from Sponge. Like, going into the stealth, getting a stun on a Bulldog, not an easy thing to do, but yeah, just didn't quite lay the CC as well as last game, and honestly kind of goes back to the Braum. If that had been, obviously Leona was banned, but if that had been an engage pick like Leona, I think Bulldog certainly would have been dead there.
I would agree. But it's also just feeling a little bit like DRX are too far behind to do anything at all in this game. 2 more ornaments to come out, but Rascal's been level 15 for a very long time. Just can't really find lanes to farm in. Leaper level 17. Bulldog max level right now.
I think both of them 4 items now. These 80 carries are so strong. Cuz as well.
Yeah, absolute monsters. Cuz picking up a Void Staff as item number 3, now has a full Morellonomicon done. And Sponge just fishing for these little stuns. Not quite able to find them. Dudu on a flank angle here. And you're afforded this. Just has free entry into the enemy base. Is Pleta going to get hit by that extendo? Looked like he was kind of out of range. Doesn't really matter too much. Lord Dom's now completed for Teddy. 4 items for the Ashe. Is it going to matter? That is the real question, as Arrow is just going to sail by, not quite with the accuracy that he had in game number 1 in this game. Sometimes you just got to hope that they're going to connect, as now Handle looks for that angle, finds the knock-up as the Ram does come down. Good double onto Bulldog and Cuz, but do they have enough? The Stranglethorns come through, and Dudu, he has the Dominus, and he's looking for Teddy. Teddy's still able to do a fair bit of work here, but the Ornn, it's going to go down first, and now it's the Bulldog show. They take down Satab, and Kwangdong Freaks, I think they're done with game number 2, and it's going to be the decider between them and DRX in game number 3. A much better look than the team that is still vying for that last spot in the playoffs. Kwangdong Freaks not going to go down without a fight here in this one, although they are going to leave DRX's base for now, even though it is kind of just in tatters.
Yeah, Soul on the cards, triple inhib down. It's just a matter of finishing off the Nexus at this point. Kwangdong Freaks, after a shaky game 1 with the pressure on, managed to do basically everything they need now to win the game. I think DRX struggled to be able to answer this one, and you see once again, you know, the Ashe Arrow unfortunately doesn't connect, but they actually get CC on a Cousin Bulldog, but the follow-up just isn't there. The difference between game 1 and game 2, where when one bit of CC hits, they all hit, and this one where, you know, you get the ult from the Ornn, Pleta follows up with his ult, but the Stranglethorns comes down, and immediately you have to disengage. This situation's a little bit scrappy here, with both the Ricard and the Rector going super deep. The Bulldog eventually comes up just to finish things off. And now Ocean Soul in hand, and the base and tatters. Looks like they're going to wait for the Baron in 15 seconds. But DRX, they're going to have super minions pushing in. They want to make something happen now.
Yeah, Andel's going to get taken down to about half health here, as Leaper could be in a little bit of trouble, but he calls the curtains, and in comes Bulldog! The flash out from Teddy is decent, but he is eviscerated by the Stranglethorns. Bulldog now should be able to take down Sponge, who does look for a bit of a reset, but this is all she wrote here for game number 2. Kwangdong Freaks just take them down. Rascal will be chased out by Leaper here momentarily, but I think the base is what we need to be looking at, as Leaper doesn't have his flash, so can't actually get over the wall. And yeah, Captive Audience goes into the brush. That's going to give some vision, and Rascal will be taken down. The Nexus will follow suit, 14-3. Kwangdong Freaks will smash them here in game number 2, 35 minutes, and DRX now get to have one last shot at redemption in game number 3.
And I think Cuz and Bulldog, Cuz having a lot more agency this game, and Bulldog just playing the Zeri so much better than in that previous match. Really the 2 big globes for me from that game 1. But I think everyone obviously having a good performance. And for me, I think we saw DRX have so much success on the back of that late engage in game 1. The early Braum pick on 3, I think really hamstrung them a little bit. Struggled to deal with this Zyra, who just became such a problem. But it is now 1 apiece. DRX will have side selection for game 3, and the pressure is still on Quandong Freaks. If they lose today, they are out of playoff contention, and even if they win, they are not locked, but it just drastically, well, I mean, 0, anything above 0 is a drastic increase in odds.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Of course, it doesn't matter about game score, so even dropping a game in this series, it's not consequential at all. To Quandong Freaks, it's all about match score. They will always have a better game score than BNK, no matter what BNK does. And therefore, as long as they equalize on that match score, things should be okay. A victory in the next game is what it hinges on, though. If Quandong Freaks cannot get to equality alongside BNK, then they are out of a hope for the playoffs. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game number 2. We'll have the decider between DRX and Quandong Freaks.
자, 가. 맞아. 애쉬 노플. 나 뺄게. 천천히. 야, 이거 밀고. 데리봐줘. 텔 본다. 나 그거 끝내자. 끝내자. 나 얘만 잡자.
잡아. 기다려주자. 잡자 저거.
기다려.
은근 기세야 저것도.
어디? 뒤로 갔을 수도? 여기 안에 있나? 갔다 끝?
나 CS 먹고 식물 좀만.
나 CS 왕할래, 나.
나 골드킹 해볼래.
나도 골드킹.
정글 최초 골드킹 없나?
근데 이번에 보니까 그 LPL 올 프로가 나왔던데 난 사실 뭐 거기서 말하는 올 프로를 그렇게 뭐 믿지는 않아. 난 너네들을 믿거든. 각자 현 시점 리그별 올 프로 한 명씩 한번 뽑아보자.
자신감 넘치는 제가 먼저 하겠습니다.
그렇지. 먼저 시작해봐, ICS. 너 또 카드 꺼내서 보는 거 아니지?
카드
올
압수했습니다.
프로. 압수당했어?
압수당했습니다. 일단 탑에서의 퍼스트 임팩트입니다. 모두가 예상했겠지만 꾸준히 잘해주고 있고 한타를 할 때 뭐 뒤를 잡는 플레이라던가 본인이 해줘야 되는 역할을 좀 제대로 해주고 있습니다. 그리고 정글은 레버. 최근에 AP 정글 폼 나쁘지 않습니다. 사실 정글 라인이 조금 애매합니다.
헬리오 스페셜 엄티는 애매하다.
애매한데
엄티 어차피 APA가 월드 보내준다.
냉정하게 좀 분석을 했을 때 블레버가 좀 더 교전을 잘합니다.
굉장히 뭐 깻잎 한 장 차이지만
그렇습니다.
본인이 보기엔 블레버 낫다.
한 끗 차이였습니다.
한 끗 차이로.
그리고 미드는 이게 정말 힘들었습니다. 미드 고르는 게.
그래도 지 우림파는데 커드 뽑지 않았겠어?
아니, 저는
커드겠지.
힘들었다고 하는 거 보니까
커드도 이거 볼 텐데.
솔로캐도 땄고.
미드를 땄으니까 솔로킬 한번 두조편 그냥 엉덩이 들썩들썩 하는 거. 미드는 쿼드 뽑았습니다.
진짜 커드 뽑았네.
아니 근데 진짜 잘해가지고.
그거 알았다고. 그럼 바텀으로 가볼까?
그리고 원딜은 C9의 버서커.
버서커.
계속 공격적인 모습 보여주고 있고 플라이 퀘스트가 원래 게임을 이길 때 구도가 바텀이 세서 많이 이기는 구도가 많았는데 이번 C9의 바텀을 만났을 때는 쪽을 못 썼습니다. 그 정도로 버서커의 라인전 실력과 한타력이 뛰어나기 때문에 이건 아마 이견이 없을 것 같아요.
버서커.
마지막 서포터는 고제이지. 저와 또 한솥밥을 먹었던.
그러면 임팩트, 볼레버, 쿼드, 버서커, 코어제이, LCK 아닌가? 한국인이 4명인데.
이거 어떻게 된 거지?
이거 자, 다음 에리치 한번 들어볼까? 기대가 되는구만.
깔끔하게 가겠습니다. 탑 비비입니다. 어차피
블레이드.
유럽 탑 다 뒤죽박죽입니다 지금. 그 뒤죽박죽들 속에서 그래도 포텐셜 있는 게 비비입니다. 정글은 우리 라죽입니다. 라족이 보여준 퍼포먼스, 그 설계 능력, 초반에 스노볼 굴리는 건 정글 역할 크다고 생각해서 그래도 라족이다. 여기서 미드는 보드룸에 또 출연해줬던 휴머노이드.
휴머노이드.
그리고 바텀은 전 좀 묶어서 봐야 된다 생각하는데 G2가 오락가락하지만 한스랑 미키가 받는 게 맞지 않나.
한미연합.
그리고 LPL 기대가 되는구만.
정말 뽑기 어려웠습니다. 제가 뽑은 LPL 올프로는 빈, 디안, 스카웃, 룰러, 메이코입니다. DLG의 본체 빈.
네.
오.
아, 여기 뭐 벌써 이름 하나 나올 때마다
장수가 한 명씩 나오는 거야.
무게감이 다르.
정규 시즌의 절대자 해왕 티안.
근데
그건
정규
맞긴 해.
시즌의 절대자라는 수식어 뭐지?
올프로니까.
정규 시즌은
정규
잘하시잖아.
시즌으로-
그리고 미드는 강팀전에서의 크랙 그 자체 스카웃으로 가겠습니다.
스카우 안정감 있지.
원딜은 솔직히 말해서 사심 조금 들어가긴 했는데
사심 들어. 잠깐만 사심 빼고
사심 빼고
빨리 솔직히 네 속마음을 얘기해. 편하게 얘기해.
사실 갈라가 제일 잘했습니다.
그럼 갈라로 해, 이 자식아. 뭐 사심을 넣고 그래. 자, 원딜은 갈라.
서폿은 중체포 메이코로 가겠습니다.
메이코. 야, 이러면 유일한 또 한국인이 여기는 스카웃이네.
근데 확실히 LPL은 장수 네임밸류가 좀
이렇게 팀 짜면 되게 무섭겠는데.
지금 이 올프로끼리 붙으면 뭐 LPL 일단 세 보이는데 LEC랑 만약에 LCS 붙으면 누가 이길 것 같나?
그래도 LCS가
그래도
국장님.
LC가 이기죠.
재밌는데 이거.
이렇게 올프로 붙으면 좀 재밌긴 하네.
국장님 근데 이렇게 끝입니까? 국장님이 LCK 올프로도 뽑아야 되는 거 아니에요?
오!
내가 여기서 LCK 올프로 공개해버리면 오히려 우리의 정보를 남에게 넘겨주는 거 아닌가?
근데 그럼 페이크를
그러니까 나보고
거짓 정보를
거짓
흘려라.
정보를 흘려라. 그럼 네가 한번 거짓 정보로 교란시켜줘봐.
우리 베가스가
베가스가 꼽은 LCK의 올프로. 자, 탑 누군가?
근데 저는 이거
진짜 LCK는 따로 있다.
아니, 아니.
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
I know there weren't a lot of kills in that one, but promise us, I promise you, there was a lot of intention between all of that CSing for both of these squads. Again, Kwangdong Freaks playoff lives are on the line, and DRX, if they won, you know, that would have been their last game. One more game here for Rascal and the crew as Kwangdong Freaks are able to battle back and make it 1-1. Dagon here in the space alongside the Valdanalist and Wolf to break down that last game. It was a little slower, but almost like hesitant. It felt like both teams were just holding back here, Valdez.
Yeah, it just felt like Quantum Freaks, you know, tournament life on the line. They really don't want to lose. They have a lead. They want to hold on to it desperately, so they didn't want to do anything. And the DRX from behind with a comp that had, you know, Ornn and Ashe, but were very behind, and they didn't really find good angles to engage. They were like, we can't really do anything either.
Yeah, let's take a look at the draft because I feel like, you know, I kind of disagree with what Ox said about the draft because he was like, oh, they have the Braum this time. Feels like and with the Ornn here, they don't have necessarily a draft that's so pigeonholed on those Ashe engages, but I feel like you've taken away the Leona, so the follow-up isn't there. The Ornn follow-up can be there and can help you set up team fights, but you don't have that same instant, I got a target with an arrow, we all follow through and they die setup in this one. I think it's a different version of that, so there certainly are some strengths to having this Ornn and the late game that he's going to provide. But the macro in this game just didn't back it up. They fell so far behind without kills, basically losing objectives, losing turrets, that the Zarya was just so online so early that the game just felt unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the follow-up. We're seeing this Viego into Zyra once again, and this is something that I think really doesn't belong too much in this kind of draft. I mean, you do have double AD carry, but after the engage, the Viego has to go in, and the rest of the team is kind of just like sitting back, like, okay, we don't really want to as well. And especially from behind, I think if you're ahead, the Viego could pop off, but once they got behind, he just felt so useless.
Yeah, we were joking about it. Paper Viego, every time it went on in, it was very, very much caution to the wind, and, you know, he was getting torn up. We were asking constantly, hey, is this highlight one? Is this highlight one? Because we had a lot of like quick skirmishes, but nothing that was definitive until highlight one, 28 minutes in the mid lane, forcing their hand were Guangdong Freaks, and DRX did not have the answer.
Yeah, at some point, you know, Drake's up. They don't want to give all of the Ocean Drakes over, so they try to group a mid and get Prio, and they just kind of get demolished. And on the side of Quantum Freaks, you know, they open up the Jhin, they have the Rakan to go forward, they have enough engage to actually pull the trigger, and, you know, it wasn't a very flashy highlight, but it was kind of what started the action in this game.
I feel like you have to be way more decisive if you're going to play a comp like this too. And when you're behind, if Bulldog's flanking like that, maybe jump on top of him and blow him up. Be ready to actually, at the snap of your fingers, toss that Ashe arrow in and look for a turn, because otherwise, if you just sit back forever, there is an element of scaling with the ornaments, but it's not just a, aha, late game, we win, like a Smolder can give you or a Senna can give you. So they really needed to grab the bull by the horns at some point, and it just didn't happen.
It wasn't in this game here, Wolf. Let's take a look at highlight number 2. On the top side of the map, after taking that fight 2 minutes earlier, then DRX tried to pull the trigger, just a little too late here.
Yeah, this fight, I mean, actually looked not so bad. You know, they got a couple of health bars low, but at the end of the day, once again, it just ended up Leaper, you know, with the amount of farm that he had in this game, a lot of kills. He was just able to open up and do insane amounts of damage. Really nice snipe on the backside of this one as well. And again, you know, it's not a super flashy fight. It was really Guangdong Freaks waiting for pretty much like the 95%er of a team fight. And there were some iffy moments as well in this game, but these were the 2 team fights where Guangdong Freaks really put it together solidly.
There was just no pressure on the map for Sponge whatsoever. Like, you look at that fight and you're like, man, how did Dudu have a GA on Renekton without killing anybody or really doing anything the whole game? Just farmed hard, got a lot of turrets, got a lot of plates. I just feel like there needs to be more proactivity. You didn't have the pick comp. Maybe in game 3, they should look for that chain CC again.
All right, well, let's take a look at the POG here from game number 2 for the Guangdong Freaks, keeping their playoff hopes alive, and it's the Zeri in the mid lane. And the key to most of their success, it's Bulldog. He got shut down in game 1, but had a good game 2 here.
Yeah, this time looked much better on this area, and I think it was just a lot less threats, and especially from ahead, it's easy to look a little bit better on this area. You kind of just ult and you move forward. It feels a little bit like a boom boom damage vote, but at the end of the day, you know, everybody else was just kind of a role player, and Bulldog was really doing a good job with his positioning.
I really feel like the game was kind of defined by the front line setting him up for doing damage, and he played on the edge of a lot of these team fights, you know, like this, but you can see there's just not a lot of ways to lock down the Zeri. Last time he got caught a lot, this time he played it much better, and then just didn't have the follow-up that they did in game 1.
And that was going to be my point here. It feels like if DRX are going to win, they have to be the proactive team. They have to be the ones that are making plays. We take a look at it. All right, You know what? Ox and media, that's right.
Honorary media. I thought the cuz votes were
fine, but it's just really funny that it's Ox and 3 media.
Ox and media yet again. Daniel,
Again.
media, Ox, Harrison.
I thought it was going to be a really split vote all over the place, to be honest. I didn't really know where we were going to go. I thought Bulldog was kind of the cop-out vote, but I guess maybe everybody else thought, oh, this will be the safe one.
Hey, chat, let's put it in there. Ox sausage, and Mediox. All of those work pretty well here. As again, game number 3 here. If DRX want to find themselves a win, they need to be the proactive team. Guangdong Freaks proving they are the better team if nothing happens. But, you know, what do you want to see here from Guangdong Freaks to close it on out and keep their playoff hopes alive here, Valdez?
I personally didn't really like CV Max's approach in game 1. I think that giving over way too many pieces of basically the perfect pick comp in this meta is a bit too much, and I think he needs to look at that for game 3.
All right, well, let's see what CV Max and the rest of the Guangdong Freaks are cooking up here for their playoff hopes. Game number 3, let's get to it.
Thank you very much, T-Gun and the gang. And Orcs, like, you got to talk to Right Media and just tell him, like, he's got to go back to the weird stuff because it's starting to look a bit obvious.
Look, all I'm going to say is, you know, I have strong opinions on my votes. Why vote once when I can vote 4 times, you know?
It's a good point.
Just wasn't enough this time, you know?
Just how strong your opinions are does not dictate the amount of votes that you need to have, though.
Well, you know, I've appreciated having the back end of media. It worked in game 1.
That is true. That is true. We'll see whether it's going to work in game 3 as we dive into the draft here and see what DRX are going to be able to do on the blue side once again. It is probably going to be Nidalee Maokai and Yone Lilia. I think that those bans will probably stick around, but it's what happens after that I'm really interested in, as Leona going to be the first adaptation. See, it's still Cassante on blue.
I'm not a huge fan of the Cassante ban. I actually think the compositions DRX has been playing, I think Zyra would have made more sense as a ban in this situation. Really just targeting Cuz completely. I'm not sure I'd be like dude is good in Cassante, don't get me wrong, but I think you can play into it, you know. It's not like this unbeatable pick.
Yeah.
With the Rumble ban, they will go for that Renekton first pick though, kind of matching what Quandon Freaks did. Now though, Quandon Freaks, you know, they have a really comfortable position because they get kind of picked top lane. They can also potentially pick up something for Bulldog on 3. You know, if DRX take Corki again, they can go Zeri, and they can get kind of pick support. So, you know, not sure this Renekton's worth it. And I think they should have denied the Zyra. I think it's going to make things difficult.
Yeah.
You know, already for the Renekton, trying to get in against a Zyra with all the plans to strangle Thorns, just a pain.
Yeah, I think first pick Renekton really does get very, very punished by the Zyra. And it wasn't something that DRX kind of looked at. The Ashe was left up and available, things like this. And so they went to that instead and were kind of punished. This could actually be Zyra Ashe for the Ashe denial if they don't want Teddy to get back on that champion once again. I almost guarantee that he's going to be picking up that champ if it is left up for him. But instead, the Poppy the consideration, and it's going to be locked in.
It's a flex, you know, you can take it top into the Renekton, you can take it support. We've seen her have a lot of success there, but also this is just painfully unfun for a Renekton, you know, off the bat. Now they will go for the Lilia that has been left open, they will go for the Ashe as well, so still got a bit of that engage potential. Looks like Ashe Jhin is just going to be the trade-off throughout this entire series. And especially, it's now really dangerous because obviously the Poppy can play top into the Renekton, but you can kind of ban away some of the supports that would pair with the Ashe that aren't that are good into Poppy, and then leave open ones like Alistar can obviously have a bit of a rough time in a Poppy. You can really make sure Andal has a good matchup there. I will say though, DRX, you have the opportunity to ban away Zeri from Bulldog. Probably best to do that.
As continuing to have a look here at what is going to be taken away, the Yasuo removed.
Yeah, so I guess concerned about the other Wind Brother potentially into if they're going to go for a marksman mid. Maybe Bulldog expects the ban for the expects the Zeri ban and thinks he'll take Corki. And we've seen Yasuo picked a lot into the Corki. We'll have to see how that pans out.
I'm a bit perplexed because I see no knockups on the side of DRX, so there's not a lot of Yasuo synergy that's sort of...
Well, actually, if they picked Yasuo, then they would have the Yasuo knockup.
That is true. He can set it up for himself. That is definitely a thing.
I presumably probably would pick some knockups. No, but I think it's more about the lane match. We've seen, particularly if you're picking Corki, the Yasuo can actually have a lot of pressure on that lane once he gets Wind Wall. We've seen so many, like putting the Wind Wall in front of the tower to deny the wave after clearing it out. It's quite a pain. We'll see if they opt to ban the Corki this situation, or they ban some supports away. They're going to ban the Rel.
Yeah,
denying that from Pleta.
Yeah, so Alistar sort of the last bastion of engage.
Alistar and a Poppy feel a
true.
bit bad.
Tristana removed from Bulldog. So his 80 carries of choice have been taken away, and so Corki, the pretty obvious choice here.
Yeah, I think this was telegraphed a bit by the Yasuo ban, and they expected DRX to shorten the pool, so they're like, well, we'll just take Corki then. We can also play that. And now it really comes down to what Satab's going to play. Looks like Han is going to be the pick for Pleta in this situation.
That does not feel fantastic.
You're going to get mangled by Zyra and Poppy, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, this... You know,
Smolder mid lane.
They were like, hey, look, Ornn wasn't enough late game for us. We need a little bit more late game. Lock in the Smolder. If it goes late, we have pretty powerful pick. And also, when it comes to following up on engages, the Smolder, the center of the ultimate, does so much damage late game.
Yeah.
So if an Ashe Arrow hits and you ult on top of it, they will just get chunked. So we'll see how Satab can do with that into the Corki. looking for an option for Pleta right now. They go for the Nautilus. I'm going to be honest, Nautilus also going to have a rough time into Zyra and Poppy, but real talk, I'm not sure if there's anything Pleta could pick that has Engage and wouldn't get mangled. It does look, however, though, it's going to be like it's going to be this Poppy top, and they'll go for the Alistar in the bot lane. And at least on Nautilus, you know, even if you do get one shot, you can still just press R and hope your team wins off the back of that.
Yeah, and I think as soon as the Poppy was locked in, a lot of people's minds probably went to Dudu playing it because he has been a bit of a fan of Poppy top for quite some time. But holding on to that flex until the very end was really, really smart because they could have put that into the bottom lane if they liked the look of the matchups. I still kind of like what we're seeing out of DRX. The problem is, I'm still seeing a Zyra on the other side, right? I'm still seeing a lot of power and priority for Cuz coming out of the jungle, and he has been the linchpin for this team. And when he does have agency, so scary. This is a bit of a worry for DRX, looking for that final match win to go out with a bang in this regular season. There is no other opportunity. It is now or never.
I will say, though, the Lilia can clear very fast, so it's not like Zyra is going to have a huge edge in that department. You have the Renekton into the tank in the top lane, so hopefully we'll see Rascal able to do well there. Bot lane, Alistar's a bit weaker in the early levels, so you know, you have the pressure, you have a jungle who can keep up, and importantly, when it comes to those engages, you have things that can follow up. It's not just about CC following up, but also being able to throw the ult from Satab, or even, you know, if a bowling ball from Lilia connects into a sleep, can be a pretty fantastic one. So I think they didn't have the Braum. That was a bit of a liability last game. I think they have some better tools now.
Yeah.
Quandar Freaks still have that Zyra in their pocket.
Certainly some more follow-up options here for DRX in this game. We'll see whether Cuz can do it again or whether it's DRX finding their first win as we jump onto the rift for Game 3. Oh, Guangdong fans extremely loud with playoffs on their minds, wanting to try and get themselves one step closer, put the pressure all on BNK Fearex to win against T1 in order to get them in there. Otherwise, Guangdong Freaks, just the biggest T1 fans in the universe, hoping that they can pick up that win. Bit on the line, of course, for T1 as well. Assuming KT can take down DK. But that's a rough assumption, absolutely. If you are a KT fan and you notice the fact that KT currently has a 0 scoreline as far as the game score is concerned, means that, yeah, it's a rough bet to take.
Yeah, I mean, T1 only need one game to lock in fourth, so even if they lose that series, still have the potential to lock that in. But yeah, I mean, it all rests for Corner Freaks. You do not want to lose this series and get knocked out of playoffs. You really still going to be...
That's an early flash, and a lot of oohs coming from the Korean broadcast as well. I could hear those.
Yeah. I mean, it's never a good feeling when your fate's out of your hands, but that is the best case scenario for Quandong Freaks, right? They win this, and they have to just sit there and pray. You'd much rather be able to win and that get you into playoffs, but they don't have that luxury anymore, so the best they can hope is to keep themselves alive for now. And the fact that DRX already have a bit of advantage in the bot lane thanks to that Q from Pleta. Now looking for more. Remember, the Ashe so strong level 1.
Yeah, and Leapers, it's going to be more difficult for him to reliably follow up. Dancing Grenade not really doing too much to Pleta here, who will now comfortably be able to take down this ward and grab control. So DRX have had a lot of control in this bottom lane, and once again, Sponge is in the enemy jungle.
You know, I feel like there's been this looming threat of a dive basically every game this series, but they've never gone for it. I would love to see them, this be the time they capitalize. Now Rascal are in the danger zone.
Yeah, we've seen this one before. We'll see whether Rascal can play back as Dudu. Level 2s for everyone, and very patient is Cuz. Rascal looking to try and get that stun as the Q does come on through. The slice makes it out, and he will flash, but keeps himself alive this time.
Yeah, ends up trying to wait for the W from the Poppy to fade out before he can use the second E, but unfortunately he just couldn't wait long enough. Ends up having to burn the flash there, and the wave is in a pretty rough spot as well. Sponge will find Cuz though.
Yep, Sponge just going to flap his way over, or spin his way over. And looking for a bowling ball, does not get it, as the blue buff loses patience, and Cuz gonna wrap around and look for that angle once again. Blue buff versus red buff here.
This is dangerous because Bulldog has prio, but it looks like he's focused on applying pressure mid. He's not going to move over. Sponge can smite this. He does do so.
Yep, doesn't want to risk the plant stealing things away. And it looks like Sponge might also be able to get this Rift Scuttler as well, so a little bit of extra power. And you mentioned already that Lilia can stand her own when it comes to clearing out minions as fast as the Zyra.
It's actually ahead because of the invade. So we've seen the invades happen every game, and it felt like Cuz was able to just kind of manage, balance out the farm. But this is the first time where actually Cuz has been kind of denied a fair bit. Now he's sitting, waiting for a camp to spawn. Never a good feeling, you know, especially as a Zyra. The whole thing with Zyra is you clear so fast, even with the full jungle, you'll clear it and have bonus time to do things. The fact he's now sitting and waiting for it to spawn is not where you want it to be.
This is also not where Andal really wants to be either, as the Ignite goes down onto Leaper. Remember, he doesn't have the flash, and Teddy throwing out as much as he can. Andal going to flash away, but there's the hook onto Leaper. Is it first blood? And it is! Almost looking for another one as a flash forward, and Teddy will pick up a double.
Gets the double kill, will go down, but Alistair gets the gold, and now
Rascal. He's in a little bit of trouble here. The flash does come out, and Rascal slicing and dicing, and he's going to be totally fine. Lilia turns up and says, "You'll be okay, mate."
This is supposed to be the counterpunch for Quandong Freaks. Okay, bot, bit of a disaster, but it's fine. We're making things happen top. Apparently not. Rascal manages to navigate that. Sponge comes to save the day. And it's a pretty beautiful play for the side of DRX. We'll see in this one. Planet gets that initial Q onto Andal, and they go for a bit of a short trade, get the poke down. The Q is burnt though, and then burns the cleanse from Leaper, then throws down the Ignite. So it has to burn fully. Andal getting lower and lower, and he has to flash this Q he knows is coming, but that means Leaper now going to go down. This Ashe doing so much damage, and then here, Teddy thinks he can get one more auto, realizes he can't, he's like, whatever, I'm flashing for it. He does go down the Ignite, but at the end of the day, it's waves denied. It's 2 kills for the Ashe versus 1 kill for the Alistair. DRX more than happy with that one.
Yep, absolutely massive, and now Teddy has the Berserker's Greaves, and he's feeling very, very good about how this bottom lane is going. Bulldog starting to struggle a little bit as well in this matchup. We saw BDD, the one that debuted this Smolder in the mid lane. Since then, we have seen another one. And it does kind of work out after you get a few buttons online, as Cuz kind of getting bullied out by this Lilia right now. Sponge just kind of all over the map as the Hex flash in from Andal. Because he has the button, he may as well press it, and that is Gromp secured. Bulldog now possibly in trouble, sneezed on here by Satab as Mom gets mad. Bulldog will be able to survive, but it's more stacks. The more they do battle here in this mid lane, the happier the Smolder is. Another hook. This one, is this consequential? Okay, it might be. Headbutt Pulp does come on through as Andal taking a lot of damage. Leaper now going to be at the forefront of the attention. All right, can they get the Renekton in here in time? Is Sponge going down so incredibly low? The Valkyrie forward, and Bulldog does lock down the Lilia. Cuz gonna get sliced up though, and Rascal gets one for himself. You saw the idea there a little bit early on Sponge, but still, it is a 1-for-1. Not a lot of mana as Bulldog still flashing for the kill, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. Still, that is one auto, and Satab would have been dead. He is all out of potions. And he's still going to be sticking around. Sneezes on the minions. I am very frightened for this guy. As Bulldog also takes a bit of damage from that Q. But I don't think Satab is in range. Bulldog just waiting for Phosphorus Bomb mana to come through, because that and an auto. And I think Satab is very dead.
The Valkyrie mana, pretty expensive. So trying to wait for that. We do see Sponge coming in. Sponge does have ult and flash. So he can kill Bulldog if he wants to. But he's like, no, you got this, Satab. I've got someone to be.
Yeah, he just kind of wants to kill Cuz or just steal away his stuff. And stealing his stuff is going to be what happens. As Zyra losing her camps is a weird thing.
You know, this is kind of what I wanted from Sponge when they were doing the invades in the earlier games, and it felt like I said it particularly in game 1, it's like they weren't really capitalizing. This is capitalizing.
Well, another arrow going to hit. He's only level 5! And the Alistair is going to go down. Eventually, there he goes. Teddy going to be able to lock that one down as now Sponge, the rampage continues as Bambi frolics into the mid lane. Does get the flash over the wall. He's going to put the man to sleep. Watch out, Eep is exactly that. And Corky didn't watch out, as it turns out. 5-2 now for DRX.
And what a glow up for Sponge. What a performance to deny Quandong Freak's playoffs. He has stepped up massively because he's trying to do these grubs, but Sponge is coming.
Yep, the hawk shot is going to spot him out. I think one is all he's going to be able to get, and maybe he is just dead. The flash comes forward. They do manage to get the keeper's verdict, but Dudu doesn't have the steadfast presence, so isn't able to keep the Zyra alive. The dominance comes through from Rascal. Cole, the Meek, gets most of his health bar back. And Dudu, yeah, he was thinking about a heroic charge, but it just doesn't feel that heroic right now against this big crocodile.
And I tell you, Cuz is feeling meek at the moment. 34 CS, 0-2-1. He's always been a standout for this Quandong Freaks lineup. He's been so good in the jungle. Oh, Satan.
You were right about the middle of the ultimate.
Yeah, does a fair bit, and this is only early on. But yeah, Cuz has always been a standout for this roster, but he is being challenged this game with Quandong Freaks' playoff hopes on the line. He is struggling.
He is being dominated. I mean, it's 65-38. That is just a lot more camps. And look at this, Sponge just comes on over. Yeah, Bulldog does get the mana finally for that Valkyrie that you were asking for, but the flash immediately and cannot click. See, he was almost around. Like, he was trying to turn that plane, couldn't click the auto.
Now, planes notoriously take a pretty wide beard to actually turn around, so...
That flash was actually perfectly angled from Rascal as well to flash in range of an auto and out of range of a Grasping Roots.
And you know, I think it was actually Sponge who picked up the kill there as well with the burn. So this Lilia having a Leandries already.
Good lord.
Is just giga-fed. And Teddy, you know, I feel like we've been focusing a lot on the jungle matchup, understandably. But look, the gold lead is the same in the bot lane. Teddy and Pled have just been dominating the 2v2.
And I think that this has something to do with Pleta being back on an engage support.
Man,
these are the two champions that DRX are winning these early games on has been Leona and Nautilus. The only two champions Pleta has won on this season. I'm glad that they went back to the Nort this time around as Satab. Oh dear, he's just dead. Really, really dead.
Yeah. Well,
that wasn't even really a jump scare. That was just a jump acknowledgement. As, all right, Sponge going to take a fair bit of damage here. The depth charge does come on through. Pleta able to soak a few of those bullets.
It was a bit of a whiff with on the stationary target from Teddy with the arrow. We've seen better arrows from him, I'll say for sure.
Sometimes you just can't quite calculate the cone in time.
He's somewhere in that direction.
Yeah.
I'll give it a go.
So not quite able to do it like he wanted to. Is Rascal in a bit of trouble here against Dudu? Does have the Dominus, so he's just going to press that button, and Dudu loses the trade. But still, ultimate now on cooldown. Dudu does have the Keeper's Verdict. So still looking fine here towards the top side. Not a massive CS advantage or anything like that for the Renekton. I think Dudu's done a great job just within the lane, isolated. But 1-0-1 for the Renekton, he's still going to be a big deal. Satab just didn't think there were bad guys here, but there were bad guys there.
Yep. Looks like if you eat a full combo from a Zyra and Corky also Foss bombs you, then you do die. So we learned that. Not really new information, but you have to make it clear. But still, pressure in favor of DRX. 2,000 gold lead, Dragon in pocket. Got a grub advantage as well.
And if they're able to grab another few grubs, it's going to be pretty powerful here as Bulldog, not going to get bowled at. That one's a gutter ball for now. And Teddy picking up his Kraken Slayer. It's going to make this Ashe extremely strong. Immediately moves towards the mid lane. And I think this is a huge spike for DRX to play around. I think that it might just be a straight up mistake if Quandong Freaks try and fight for these grubs. Oh my goodness, Rascal getting plates, demolishing turrets, and Dudu moving down towards his bottom lane. Does have teleport up and available. That makes me feel like Quandong Freaks are going to do their very best to try and contest this. But I still feel like it might be a risk too far.
Especially dangerous when you're on red side. I feel like DRX can just wait for Quandong Freaks to go onto the objective, and then easy opportunity to line up. You're going to have to dodge Ashe arrows, you're going to have to dodge Nautilus hooks, bowling balls. Any of these connect on a Cuz, and he's just immediately going to get wiped off the map.
Well, Leaper now just trying to deal with Teddy as he pushes out this top wave. And Pleta just patrolling the area. And Rascal will be able to pick up this wave. So equalized as far as the teleports are concerned, as Dudu behind the turret down here with his Barmy Cinder burning up these creeps. I don't think Rascal's going to be too worried about it. He's just going to do the same thing. As Bulldog and Satab It is going to be a wave advantage as Sponge does take down the first grub, but now the teleport comes in for the Renekton. Leaper can actually influence the fight from very long way away with that curtain call, but the arrow is going to connect onto Cuz. Curtains do get called, but Mum does too. And now the slicing and dicing will start. Cuz gets cut up first. Rascal now trying to deal with Dudu as it's a bloodbath in the pit. Bulldog trying to keep himself alive, but it's Satab that's stacking and killing here in the pit. Dudu trying to get himself out of there, and he will be successful, but not in the fight. It's just a wipe for DRX.
And once again, Teddy, it's not even just the fact he hits the arrows, it's the fact he's always firing them through terrain. So from the perspective of the other person, you don't see them until it's way too late. It's so hard to deal with. Once again, a good lead off. I also have to praise Rascal there for sidestepping Dudu's ult. And this is kind of Quantum Freaks fall into the trap. The Zyra ends up sort of against this wall. You don't have directions to dodge into. The arrow
I didn't even see the arrow, not gonna lie.
Immediate follow-up, Pleta CC's Cuz and ult Bulldog. Bulldog has to flash away, but we see Cuz immediately taken down by Rascal. And then Bulldog, you've now flashed and Valkyrie. You're in a pit with a low health Alistair. There's really just not much you can do in this situation. And we see Dudu and Leaper just run away, but another big win for DRX. 3,500 gold lead, and you look at the distribution across the board. It's not a situation where it's like, okay, we'll just kill Sponge. Sponge is fed, because Rascal's fed, Teddy's fed, Satab is Molder, so he will be an issue later no matter what. And it is looking disastrous for Quantum Freaks right now. They don't get a second chance. They don't get another opportunity. Their playoff lives rest on this singular game. You know, you can't be like, well, we'll just try again in the next series. We made some mistakes in the early game. It's no problem. They don't get a second chance. They have to give everything on this game.
And already, they are very far behind. Rift Herald going to be started up here as Bulldog taking a bit of damage here by Satab, who does just have to flap away. Because, of course, Corki in a straight-up 1v1 is going to be very, very deadly.
Doesn't have his ult yet, but a lot of what we often see is like the weak side Smolder just ult the wave to clear it, but unfortunately it's not available. We'll be there for like a subsequent wave, but it looks like the tower's just going to be gone there. So good play from Quantum Freaks to punish there, but they will lose the Rift Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Sorry, lose the Rift Herald, which I expect will be used in the mid lane.
I think you were just getting a little bit ahead of yourself because I agree. I think Sponge is probably just going to throw this one down and try and lock up that turret. They should be able to also get the top outer as Dudu did decide to go back home.
Yeah, especially as they can see them on the Dragon, but they're like, no, we want to make something happen. Bowling Ball?
Bowling Ball will connect on the Leaper here as the Drake will go down, but now the engage has started. Andal with the ultimate, and that's the interrupt, and a massive knock-up from Pleta. Cuz is going to get eaten by the Dragon. It is a Chemtech Soul, but I don't care if you're distracted, Orcs, because I was too. A massive team fight once again for DRX.
Second you put Pleta on a champion with agency, he just takes over games. Sponge, though, doing a fantastic job there as well, but they're just picking Quantum Freaks apart. We're going to see the tower go down. They might even get a tier 2. There's Smold on the bot lane as well. This could be... Doesn't look like it's going to be a triple tower take, but it will get another charge. And things are quickly getting worse and worse for the side of Quantum Freaks.
Oh, man. This is the DRX that we were missing every single other game this round robin.
Pleta burns the ult from the Alistair initially. Andal just combos Pleta, but the TP doesn't come. The triple knock-up bowling ball. Beautiful coming out from DRX. And honestly, I think Quantum Freaks just have to be happy they didn't lose more members, because that could have easily been like a triple kill, quadra kill on the back of that.
Yeah. Secret Agent Pleta now, 006. I believe that's Sean Bean, Electrovellion from GoldenEye, being represented here by that scoreline. And I'm a big fan of that actor. I'm a big fan of Pleta in this game as well. He is playing exceptionally well. And we'll see whether he's going to have any more for us.
Sponge, I mean, I feel like Sponge has had so many rough performances this season.
Yeah.
A lot of people look at him as potentially being one of the weaker points of the team, because, you know, people do sing the praise of Teddy and Pleta a lot, but Sponge in this game has really come alive.
He's making us realize why Quantum Freaks were banning Lilia every single game, as now Pleta finds a max range hook. Of course he does, as Andal going to have to flash to get himself out of the way of that one, but the arrow will of course find him. He has to press the ultimate in order to get out, but the Keeper's Verdict is not going to connect. Grasping Roots does come on through, and Pleta going to have to just put up the anchor to get himself out of there. Not wanting to risk anything, he is just going to flash his way out. And DRX are going to be kept away for now, but that's without Rascal there. So he is looking to take down an inner turret.
Yeah, you know, DRX throwing a lot of abilities out, trying to burn what they can, trying to find angles on the Quantum Freaks. They don't succeed in getting anyone, but they'll just take a tier 2 in the bot lane for Rascal. He's just vibing, having a great time. Black Cleaver and Sterex already before he took that tower.
Yeah, and I want to say as well, on the subject of Rascal, that last teleport was everything that we've wanted out of Rascal all season. Because so many of the teleports from this guy have been that little bit too late or that little bit too early, or he teleports in and they don't even really want to fight. We even saw it on the Ornn in the last game. The last one around the Herald Pit was just gorgeous from Rascal. Really shows that they have been, you know, putting in the hours, and it's never too late, you know? I mean, it is too late for winning the LCK. They're not going to be able to do it this season, but it's definitely looking better for next year in theory.
Yep.
So
I think Rascal needed a series like this.
Oh, 100%.
Really need a series like this, just showing the sort of level of play we've known him for historically. And it's also one of those things where, you know, I'll bring it up again, people are always like, well, if you're not in playoffs, if you know you can't make it, how serious are you going to take the matches? These teams really always take it seriously. There's so much pride on the line. And DRX, they're not playing for their own hopes, but they are certainly doing their best to try and quash Quantum Freaks just to show what they can do.
And just to show that you can't get into the playoffs for free.
Oh, no.
Everyone has to earn it, no matter who you're against. And we've seen like trap game after trap game this season. I mean, T1 losing to Nongshim, like KT losing to Bro, like so many of these games where if you let your guard down for even a second, for even a single series, it could mean your entire playoff hopes. And that is precisely what Quandong Freaks are dealing with right now. They could still win this game. Don't get me wrong, it's only 20 minutes in. It is a 5,000 gold lead, close to 6. It is still theoretically doable. Their Nexus is up, but it's looking so dire.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is, you know, obviously it's a Chemtech Soul, which gives you time because it's not a huge priority contested, but it also means Quandong Freaks can't, you know, try and stack dragons themselves as an answer, and they are against a Smolder. So the game is on a timer. You know, it's going to get harder and harder as it goes on dealing with that dragon. And as a result, Quantum Freaks, it's not a matter of waiting for a better opportunity. They're going to have to start trying to force some opportunities sooner rather than later.
Well, now DRX just probably going to move over towards this dragon that's going to be spawning in 7 seconds' time. And I don't know whether this is one that you really want to pin your hopes on. I think Satab looking to try and farm some more of these stacks without a chew.
It's one of those things where,
yeah, depth charge range does come on through, and Rascal rotating over at exactly the right time. Mom flies down. That's going to soften them up, but no big engage as the arrow will connect. But onto Andal, not really one that you want to be fighting. Lilting Lullaby still up and available.
Oh, Satab just hit the spike. He's past 225 stacks already.
He's a monster. And it's only 21 minutes into the game. My goodness, there's the flash forward from Dudu. The knockup on a Rascal is gigantic, but so is he. Oh God, this Renekton is so big, and now he's just having a party in the backline. Bulldog goes down, and Sponge is an absolute monster, spinning around doing donuts on Quandong Freaks right now as Leaper is burning, burning, burning. And he will be able to keep himself alive thanks to the fleet footwork. But DRX, they don't care about that. They're looking for a Baron.
I think Quantum Freaks, they knew, like, time was running out. We have to try and make something happen. The dragon itself isn't a consequential thing, but we need to find a fight.
There is a dragon that's consequential in this game, though.
Oh, certainly is. Satab hitting that spike already is such a big threat. But I want to give credit to Rascal here because Dudu sees this angle, gets on top of Satab, and Rascal's like, I've got you, buddy. I'm here. I'll block the Jin shots. I'll be the disruption. And then Satab can reposition, keep firing these shots over. And we see Sponge come in with his big ult.
Somewhere there is a Chronicler so incredibly proud of Sponge right now. And I can feel it. Like he's sitting at home, the happiest version of Chronicler that you could ever imagine.
Yeah, he's vibing. He's usually a viber, but he's definitely vibing.
Oh
now.
yeah, this is the most vibing that he's done in a really long time, since the last time a Challenger team won. It's probably Nongshim, so it was quite
Since
reasonable.
the last time a former challenger jungler has looked good.
Yeah, precisely. Satab, the cast curse is pretty powerful here. Oh god, he has to flash. Satab almost just kills Cuz 1v3, and now Rascal's looking to finish the job. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to work because Cuz is kind of kiting him out, and the Renekton's going to go down as well. DRX, I don't think conga lining one after the other is going to be the answer here, especially when you got a Baron to hold on to. I apologize, DRX fans, for everything that we just said in a positive manner towards DRX, and we will not mention it again, as the Rebel Baron power play is now equalized.
Yeah, I think... Oh no, they get Sponge as well. He's got a big shutdown.
Yeah, he's really fast.
Oh.
Was
I don't think he got that.
I don't think so either. I think that might have been Bulldog.
It's fine. From DRX's perspective, yes, a bit of a throw, but they still have so many scaling elements to the composition, but it is a little bit of a crack. And Quantum Freaks, you get anything, you get any opportunity like that, you definitely need to capitalize. They will now be able to pick up Dragon, but again, this is, you know, it's one of those things where DRX can't threaten a big soul because there isn't one, but it also means that the Quantum Freaks start to get dragons, they don't have that big win con. But we see here, Satab still does so much despite nearly being down. That arrow hit, I think Cuz is just dead, but then Rascal comes in a bit late. You can see he wants to get on a Cuz, but oh no.
There's another arrow. Watch out, Eve does 50% of Bulldog's health bar. And there he goes.
Looked a lot easier for them to kill Bulldog than it did for Quantum Freaks to kill Satab. I wonder why.
Mid lane is face checking, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 1-for-1 on that front in the last few seconds. We're going to equalize. So we do have that Rebel Baron power play getting back up to the positive numbers here. It's still not massive or anything like that. And now Rascal could be in a little bit of trouble. Dominus is going to get popped, but with the steadfast presence, it's really difficult for him to get himself around. He's slicing, he's dicing, and Kuldameek does do a fair bit of work as Leaper is in trouble. But still, they do manage to get through the Crocodile. They're going to sacrifice their inhibitor in the top lane for it.
Yeah, look, DRX always taking the tier 2, but it's one of those situations you're like, hey, we can give it the tier 2, get something mid. But they took so long to do it, they end up losing the inhib, which obviously feels a lot worse.
I think there might have been a Worth typed in all chat after that one, and Rascal's probably grinning ear to ear.
Yeah. Someone says, look top, by the way. In fairness, they get the mid tier 1, so maybe Quantum Freak's not feeling so bad about it. Another Teddy Arrow. I mean,
this guy.
I think you're learning a lesson about not giving him the Ashe, but you're learning it too late because this is our last game of the season.
No other team was doing it.
Yeah.
Quantum Freaks just didn't quite get the memo. The problem is, right, is that it's the Ashe, it's the Lilia as well, and I actually think that the Leona ban makes a fair bit of sense based on what we saw in game number 1. That's just a lot of things.
Yeah. I mean, it also makes you think because they have denied it, right? Because they had opportunity in the draft. They could have picked it up on their 1-2, but instead didn't, and are paying for it here. Obviously, in game 2, they managed to deal with it, but still, the value of this Ashe with the follow-up is big. Satab, 268 stacks. He is becoming extremely problematic.
Yes. Thankfully, he's in a side lane as Rascal now possibly caught out once again. Dominus up and available, and he is just going to set up the slice and dice onto Andal. He's going to have to flash forward to look for it. Doesn't actually headbutt Bold. Does come on in, and that is Leaper locking down the kill on the Croc, who holds on to his flash.
Okay, they got him, and they shouldn't lose a bot inhib, so...
Is this a Renekton for inhibitor once again situation?
Not quite. They got him a bit faster. Satab's going to TP out of this situation. Yeah, so I'm not going to sit here and say that Renekton continuously dying is meaningless. It definitely is good for Quantum Freaks to find in these picks, but you know, it's good, but it's still, they're getting kills. They're not really translating too much off it. I think getting the mid-tier 1 was the big thing that they got before this kill. But yeah, Rascal definitely just leading the charge a bit with his body and regretting it significantly.
Yeah, not exactly the greatest look. That's okay, Rascal going to be up again in 1 second's time. Does have teleport to get himself back onto the map if he needs it. But you can see a bit of a stagnation on the gold advantage, which ticked up towards 8.7k at its apex. That's it's a pretty large lead for sub 30 minutes. And DRX now just looking for this next Baron. Feels like theirs only just wore off, but it's going to be coming up in 30 seconds time. The Drake pretty much forgotten right now, as Hextech not something that we see a lot of teams really fighting for.
Chemtech.
Sorry, Chemtech.
Yeah, you said Hextech.
Hextech is one that you would be fighting for.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Baron up to
Apologies.
20 seconds, and it's difficult to approach. I mean, you have Dudu, who's just picked up Jackshow, and you have Andal, who's quite tanky. They need to try and find a way in. But you see some TP Wood angles. Maybe Dudu, if he can find a way to come in from the flank, could be something. But it is difficult.
Yeah, Andal does at least get some control of this brush over here, but everything else is looking very, very dark. And there's one of the scrying orbs down. They still have Leapers up and available if they do want to check out this Baron pit. As Rascal, Spear of Sojourn now in his back pocket. This is a battle croc as he's making his way back out of base. The bounties are set up though, and there is that final Scryer's orb to go down here. Control Wood into the back of the pit, but you can see DRX. They just kind of wanted two-man this Baron. And Pleta is going to set up a bit of a tank for it. Cuz is going to be there as Grasping Roots does come on through. Pleta very tanky here.
With the Megacon on the other side and also playing into a Zyra, it's very hard to go over that wall yourself and like deny Cuz, just because you'll get Strangled Thorns, you'll get Poppy Slammed, all sorts. So they're just trying to see if they can burn resources, maybe get Dudu's teleport. They aren't able to. So they'll go for a reset, look towards the Dragon, likely pick that one up. The Chemtech Dragon, not the Dragon in the mid lane.
Yep.
But yeah, I think DRX, they know they're in a position of strength here. Don't need to do anything crazy right now. And they can just keep farming up. It will be a very slow eld if we get to that point. But they'll just stack up the dragons in the meantime regardless.
Yep. They'll stack up at least one of the dragons. That is absolutely for sure. Who's behind about 50 CS, but it feels like it doesn't really matter too much. As a bit of a battle for the mid lane priority, but the Drake is still just going down for free. As we can see, Bowling Ball is going to sail by, just to remind everyone that Lilia does exist. The Baron, Dragon will be secure. The Chemtech one, not the Hextech one. It's the tech at the end that really gets me.
Yeah.
And I prefer to be saying Hextech, let's be honest. Chemtech is just a little bit less interesting. Okay, here's a bit of a wraparound from Andal. He's on vision pretty early in this one as the flash out from Teddy gets him into a decent position, but can't say the same for Pleta. Mom comes down. Arrow is going to go wide this time, though. And Bulldog is able to keep himself alive. DRX showing a few cracks in the armor right now.
Is this enough? They're trying to bait them into the Baron area to make something happen. You can see Bulldog going for the recall, the TP in. I think they're saying, look, we only took out the support, but this might be the best shot we're going to get. We've got to make it happen.
Yeah, Sponge is still very, very scary, but 4 versus 5, this is a very, very dangerous option. Still, you got to throw a Hail Mary if you're this far behind, and there's the Headbutt Pulverize. It's going to connect onto the Renekton. There's Andal trying to take matters into his own hands. The curtain's being called there, and Sponge will be able to tank it up as the Baron's still going here. And it looks like they're just going to have to give it up exactly, and Quantum Freaks, against the flow of the game, will be able to take Baron number 2.
Incrementally getting closer and closer, finding angles, and now the Baron in pocket. Suddenly Quantum Freaks, it feels like they've come alive in this one, given an opportunity. Satab going to continue farming.
I think someone reminded them that you don't have a chance of playoffs if you don't win this series.
Yeah, you don't get a second opportunity, so they find an angle, they manage to get this great pick onto Pleta. Andal doing a fantastic job. Right as Pleta goes in, he comes through. Pleta probably could have flashed the headbutt, but ends up holding off, goes down. And fortunately, the arrow doesn't connect on a Bulldog, so good moves there. And now Teddy should be able to get away.
Yeah, spots out Andal there with the Scry's Orb. And so now, the Baron is on the Quandong Freaks. We're going to see what they can do with it. No more bounties up and available. They actually dissipated almost as soon as that Baron went down. So unfortunately not going to be able to get the maximum. And there is still like, this is still DRX's game to lose, even though there is a Baron. But we'll see what Quantum Freaks can actually do with this map control that they're going to be able to eke out for themselves. The equalization of dragons means that there's no sort of soul to be set up from this one. Still, DRX on the defense. See what they can actually save here. As their counter siege, not exactly the greatest. Not a massive amount of range necessarily for effective damage, outside of, I guess, Satab pressing Q on things.
Yeah, he can't just spam Q on the wave, which is pretty effective, but it does take a while still to cut through them. See Rascal just holding mid here against Dudu.
Yep.
Power is getting lower and lower, though.
They do manage to get towards the souped-up Siege Minion. but it's already done a heck of a lot of work. As you can see here, this inner turret in a lot of trouble. The top lane is well and truly in Quantum Freaks' side of the map, and that is going to be the inner turret falling in the mid lane. Dudu possibly in trouble as Steadfast Presence comes down. The dice is going to be interrupted, but not the hook, and the depth charge is going to deny any follow-up from Bulldog. Mom gets angry, Handle going down low, and Rascal continuing to wrap around, looking for these angles. And Sponge is so fast, and he's out very, very quickly as well. He's fast and squishy.
Yeah, Bulldog very dangerous still, and it feels like this game, you know, for something that seemed like a sure done deal, Quantum Freak's really posing so much threat right now. They managed to burn through the Poppy prior to that, but we end up in a situation where it just can't do much more than this. You'll see the follow-up from Pleta right after the Steadfast Presence is gone. Just again, engaging on the Zyra once your tools, your main tools have gone down, it's so risky, and this Corki does so much damage. Sponge quickly regrets it.
Yeah, Sponge, is at least able to trot his way out of there, or prance his way out of there, as Deer tend to do. And DRX back out onto the map once again. No more Barons for anyone. And let's see who's going to be able to set up for the next fight around it. As 4 items complete for both of our AD carries, even the one in the mid lane on the side of the Quandong Freaks. Satab still yet to put his Leandries together, which will mean that the burn is just going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Interesting, he's going for the Leandries now instead of the Rapid Fire. I feel like the Rapid Fire, just to get the extra range on those Qs, could have been a bit more higher value here. Especially because one of the things is that, you know, Satab's going to be doing a ton of damage, Teddy is too, but Bulldog and Leaper both have Rapid Fires, so they can kind of get that burst down from a greater distance when it comes to setting up these plays. Now, they are setting up for Dragon. You can see Rascal on a flank, but Quandong Freaks have control of the area. Approaching a Zyra can be very difficult, and Rascal's in trouble!
Yep, he's just going to get heroically charged. Good flash out, but he still had to invest it. And DRX now moving towards the Quandong Freaks. I don't think as he gets his health bar back in again. This Dragon isn't one that they're going to be able to fight over, but now DRX with control of the area, and the curtains have been called. Not really doing anything consequential right now. And Teddy just throwing out these volleys. Bulldog possibly in trouble, is immediately going to get out of there. The depth charge is going to come through, and Mum just comes down and cooks him. The Corki is dead once again, as a Chu does rain on over, and Andil, he gets back in there, I think realizes that he's probably just definitely dead.
This could be it!
And Leaper! Oh god, this Dragon just does so much. Still Dudu is able to kill Teddy on the back end of the fight. Kinda massive there as a flash forward from Sponge. He has to go golden, the hook comes on through as Rascal, everyone just trying to pile in enough damage onto Dudu, who's so incredibly tanky. I think they're going to need Satab if they want to kill him, and I think that they might be able to do so. The heroic charge over the wall is fantastic. And there it is. DRX do manage to take him down finally, and they win out in the fight.
But it takes long enough time that I don't think DRX can really capitalize on it. They will be able to look towards getting Baron control, but Doodle will be up in time with teleport. A very scrappy end of the fight. We'll see here, Pleta manages to find an angle. Teddy gets the ult. The cleanse comes through, but Pleta follows up. Mom does the final job, and then here Cuz again with a big Stranglethorns to kind of delay DRX, but it doesn't end up being enough this time. Teddy sees blood in the water, chases down Andal. The follow-up isn't there as well, and Satab is just such a massive threat. You can see Leaper throws the fourth shot into it, but immediately has to run away.
Oh man, Dudu's such a hero. You saw it in the zoom out there, flashes the wall to take out Teddy. And then it is an absolute cacophony. Like this guy's Poppy has always been really good, and he's so incredibly tanky this game. I feel like it's creating the most problems for DRX this time around. And thankfully we're able to blow up Bulldog before the fight even had a chance to honestly start.
Yeah, I mean, we do not have the Leandries from Satab, so his damage is really, really kicking up at this point.
Ow.
Yeah, there's Bane starting to hit.
Ow.
Remember, look at the summoners on the side of Freaks.
He's at 50%.
That's how it goes sometimes. No one has flash apart from Andil.
All right, Pleta also in trouble as Bulldog is very dangerous himself. The curtains are being called as Pleta, he can't afford to tank too many more of these shots as Rascal takes one of them. Mum gets mad, and Leaper, he might just have to go home.
It's so hard to deal with because even when you feel like you're making a good play for Quandong Freaks, if Seitab fires a big ult back in return, you can just decimate half your team. So threatening. Cladder's going to heal up with the Warmogs.
Yeah.
So if the ball and ball lands, you're always in such a precarious position. It's on a knife's edge. Quandong Freaks need this win if they want to make it to playoffs. Do or die at this moment.
Yep, and if Rascal wants to get a match win in this season, they need to take this game as well. DRX, I mean, at least with Frog, they were able to get a couple.
Oh, look at Dudu.
Not too many, and Dudu on that flank angle, but walks towards this control ward, spots it out with that sweeper. Isn't actually able to clear it or anything like that, but knows that he's been spotted on the flank. Quandong Freaks with so much vision control around this Baron. They do so much damage to it as well. You can see that control ward inside the pit. That's going to be removed, and now everything just goes dark. DRX face checking right now. So many control wards in here, so much to get through. As Leaper back at full health as he's walked back from base.
See Andal looking, he's the one with flash, he's trying to find angles.
Yep, there's the pulverize, it's going to connect onto two. The slice comes forward as Sponge is looking to try and dance around this fight, can put them to sleep as the arrow is immediately cleansed once again. Rascal goes down and Seitab wasn't even there for this one. As Quandong Freaks, I think realizing that a Nexus for Baron trade isn't one that they can really do, and they are just going to be able to take this one down. It's just that one pick, and they get their second Baron.
Yep, they managed to find the angles. It looks so precarious, but Seitab was on the reset, and Rascal gets caught out. There's Renekton not really holding up in the later stages of the game. You'll see in the situation, we see a great opportunity for Mandel, the Strangle Thorns on top of it. They try and focus down on a Sponge. He's able to disengage.
Yeah, the Keeper's Verdict, phenomenal onto Seitab. That's why he had to teleport back in, but the fight was already done.
Okay. Yeah, the ult coming out from Dudu, pretty big there. Didn't see that one first time round, but yeah, pretty fantastic. And showing the value of the Poppy in these late game situations. Oh my god, that bin!
Yeah, my goodness.
He does have a lot of sustain.
Still looking for a few more here. So Baroned up minions, not really a big deal, I guess.
That's the thing, as they're approaching full build, Teddy is full build already. It's Seitab who's just getting stronger and stronger. It is going to potentially be sold for Quandong Freaks if they can get this dragon. There's only a Chemtech though, not the end of the world if DRX give it up.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to give everything for this, but still, a soul will be big. And getting more healing, more shielding, certainly going to be valuable here. I don't really see a Morellonomicon or anything like that. It's Lord Doms that Teddy went for as well. As Bulldog looking to get rid of Rascal.
Look at Andal, he's got flash.
Yep, he's on a control ward, so they know exactly where he is. As Seitab inside the pit right now. There's a pulverize, but it's not the biggest. It is going to be the secure there for Sponge, and now the curtains have been called. Bomb gets gigantic crocodile gets into the back line. Bulldog trying to kite it out, but of course the anchor is going to land. And there is Rascal securing it. Still, Leaper, can you actually be the hero? Can he find it? 280 carries against one. And I don't know whether Leaper likes these odds. Flap, flap, and oh god, this small dragon is actually much larger. The crocodile is dead, so at least he takes him down. But Seitab and Teddy are now going to get to work on the base.
And this should be enough, because it's going to be up in 25. Andal is up in 15. It's no longer a question if can they defend. They have to just do everything they can. Andal has to buy time. The 80 carries looking to end this game and Quandong Freaks' playoff chances.
Yeah, they're going to do so much damage to these turrets. The first one's going to go down in the blink of an eye. 1 second, and Andal is going to be back up again. They want to make sure that they're not tanking up this turret. As okay, never mind. The arrow is going to connect. Andal's just going to get eaten by a dragon. Now it's Coz's turn. Can you stop this from going down? Remember, this is the playoff hopes of the Quandong Freaks. The Nexus is being focused. Coz is going to go down, and DRX will say not today to the Quandong Freaks. You cannot underestimate any team in the LCK.
Their last series of the split, Rascal with a huge loss streak going into this one. No stakes for them. You know, no playoffs to play for. They deny Quandong Freaks. They refuse to go down quietly, and they get a massive win just to prove that they can.
Yep. Teddy as well with a big bow towards Andal and Leaper there, as acknowledging the fact that, you know, they were able to take them down beforehand. They were tough opposition, and DRX, they will go out with a bang. Look at that massive smile on Sponge's face. On the other side, though, devastation for the Quandong Freaks. This was the one that they thought they were going to be able to get, as there's the big grin from the man. And look at, like, I do not blame anyone that's in tears right now. Like, even though this is just a win when you have no stakes, when there's no opportunity to go towards playoffs or anything more, no Worlds qualifier, no nothing, it still means so much for a team that's been doing nothing but losing.
Yep, and you can just see it in their faces and the reactions to everything. It means so much to them. They don't need to be told this is going to get you in the playoffs, this is going to mean you have this many percentage odds. They just need to get that victory screen. That's all they needed.
Yep.
But it had a pretty fantastic performance. Got that POG in Game 1. I think for me in Game 3, I mean, a lot of people had pretty good games. Sponge had a pretty fantastic one. Real glow up there.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of the players in this team we will be seeing again next year. And a nice high to end it on. We will be getting full team interviews after this, as this is their last series.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from all of them.
And I'm looking forward to hearing from DRX. It could have been a really sad story for them, but going out with a win means that everyone can have a smile as they do have that conversation. On the side of the Kwangdong Freaks are going to be a much more somber atmosphere as we have now welcomed BNK FearX to the playoffs. They're going to be our final seed. Bit of a wild card there as well, meaning that we'll get a rematch of that matchup between, I mean, most likely between DK and BNK, which was a nail-biter. Probably the best game of the year so far for me was that game number 2.
Oh yeah. So it does mean that we'll have our playoff teams settled at this point. But I feel like BNK FearX, even though they didn't do the work on today, they got backed up by DRX. They definitely had such a big upswing in the second round robin, definitely deserved this. And Kwangdong Freaks, bit of a heartbreaker. And they really made this game competitive. You have to give credit to them because the early game was a complete disaster. The early game made it look like it was going to be a complete blowout. They refused to give up until the final seconds of the game, till Cuz flashing in at the end to try and defend the Nexus when it seemed impossible. They never gave up on this one, but DRX really had a strong start and had the scaling insurance of the Smolder, so we see a lot of these positive plays early on. That great combo from the early game, which feels so far away. But then as the game went on, as mistakes started to happen, as Kwangdong Freaks made it competitive, I feel like the Dragon really started to show up.
It did. Andal had a great flank in this play, really split things up there. Caused just the deletion of Pleta, and these Barons just started to fall over and over again. The power of the Poppy for engaged denial, for making these fights unfair for DRX to play out. It was starting to look like the team fights were just going Kwangdong's way.
Yeah, and I got to give credit to Andal. These past 3 clips really making good plays with his engages. A player who's sometimes struggled with the pressure, still managing to do his job here, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough in this situation. Satap coming in with a big ult, gets the Achu onto the Jin there, and then Dudu trying to teleport out, knows the fight is doomed but can't do anything more.
Yep, and then it was just Leaper against the world. Was able to take Rascal in the end. The cheeky Rascal teleporting in just so that he could give Leaper one final kill in this one. I think he probably would have just burned down. But that is fine. DRX with just Satap and Teddy should have been able to get this one done as we have a listen as they march down the bottom lane. I think Teddy just trying to keep Satap's head clear, you know, using that veteran status.
Yeah, trying to use the shield from the Bloodthirster there just to tank up the tower as much as possible. Keep the minions alive. They know they need them up.
Yeah. Bloodthirster actually doing a lot of work for Teddy here. He went down to below half health, but then immediately back up again.
Yeah, and immediately Cuz one-shots the wave, but it's unfortunately too late. He tries to go into Teddy.
And the slight sidestep there from Teddy, and able to stay in range of the Nexus, and that is the main thing. As we have a look at the damage done, Bulldog did do the most. He was absolutely massive in this one, but in the end, I think a little bit more consequential was that of DRX being able to just lock down that in the team fights. Was really, like, honestly, was just a great series from DRX, and I don't think the Kwangdong Freaks were quite expecting the step up in performance that DRX showed today.
Yeah, and I think if this hadn't been Kwangdong Freaks' playoff chance on the line, we just had great series, both teams played well, you know, just it was a really fun one to watch, but just the fact that they missed out, you can tell this is going to weigh so heavily on them. It's really sad because, you know, this team has had some fantastic highs, and I think Cuz in particular had a rough game 3, but is a player who has really stood out on this roster, so I hope he doesn't weigh that on himself too heavily, because I think he obviously had a rough early game, but did his best throughout.
Yep, and we are going to be hearing from the full teams of both DRX and Kwangdong Freaks, but that is after we check in with the space. So take it away, Digon.
Thank you very much, guys. What a thrilling conclusion to the season here for DRX, and an unfortunate conclusion here for the Kwangdong Freaks. Welcome back to Space. Things are flipping out here. Stegon alongside series for all of us to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that game should have been as close as it was, but DRX, they got a very nice lead, and then they kind of stagnated a little bit. There were a bunch of picks that we saw onto Rascal, and we were thinking Quantum Freaks are actually going to come back and maybe earn a ticket into playoffs, potentially, but it wasn't enough by the end of it all.
I did mention in our draft for Game 2, I was like, oh, you're sitting back with this comp with the orange doesn't kind of automatically win if Kwangdong is playing slow. The Smolder that they actually picked this time around kind of should in these cases. I think that Setap had a really fast stack build. It's not the fastest we've ever seen, but a little bit ahead of par. So he was able to get his stacks online, hit that breaking point, but it wasn't really about the scaling in this comp. It was about the jungle power that we saw with this Lilia coming through for Sponge, and also some picks that happened in the early game. Teddy being super proactive on the bottom side. And Kwangdong Freaks, the pressure was on them. It wasn't on DRX. I feel like they really underperformed in this series. Let the pressure get to them. Dropped the ball. Their late game, they certainly did get it back together. Picked Rascal a ton, but it wasn't ultimately enough because there was just way too much scaling on DRX's composition.
Yeah, especially when you get ahead with the Smolder so you can stack so quickly. And the Lilia, Sponge, I mean, he was just owning the entire early game. This guy was everywhere, even shutting down the Zyra as well. So it was really nice to see that as an answer pick to the Zyra instead of stuff like Viego, which we have been seeing a lot and not been happy with. So glad he went for that pick. He looked fantastic on it in this game.
Well, this one went past 40 minutes. Lots of highlights for you, so let's take a look at them. First one, 13 minutes at the Herald fight, and this is where Kwangdong Freaks tried to get themselves in, but you see the power of DRX.
This fight is really split up here, and even though they have the Zyra ultimate, it's really, I think, somewhat tricky. Like, the way Smolder actually fights these early games, not quite the same as Zeri, but can really be powerful with that ultimate in some early skirmishes, and I think they're really just underestimated that. They didn't have the setup to actually take this fight, but I feel like they felt priced into it because they're like, we got to get control of these early objectives. We cannot let this Smolder just sit back and scale. We need to be the ones grabbing onto the game early, so they hard forced it and got punished.
Yeah, it was definitely a very messy fight. You even saw Dudu miss his ult there, so this giant Renekton is just zoning everybody on the right side of the fight away. It was just kind of a very clean fight for DRX, and you felt from there, that was our original highlight too. We were like, oh, this game is just over from here already. That's not the way it played out, though.
Yeah, no. Here you go. Second highlight in the mid lane. You're starting to see, wow, if DRX could play like this all the time, you see how the comps work on out.
Yeah, it's a really well set up fight to start this one off with Leaper having the perfect angle here, but unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, this is when Smolder hits his breaking point at 21 minutes. This is the first team fight where he actually has his stacks online. He does so much damage when they turn. It allows Sponge to then come in there and clean up because he's super fast, super fed on this Lilia. Kind of a 1-2 punch there. Really like the idea of how they set that fight up. Really nice arc there from Leaper, but they're just too far behind. Again, if they were ahead, if they had a big tempo advantage, maybe they could have set that fight up the way they wanted to, even on the objective. It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I think especially with their Zyra behind, they just didn't quite have enough damage, right? Like, they were behind as well, and you were trying to target down one guy. You had the edge with the Poppy and the Alistar, but they just couldn't quite get across that line. If they get that, maybe they get some resets, maybe they can continue to feed, but it just it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, but then after that, the Buki stuff started to happen. And picks one after the other onto Rascal, bring Kwangdong back into this game. They get Baron 1. Then 6 minutes later, they get Baron 2. They force a fight here at the Soul at 40 minutes, and things go completely out of control here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really big ultimate coming through from Poppy that splits the fight up, but Setab can actually still rejoin with Mom, basically. And look at this extremely... I'm sure he got picked a few times, was shut down, and actually gave Kwangdong a window back into this game, but in this final fight, he's just so difficult to deal with. And even with knocking Setab out, which they did in the previous fight as well, he's still able to rejoin. He can get over that wall. He can make a big impact with his ultimate. They don't have a traditional AD carry. They have Corki, who does a decent amount of damage in bursts, and then they have Jin, so the comp falls apart like a stack of dominoes, or like dominoes lined up, I should say, when that fight doesn't go exactly the way they want, or they don't get that initial pick.
Yeah, it was just a very close fight. We got to give credit for Quantum Freaks to making it to that fight and actually having a chance. I think that DRX some mistakes along the way, but yeah, just the power of Smolder and good positioning is enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, again, huge props to DRX with no playoff implications on the line here compared to Guangdong Freaks, who had everything to play for in terms of the rest of the split, but it goes the way of DRX. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 3, this decisive one, and it goes to Theodore. Teddy on the bottom side of the map, getting it done on the Ashe, very much like he did in game number 1. POG candidate in game number 1 gets it here in game 3.
Yeah, I think a little bit less of like the playmaking Teddy and more of just like the late game carry Teddy, and also early game skirmishing Teddy. You know, he got a lot of kills. He got this double kill. We were talking about how this wasn't necessarily worth, but that's no matter. You know, he gets this nice arrow onto Bulldog as well, so he did that as well in this game. And yeah, just very consistent. You know, only 2 deaths in this very long game.
Yeah, I mean, just a pretty fantastic performance this entire series as well on the Ashe. Wasn't able to get the POG in game 1 because it went to his support, but he had a great game there as well. Pretty consistent from this guy. I voted for Smolder. I voted for Satab. I thought he had a pretty large impact. He scaled really well. And we have some jungle votes, which is what you and I were expecting. We thought we were going to be the outliers to the jungle votes.
Even a Rascal vote. After all the picks, they said, no, this guy is just in the front. He's doing his job. He had a good early game, right? I don't even mind it that much. I think this was one of those games where it was pretty difficult to find the exact one guy that deserved it, so I like the smattering of votes.
He did get onto the back line, I think, in the last team fight there to really solidify the win. But, you know, VN Cast, they couldn't find the bot button. They found the top button instead. I mean, things are kind of going topsy-turvy anyway,
So many of our teams, once they got eliminated from playoffs, the pressure was off, played so much better. Like, we saw this from Bro. We saw this from Nongshim. Now we've seen it from DRX. If teams can just figure out how to kind of break out of their own headspace when they're on those loss streaks and actually find these types of performances, maybe we could see next year a roster like this one make that playoff run. It's a maybe, but could happen.
It's definitely a maybe. I think that, you know, it still comes down to, you know, the everyday mechanics, how the team plays out as a team, but the mental aspect is always underrated. So I'm glad that you do point it out, Wolf. And, you know, sometimes the teams have good days and you say, hey, they really popped off. That was amazing. That really just comes down to their mental ability to just reset and have a great day on that day. But unfortunately, we get some days like this with Quantum Freaks as well.
Yeah, well, their season is now over, which means we will hear from all the teams whose seasons are done. So right now we have interview translations standing by with Ji-sun. Ji-sun, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-match interview joined by the entire team. First off, I want to have a chat with the DRX players, the winner of today's match. We are here joined by Rascal, Frog, Sponge, Satab, Yehu, Teddy, and Pleta. Congratulations on the win, guys. So Rascal, you have completed all of the matches of 2024 season. How did you approach today's final game? This summer, I have not achieved a single victory, so I really wanted to get a win today. I mean, the previous match and the one before, I was expecting at least 1 or 2 game wins, but I lost again. So I was having a little hope for winning today, and then thankfully my teammates were stepping up for me, and we finally won. I'm so happy. Yeah, you secured your first win in the last match of the season. It must feel very special. There have been a lot of tough moments for you this season, especially. How did you stay strong? I mean, our team house, you know, is very bright thanks to all the young boys, you know, trying to stay happy and trying to kind of cheer each other up. So I also wanted to keep the same vibe with them. Then please say, is there anything you want to say to your teammates who gave their best until the very end? Looking back at 3 or 4 years of my career recently, I think, I don't know if I was supposed to have this much of a laugh considering the run today, I mean this season, but still, thanks to them, we were having a great time together, so I want to say thank you to all of my boys. And Frog, you were called up and spent the season with DRX as a new member. What kind of experience was this summer for you? Thanks to having Rascal, a very experienced veteran on the top lane, I was able to learn so much in-game and also outside of the game because he also gave me so many life lessons. And based on this experience, what kind of performance would you like to show in the future? Based on the lessons that I learned from Rascal, the great player, I want to make sure that I can come back stronger next year. Now, Sponge. So last spring season was the first season that you performed in the LCK, and this is your second one. How did you look back at it? It was definitely a big honor for me to be part of this league, and thanks to, the great members, I was able to learn so much about the game and also about life as a whole. So regardless of the results, I think just this year as a whole would be a kind of a very valuable year for me. And Sponge. So you had such a deep champion pool throughout the season, and today you also played Lilia. So you play total of 16 champions, the most among all of the LCK junglers. What's the secret to having such a wide champion pool? Well, in fact, I was not aware that I was picking a lot of different champions. There's not a secret behind this. You just gotta practice many different champions. And lastly, anything you want to say to all the DRX fans? Thank you for your support throughout the season and also today. I hope I can come back with a better performance next season. Now, Setep. So you were playing for the team at the latter half of the summer season and showed great performance. How do you feel about ending with a win? I mean, in Game 3, we were very, very leading the game, and then there was a one big throw, but thanks to my teammates, we were able to still win the game. You must have had a lot of experience earned this summer. So is there one area where you were able to grow up a lot? I want to say mentality, Also, my performance, I think I got a lot of takeaways from both CL and the LCK. Now, a lot of Korean fans are calling me as the Mr. Tap Tap. So anything you want to say to all the fans out there? I really wanted to get a win today. I just wanted to show my fans that we can also win. So I'm very relieved that we managed to pull it off. Thank you so much for your support. It's been a great help for us. Now, Yehu, as the mid laner of DRX, you were having a lot of long time on the main roster for the season. How do you look back at it? I just want to be helpful for the team, so I played a lot of scrims. We tried to have a lot of communications as well, but sadly, I was not able to play as well on stage, so I think I left a lot to be desired. Then, is there anything you want to say to all the people that has been cheering for you and will cheer for you in the future? I have always appreciated the amount of support and love coming from the fans, so one day I hope I can repay all of the love and support back to my fans. Teddy, in Game 3, you won a POG on Ashe, and you are closing out the summer season with a victory. How do you feel?
승리로
At least, you know, we get to end the year and the season with a win. And I even got a POG. It feels amazing.
그런데 이번 서머 때 좀 건강 이슈도 있었던
And in the
만큼
middle of
많은
the
팬분들이 좀
season,
걱정을 많이 하셨을
just
것
so
같아요.
recently, you
또
had
오늘
some health
승리로 기쁜
issues
것도
as
있으실 텐데요.
well,
많은 감정
which must have
가지실
been
것
very
같은데
frustrating for you as
돌아보면 좀
well. So,
어떠셨을까요?
how would you like to look back at the entire season?
조심을 좀 해야 될 것 같다고 생각을
Watch
했고요.
out for the food you
식중독을
take,
좀
you know?
벌려가지고
Food poisoning is a
조심히
thing.
얘기한 것 같아서 좀잘
So, you have to be careful, especially under this weather.
꼭 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
네.
이번 서머에도 라스칼 선수와 함께 팀에서 좀
And with
베테랑으로
you
활약을
and
해주셨는데요.
Rascal were able
팀원들에게
to
한마디
kind of
해주시죠.
lead the team as the oldest members. So anything you want to say to all the young boys on your team?
되게 같이 재밌게
I think we had a fantastic time together throughout the year. We all worked so hard. We were giving out our all, so no regrets left behind. I think I will kind of always remember this year that we spent together.
정규 시즌 마지막 경기를 승리로 이끄셨는데요.
And Pleta,
감독에게 제대로
you
고춧가루
were
뿌린
the
소감
POG in
어떠셨나요?
game number 1, and you were able to get a win up against Kwangdong Freak, which could be a little bit of an upset. So how does it feel?
시즌 마지막 경기이기도
On my
하고
way to the venue,
최대한 저희가
I was thinking to myself, because this is the last match of the year, I just wanted to play with confidence, and it kind of showed in game as well, so I'm pretty happy with that.
치열했던 3세트였습니다.
Game 3 was also very intense. When did you feel certain of victory? I think there was two turning points. First one was when Sponge, at around 4 or 5 minute mark, he already said jungle is over. So I pressed tab, and then the CS gap was insane. So I also thought the game was over. And the second turning point was throughout the laning phase, I was just able to somehow land most of my Qs and hook the enemy. So we were getting a lot of leads. We were even getting kills in lane. So after that, I was pretty confident that with the amount of priority we have, we will be able to get a win. And you and Teddy were the solid duo in the bottom lane. What was the most memorable moment for you guys?
이번 서머 시즌 이제 폭스 전에 첫 경기 했을 때
I think the first matchup against DRX,
진성이 형이 이제
Teddy in game 2 on Kaisa, he was going for his own montage moment. So I think I was able to play up to that kind of gameplay level today. So, but still, I want to look back at the Kaisa game in that series. Any last words or resolution for your future? First off, you know, it's been amazing that we were able to close out the year with a victory, but in order to keep our fans happy and always smile, we have to do better next year as well. I'm gonna be grinding throughout the off season, so I will look forward to your continuous support. Lastly, back to Rascal as a leader and the captain of the team. Anything you want to say to all of the fans out there?
일단 포기하지 않고 응원해 주신 팬분들
First off,
정말 감사드리고
thank you so much for not giving up on us.
뭐 다른
Not only
사람들도
myself,
그럴
but
수도
I'm pretty
있겠지만
sure everyone else would feel the same that
프로를 시작하기 전에 뭔가
we
되게 저
never
스스로의 자신도
thought of
없고 저의 가치를
getting so
잘
much love and
모르는
support from
사람이었다고
someone
생각하면
else like this, you know, before going pro.
저도 그렇고
But
여기 있는 모두가
because of
되게
your support
가치 있고
and
소중한
love,
사람들이라고
I kind of realized that I'm a valuable person and we are a very, you know, valuable people. So I get to learn how to love myself because of the way you guys love us. So I wish you guys all the best. Thank you.
오늘 경기 승리한 DRX 선수분들 다시 한번
And
승리
that was the
축하드립니다.
entire DRX players after their victory today. Please give them a round of applause.
자 그리고 다음은 오늘 아쉽게 패배했지만 정규 시즌 마지막
And now we will be
경기까지
moving on
최선을
to the
다해준
Kwangdong
광동
Freaks
프릭스
team
선수
interview.
전원과 인터뷰 나눠보도록
Despite
할
today's
텐데요.
unfortunate loss,
광동
they
프릭스의
gave their
두두,
best until the
커즈,
very
불도,
last match of the regular
안들 선수
season.
모셔보겠습니다.
Please welcome Dudu, Cuz, Bulldog, Lipper, and Ando for the interview.
광동 프릭스 선수분들과 인터뷰 해보겠습니다.
We are now
안녕하세요.
joined by the full Kwangdong Freaks players. Thank you so much for joining
두두
us.
선수, 오늘 정말 아쉬운 패배를 맞이하게 됐습니다.
First off,
가장
Dudu,
아쉬운 점이
today's loss
있다면
must
무엇인가요?
be very hurtful for you guys. What was the most regrettable moment in the series?
최근에 좀 많았던 것 같은데
I think just recently, like including the past match and today as well.
좀만 더 잘했으면 이기는 경기가
Had I played a little better, our team could have won. So I just keep thinking of those moments.
그래도 끝까지 최선을 다해주신 모습이 정말 보기 좋았습니다.
Nevertheless, you guys were still giving your all until the very end. So I want to hear your resolutions for next year.
아쉬운 부분이 많이 생각이 들어서 이번
I just cannot stop thinking about what I left to be desired. So I'm just gonna look back at my own performance this season and try to come back stronger on those aspects.
커즈 선수 마지막 경기까지 고생 정말 많으셨습니다.
And cuz you have worked so hard until the very last match. Looking back, how was the summer regular season for you?
돌아보면서 저희가
Well, looking back at it, I think Kwangdong Freaks, we had a lot of ups and downs.
팬분들에게 감사하다고
I am very, very grateful for the fans because when we are not doing great, they still support us and shared the hard time together. And then when we are winning, still they were always there to support us and give us more energy to keep the momentum. So I'm very thankful.
시즌은 이제
I am very, very sorry that the season has stopped here, but
방법으로 팬분들한테
hopefully I can still keep in touch with all the fans and do our best as professional gamers.
정말 많은 힘을 얻으셨을 것 같습니다. 한 시즌 동안 고생한 팀원들에게도 한 말씀
Then
부탁드립니다.
anything you want to say to your teammates as well, who also worked so hard throughout the year?
두두는 이제 정말
Dudu, first off,
좀 듬직하게
he's a very solid, reliable player.
기둥
He's like a pillar of Kwangdong Freaks, you know.
해줘서 너무 고맙고
I'm very, very thankful that he has always worked so hard. Same for Bulldog. He's always grinding, always practicing. Watching him work so hard, I was able to also get motivations. And Lipper, he newly joined the team and he was working so hard, so I'm also very thankful for that. And also Andil, his macro plays and map plays are so on point. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, including everyone who worked for Kwangdong Freaks and coaching staff. So yeah, I'm very grateful for all the people around Kwangdong Freaks.
불독 선수 최근 경기마다 사실
Now, Bulldog,
좋은 모습
every time recently you have received multiple POGs and showed very, very impressive performance throughout the season. Well, it's very unfortunate that I was able to kind of get back on the track in the very end of the season, so that's a big bummer. And I just keep thinking of every matches that happened in round 1 and round 2, like the DRX match, the Bro match. I left so much to be desired. But still, you and your team worked so hard this year. So anything you want to say to all the Kwangdong fans? I am so grateful to see the fans coming to support us in the very last match as well. Thank you. Now moving on to Lipper, this summer season marked your debut, and we all know that you had many thoughts and concerns leading up to it. So how do you feel looking back at your debut season? So I just joined this summer season, so I didn't have much information or data. So I was feeling very sorry for my team who had to play alongside with me, but in the later half of the season, I finally got a grasp of it, and I kind of fully warmed up and adjusted to LCK. But it's a big bummer that I decided to join starting summer season. You know, I wish I just joined on the spring season, and I want to say thank you to the teammates who always waited for me. Then Lipper, anything you want to say to the fans who get to know you starting this season? I think most of the LCK fans who doesn't really watch other streamers are not familiar with me, or they were kind of feeling unfamiliar with me when I first joined the LCK, but ever since I started playing, I could feel so much support and love coming from the fans, so I'm very grateful. And if I get another chance, I want to come back better and come back with a stronger form. And Andil, this summer marked your first year anniversary since your debut. How do you feel after finishing the last match of the regular season? There were a lot of ups and downs, and we let our fans down so many times. Same. I also feel sorry for my team. I wish I played better, but it didn't really work out well, so it's a super disappointing season for myself, but I want to keep working hard in order to get rid of my weaknesses and come back stronger. And lastly, Andil, please share your resolution for the future. I think as a professional player, you have to take care of yourself, your performance, your kind of condition, your health. I hope that none of this repeats next year. Finally, as the captain of Kwangdong Freaks, Cuz, anything you want to say to wrap up this interview? This summer and also the spring season, you guys are always supporting me, so I'm very, very grateful. And that is everything I want to say to the fans. Thank you so much, everyone. Once again, please give a big round of applause to the Kwangdong Freaks players who gave their all until the very last match. And this will be the end of the post-match interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you for all those translations, Ji-sun. And again, we will not be seeing these teams for the rest of the split. Don't be sad that it's over. Be glad.
Playoff teams right there. Top 6. It's locked in.
Wolf, you interrupted. He was saying the line.
I was saying this stuff, Wolf. Okay.
Glad that it happened, right?
Yeah, be glad that it happened. All right, there's our playoff teams. It's all locked in except T1 and KT. For those of you that like some math, there is a possibility of tiebreakers. It is if T1 go 0-2 and KT go 2-0, and T1 are playing B and K.
You're saying there's stakes.
There are stakes still, Wolf, who was very upset that there are no stakes tomorrow.
Look, I really think, and I am very sad for the Kwangdong players, but I think this one should have been a pretty easy win. It's DRX. They choked. They're not in playoffs now. Tomorrow's match would have been the decider whether or not Kwangdong Freaks go in or not, but instead it's just going to be a pretty interesting matchup against T1. And like you said, tiebreakers could happen, but no playoff implications.
All right, well, cheers to all 10 players and coaches of these last two franchises as they will be taking the break for the rest of the split. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, GenG take on Nongshim for the final game of the day. See you in a little bit.
다시 올라왔습니다.
아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아온 이게
팬들을 극한의 하락과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
일단 팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
도성이야 우리번 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면은 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자.
I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no I'll never be a prisoner to your control. Hey, hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we fight. shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a straight daylight caught in our shadows, stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still here. interest in gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, a sight you won't believe. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Summer 2024. It is the last match of the evening, and we are starting relatively late because that first series was an absolute banger, and it went the distance. The upset complete now with DRX taking the win. We have another potential upset on our hands. This one, less implications. GenG definitely locked in the top spot, and Nongshim locked somewhere that's not playoffs. They're not going to fall below Bro though, so there's at least that.
There is less implications, but it would also be very funny.
It would absolutely be funny, especially given the track record between these two teams. Do you know how many matches Nongshim have won against GenG?
None?
Yeah, 0. Do you know how many games? Like, one game. That was 25 games ago. It's just a pretty unprecedented advantage that GenG does have up against Nongshim. In this one, you can see 8th place for them right now. Same match score as DRX, but the game score looking a whole lot better because DRX did do a fair bit of losing in the 0-2 fashion. So Nongshim not likely to fall down to 9th place with any sort of loss. And they've got, a match to go against another opposition, and DRX do not. They are just done for the season here. So GenG locked in first place, and now what they have are records to look out for, because of course they already hold the record for the highest match score in plus 30. They did that, I believe, in 2022. And now, sorry, 2023, one of those years. Anyway, it was a good year for GenG. They are now looking for a possible 32, which would be breaking their own record by 2 points. With back-to-back 2-0s against Nongshim today, and then Hummer Life Esports on our final day of the week, then they could potentially do that. But they did just lose to KT, so who knows?
Yeah, that was a weird one. But also the most expected. If it's gonna
be, I mean, KT are the only team other than Top Esports that have done it so far, and the only team in the LCK that's been able to actually take down GenG so far this year. I imagine that GenG will probably just go back to the drawing board and be like, nah, let's just not lose anymore, and probably follow that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, historically, the matchup has been rough. We see Nongshim tend to perform better against T1, even when T1, like, on the upper end, they tend to do well against them. But I will say, if you remember last split when Smolder was really strong, there was a certain little Jiwoo Dragon performance.
Ooh.
Maybe they sneak something like that through the draft, you know. Maybe they pull out some wild card. Because Nongshim are a team who do pull out wild cards.
A lot, actually. They don't necessarily have Dundun towards the top side of the map, but they do have Mihail. The problem is that GenG have players like Pays. Sitting at 1,000 POG points right now with a back-to-back POG performance in today's match. You could just outright claim first place and the league MVP. That would be kind of insane because this guy has got like finals MVP, rookie of the year, LCK All-Pro first, like so many of these things for a player that has not been playing for all that long. Very recently hit his 1,000th kill as well. And yeah, he's just picking up so many different accolades. This guy, he is very, very strong. GenG got to get back on the horse here in this one. They will have side selection. They can jump over to the blue side, start things off right here up against Nongshim.
Yeah, and if we see Pays get 2 POGs today, then I think he just clinches. So
he might also clinch like MVP votes as well for you know, those on the panel that are going to be voting for the most valuable player in the LCK this season.
Unfortunately, going to be hard to sway people like, I know this one guy wants to put Beryl as MVP.
Yeah, I know, he's an idiot. The other guy wants to put Pletter as MVP. Oh, weirdos.
God, these support lovers, man. so odd.
Yeah, maybe we should have a chat to those guys.
Yeah.
We have an opportunity because we're sitting next to them, currently. Okay. Fantastic emotes here as well, going to be released for the LCK. Good old Tiger for GenG. Theirs was a pretty obvious one when they were putting their emotes together. And Nongshim also. The Raccoons are coming out to see whether they can perform an upset. I think the biggest thing to talk about here is the fact that Vital has looked pretty good towards that bottom side, and Fisher is starting to make an impact, right? Like when he came over from EDG, no one really had too many expectations, didn't really have the greatest of times over in China, and his last match looked pretty good for Nongshim. So we'll see whether he can continue that form up against probably the most difficult opposition in the LCK.
They took a game of D+, they beat T1. Honestly, it's crazy to say, but they're in pretty good form.
Yeah.
They're in pretty good form. Getting knocked out of playoffs, really powering them up. We saw like the Sen and Neela come
What
out
is
from them.
this, man? That is, we had to go to a 3rd decimal place to find out who had the highest damage per gold.
Yeah, well, it looks like Fisher's got higher damage per gold, Chovy, so...
By 0.001.
Yep, slacking a little bit in that department. If they have the same gold, then Fisher will do 0.001 more damage.
Oh,
I do have a feeling that Chovy tends to have more gold than Fisher. Just, I get a hunch that that's the...
Nah, you're not allowed to say things like that. That is just confirmation. I don't know how we're allowed to say that Chovy's the best player in the world anymore. I feel like it's ruined by 0.001 of a damage per gold.
He needs to do a lot of damage in this series to fix that, to claim the...
Definitely going to have, and not earn very much gold.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to have to do.
That's the struggle.
It's all about efficiency. And when he farms as well as he does, you know, you might say that this is a rich man's problem, but it's tough for Chovy to make those damage per gold numbers work out for him. And to me, in second place is still pretty important. We meme a little bit here, but Fisher has definitely had a fantastic round robin. And like you were saying, Nongshim themselves in pretty good form right now. So we'll just have to see whether GenG can keep themselves together. And I think that like the loss to KT probably was a wake-up call for GenG. It certainly was. Last time around, they lost to KT and then said, well, we just won't do that again. And then they didn't do that again.
Yeah. Until this time when they lost to KT.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just split up season to season, you know? Like the one in spring and they're like, oh. And then they go back to a bit of complacency, and then summer, and then, oh.
Every season they need a bucket of water thrown on them by KT.
Yeah.
Okay. That's focused.
Maybe it's one of those water park roller coasters that does all the splashing and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
That'll be a lot of fun then.
I got splashed in when I was at like some sort of like what was like a theme park or something like that, and they said that it was movie water and don't worry, it'll dry really fast. And I was young enough to believe it. And you know, I thought back about it the other day. I'm like, how did they have water that dries faster, and then I was like, oh, dang it! That wasn't true!
Yeah.
I was impressionable back in the day.
It wasn't true because they probably didn't have enough money to get all that movie water, you know?
Yeah.
They saved that for the movie.
It wasn't the real movie
That's
water.
why movies are so high budget, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
They spend like hundreds of
And
millions.
why, when people get out of the water, they're immediately pretty dry.
Yeah.
In the movies. It all makes sense now.
That's why Avatar cost like hundreds of millions.
Because they had to buy so much movie water.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and it was Way of the Water. Why would they choose to do that? Anyway, let's focus on this draft, shall we? As a Neela ban has come in here from GenG.
Wow.
A curious one, but might be giving away something that's been happening in scrims, as Jiwoo is, of course, known as the Neela guy, but has not been playing very much of it recently.
It was the Senna Neela.
Oh, there was a bit of that.
A little touch.
It didn't really make us feel like it was a bannable.
It wasn't about the Neela. It wasn't about the Neela. You know, it was more about making Vital strong on the center. But there's still respect. I feel like this is GenG in a nutshell. Is they'll be like, look, we may be facing the 8th place team in the league. We may have seen the Neela. It's probably something we can handle. Are we gonna let it open? No. We're not gonna take any chances. GenG often coming in, unless it's KT, it's business as usual.
Well, yeah, so this is sort of like going down the list of bands, and you can see some eclectic ones, and you're like, something is probably left up. And the champion that Canyon's got like a skin for and stuff is probably a bit of a big deal here. We know that they're very happy to first pick it, and then Italy does come in. Cassante going to be the next round, and there's the Lilia that we have seen find a whole bunch of success, and if Sylvie can have a sponge-level performance, this could be very dangerous.
Yep, you know, also means you have a pick that keeps up in terms of clear, but now...
Oh dear.
Renekton Italy.
Huh.
Well, and that's a Tristana pretty quick off the bat.
Yeah. Do we think that this is a relatively powerful first 3 picks for GenG?
I mean, I feel like it's how much you leverage it, because we've definitely seen Tristana fall off a lot in terms of priority since the nerfs. You know, Renekton Italy is great, but you're going to be out-teamed for by Cassante and Lilia. So, you know, I feel like because it's GenG, I have faith they'll be able to execute on this, but it does mean if it gets to the later stage of the game, you know, maybe they won't hold up as well. Which I think that's, if you're Nongshim, you obviously can't just give up all your early pressure, but having some late-game insurance definitely helps a lot.
I would agree. And already I think it's a decent core for GenG. See what they do add to it. I think the same can be said for Nongshim. With what they've put together, the Ashe going to be taken away from Pays as we have a look at the bottom side of the map. What Jiwoo is going to be playing is a big question, because we know that this guy has a very extended champion pool. And it's going to be the Alistair first, taken away from Vital. Get a bit of a zoom in on him. I feel like he's been a great addition to the support role. Of course, was previously an AD carry. Played all over the world before settling back in Korea.
They're banning the Senna. I guess maybe, GenG have a crazy win rate in Senna, but also perhaps concerned about on blue side you get the 1-2, you go Senna plus whatever in the same rotation. We'll see what else GenG want to ban in this situation.
Is it just more sort of engaged supports, like a Leona ban or a Rel ban or something like that, or do you agree on a handshake?
Ban Leona, but I feel like there's a lot of stuff open that you can respond to. They're going to ban the MF. There's still like the Jin open as an option.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a Jin Braum angle. What do you reckon for GenG? Round it out?
Yeah, it's phenomenal stuff. Really top,
real clean.
Top tier. I mean, I think obviously you have the Nidalee who can play through the Renekton, but I think it's also important to have a support who's got really strong CC you can layer on. You could honestly just go Jin Leona here if you really wanted to for GenG. I think it'd be a pretty strong rotation.
Wouldn't be too bad. The Jin definitely a consideration here.
Very also fine if you want some more late game insurance. Works pretty well. And the thing is there's only really Jin up, and I think Zeri's okay in a Jin. Oh, Ziggs Leona.
Even better.
Now talk. Okay.
Oh, okay. We've got a bit of an Orcs game. Bit of an Orcs game coming along as Pei's going to lock in the Ziggs, and the Leona is there for Lehens. Vital hovering a champion.
Not play Vayne. Do not play Vayne. Smolder?
Smolder's that could be the way.
Yeah, I believe it. We've seen it before from Jiwoo. I believe it. I think you locked that in.
I want to write it in. I want to write it in
makes
so bad.
the most sense, but it's less funny.
Yeah,
it's less Jiwoo. It's less. Yeah. Well,
less Nongshim. Zeri's going to come through, and it's not surprising. It's not bad, but it's not fun.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is, Nongshim, they've got decent composition in the late stage of the game, but closing the gap onto GenG is going to be really hard. And the thing is, you're playing into Renekton Nidalee on the top side. Ziggs, Leona is a pretty strong lane on the bot side, who can obviously get a decent amount of prio once Ziggs had his first back. And if Chovy does well mid, if you fall behind, there's so much poke on GenG, you're going to have a rough time if you're not able to close the distance. And I think that's why they were kind of hovering the Kai'Sa, trying to have a pick that could potentially do that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. You know, I feel like if nameplates are off, you can always have an opinion about a draft, but they're not off.
Yeah.
And I think GenG, I have pretty good faith in them to navigate this comp. And then if they get a lead, they're just going to run away with it.
Yeah, it feels like one of these...
Power busters.
Yeah, it feels like one of these GenG compositions that's a lot more serious. And a lot... Like, it looks like a real comp, right? And it absolutely is. We've got Renekton Nidalee, which, you know, Canyon has terrorized the LCK with, you know, his version of the Renekton Nidalee for many years. And often it's it can also be Renekton Nidalee in the mid-jungle that we have seen from him and Showmaker in the past. And now it's Keen and Canyon getting to work on the top side of the map. Mihail, though, is a K'Sante guy. Like, he one-tricked this pretty much in Challenger for an exceptionally long time. So we'll see what he can do to actually mitigate this. Lilia, very powerful at the moment. Some opportunities here for Nongshim. See how they go as we hop into the Rift for Game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Ooh, Nongshim fans in full voice here, and I really love the cheers there as well. One thing I do want to talk about, which is a little bit of a worry for Nongshim, is it's 2-1 in Yordles.
True. The Yordle edge.
Yeah, the Yordle edge is pretty powerful.
You know, I can see how this... Here's my view of how this game has a danger of going in the direction of, right?
Yeah.
Nongshim make a mistake.
Uh-huh.
They lose all 15 plates. The game ends.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that could happen. There's a Tristana and a Ziggs.
Tristana and a Ziggs.
My God.
They're so good at taking towers, and the thing is, if Canyon Keen, you know, let's say they make plays around top, they get fed, Canyon goes wherever while he's fed.
And it's also making plays around top, which is where Grubs are, and then Grubs pretty good at making it so tower go boom.
You know, Nongshim, if they get through the early game, there's hope. That's a big if.
The swapping of the lanes.
Well,
Wait, hang on, but Ziggs.
Yeah. You know what? This might be that mistake.
I'm not sure about this one.
Well, the thing is, I understand it from the perspective of you're concerned about the Renekton Nidalee, but I don't understand it from the perspective of your tower.
Yeah, it's your tower angle.
Oh, if Lehens is demolished as well, I mean, I think they showed the...
Wait. That's a big raptor. That's a big crocodile. It's a small deer.
Keen steals this would be so bad.
I know. No smite up and available. And watch out, Eep is a lot of damage as Mihail is going to walk over a ward. The slice is there for Keen to get himself out of the way. Actually picks the angle pretty nicely to avoid all three members of Nongshim. Just trying to be useful in any way possible here as a top laner in a lane swap scenario. Recently, we have had, was it Spawn who was pretty outspoken saying that lane swaps aren't that boring? I would agree. I don't think that it's necessarily a thing that stops the action. I think that it's kind of transformed into a fun kind of more macro choice that you can make if you do really want to dodge lanes. Instead of it being like, oh, and now we just don't have any top laners 1v1ing ever, and there's no skill expression and blah,
it's
blah,
also,
blah.
we've evolved in these, since the changes to fortification, the lane swaps have kind of been these short lane swaps where...
Yeah, it's like up to level 3, something like that.
I'm pretty sure they can get a third plate here.
Yeah, or just the turret.
I don't think they're... I don't think they're fast enough to get it yet. But it's so dangerously close. If they ever get pushed out of bot lane, That is a Demolish proc, a Ziggs auto, and a Satchel away from death.
They're a long way away.
You know, it's... I don't think they didn't get a single plate top, by the way. They didn't get a single plate top.
I mean, it's always going to be difficult.
I mean, they're always going to lose out in terms of plates, but I thought they'd get at least... It's actually so close to...
Yeah, it's basically satchel range. Yeah. It's so scary as Canyon hits a spear on a Scuttle Crab, which is obviously the hardest one to land.
This is very dangerous.
That's another one.
Well, it's the thing is as well, if they get that first tower, it's not going to stop there.
No.
It's not going to stop there. And now, Pays is going to recall, probably by... He won't have enough for Lost Chapter, so tier plus some extra AP. Oh, he's deciding. Yeah, tier plus AP. Then he'll head down, and again, you make a single mistake, and your tower is gone.
Yeah, and it's not even like single mistake and you die. It's not like you just need to be pushed out of lane for half a second, and your turret go boom.
Yeah. Oh, you walked in the river to ward, and you got engaged on.
Well, they're getting engaged on here as well. The crash out here from Vital. Lahen's taking a lot of damage in the outset of the play as Pays just throwing these bouncing bombs around, and now Canyon looking for an angle. Spear is going to connect. Pounce has been extended, and Canyon, I think he might have been watching our series a couple of days ago and elects not to go for the dive. And now Lahens could just straight up be in trouble. Jiwoo is burning down. Lahens is surviving. Jiwoo picks up the first blood, but it is immediately answered. And Pays is the one that's still alive.
Yeah, and now, I mean, that tower is still low. Vital, you have to stop him from taking the tower.
There are too many minions.
Yeah, I think, okay, maybe if Vital positions aggressively enough.
Oh, he skated through the wall. It's Zeri, so it's fine. He's back.
Yeah, Sylvie. This one auto and Satchel and it's gone.
Oh, Pays might also be baited in as he does try and Satchel his way out. Vital good position here, but
you know this.
A lot of damage.
I've played a lot of Ziggs.
Yes.
I've died for a lot of time.
Oh yeah.
It's so hard to resist. He wants it dead as soon as possible.
Maybe it was actually part of the game plan here for Nongshim, was to just make their turret look as juicy as possible so that they overextend to try and get that Satchel explosion.
That's an interesting strategy.
Honestly, might have been effective, as Buster Shot actually going to be employed here by Chovy just to disengage from Fisher, as that was a really nice Satchel. And Jiwoo may just be dead again. Hextech Minefield does go down. Lahen's not wanting to tank up the turret, learnt from his previous death.
Yeah, he's not dead, but he's very low. Pays just popped a biscuit for some more mana.
Ooh, Sylvie.
Oh, and now they have a Grubs. They're going to get Grubs as well.
Yeah. You can see where the Renekton is as well. This is going to be a tough one for them to fight, but Fisher does get inside track.
Oh no, Renekton's coming. Leave, 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 leave.
Yeah, please leave. This is it's not something you want to stick around for. The flash forward, and the Ravenous Hunter is going to be able to help lock down the Corki and take him out. So Fisher is unfortunately just going to give a free lane over to Chovy. And it's the whole give an inch, take a mile type scenario here. Chovy pretty good at making use of some free time.
Yeah, so Lahen's is pretty low here. They engage on him. But Jiwoo ends up cleansing early, really early there. Cleanses the root from the E, and so doesn't cleanse the Ignite. I think probably would have gone down anyway, but a little bit of a misplay. And obviously favored GenG with who got the kills and who survived to push afterwards. And here, it's a Renekton, you know.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Just a little bit naive there from Nongshim approaching. And honestly, it's 7 minutes. That tower's not gone down. I'm kind of impressed.
Yep. It is going to be the first 3 grubs that are taken by GenG. The game plan is well and truly still on, and it's only 7.5 minutes. We're halfway through the time of plates being around. And yeah, Ziggs is very close to getting his first. So we'll see how the rest of the game is going to go, because there is still a fair bit of time left for these plates to be claimed.
Yeah, I think honestly they should just bring Canyon down bot and then just pressure the tower to get the plates. Yeah, Chovy not having too much of a fun time in this matchup.
Yeah, that is a bit of a rough one, as the spear is just going to be avoided there by Fisher very nicely. Still about 6 CS in it, and Fisher still holds on to a lead despite falling down in the grub pit. Not too bad at all. 800 gold going to be the difference between the two teams. Could have been worse, as Sylvie's going to make it even better, as the ultimate does come on through. Koldomik is decent, but not decent enough, and that's Mihail picking up a kill. Great position there from Sylvie. The immediate answer is this Drake on this bottom side of the map for Canyon. Mihail's going to get himself a plate as well, and that's really shoring up the gold gap.
Yep, definitely nice, good moves there from Nongshim. Now Vital looking for Canyon here, but I'm not sure what you can really achieve in this situation.
You will be able to find him, so he at least achieved that. The finding of the cat.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the Drake secured. Next one going to be an Infernal. As big one avoided there by Chovy. Pretty important, to be perfectly honest. That one doesn't come on through. As the cannon does get secured, as Canyon looking for a spear. You'll gonna find the turret, nailed it.
Jump in an auto, Nidalee gank.
Is that considered a miss still? Because he did hit the turret.
Yeah, I think unfortunately. There's a lot of abilities that can do damage to turrets in this game. Not Nidalee spears.
But I mean, he still, like, he hit the target, even if it didn't do damage.
Yeah, well...
Not going to give him benefit of the doubt for that one?
No, definitely not.
Okay,
No, I'm not going to give him benefit of the doubt, because I feel like they should just go bot, you know? I'm just going to say it. Like, the tower is so close to being dead, just kill it, free up your Ziggs. Tower taking across the entire map. That's the goal.
Ooh.
You know, Canyon's doing this
They're waiting.
farming, which I know Nidalee's like to do.
Silly.
Yeah.
That's not what you should be doing. They are going to stick around here on this bottom side. You can see Vital did go home. Jiwoo stuck around just to make sure that he could catch the wave. And now finally the back is actually going to be completed here by Pays and Lehens. So we're going to check out this one more time. Just good positioning here from Sylvie to start it up.
I think did his dash get interrupted by the sleep? And that's why he didn't get it. I wasn't sure, to be honest, how that exactly. It's hard to see without like having the abilities up.
He did press the lilting lullaby.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, against Lilia and Xante, there's not much you can do in that situation. I think Keen thought he was safe that close to tower, but obviously he wasn't. And Canyon on the bot side now. Now is time. Although I think actually Paige just gets it on his own. He should have it now.
Well, there is an explosive charge on this turret, and there it is. So the turret does fall down. That is first turret blood going over to GenG. Not to mention the fact that Pays gets all of that local gold. King got a few of the plates earlier on, and he's going to be pretty happy about that. But this is the beginning.
Yeah, that's one. There's Grubs up in 15. You have 3.5 minutes to get 9. We'll say 9 plates from now. 9 more plates from now.
Yep.
You can see him opening on the top side of the map. It's go time.
It is. We've really got to get our Waddle on as well. There's only 4 and a bit minutes left to lock all of these plates
You
down.
know what? Even if GenG win, if they don't get the 15 plates, I'm seeing that as a...
Even if they lose, but they get the 15 plates, we call it a win.
Yeah, 100%. It's about sending a message. It's about getting the dopamine fix from
100%.
satcheling the towers.
Ooh, Spear almost actually connects onto that one, but does hit Mihail, which does a fair bit of damage. This is the Grubs, though, that GenG really wanted to create a monopoly for. Not going to be able to do so because 2 of them have already gone over to Nongshim. They should be able to even things out here as well, as the 3rd one will be falling. Nicely done.
Yeah, they beat Chovy bot, so weren't even too interested in contesting it, it seems.
I guess they realized that it would be cheating to have also 6 Grubs and Tristana and a Ziggs.
They're like, we can do it without the Grubs. We'll make it happen.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it yet, though.
I kind of, well, I don't know about the 15 plates thing, but I do think like the taking all of the turrets on the map thing certainly could be happening here. As Blade of the Roan King pretty good into Mihail. At this point in time, Chovy just trying to rain hell down upon him, and Vital comes on over, so it's going to be the Tristana backing off. Pays set up in mid. And will now just try and take what he can. Lehens walking from behind the turret. Solar Flare not quite going to connect, but does find the Zenith Blade. And bye-bye Fisher. That is Lehens tanking it up very, very nicely. Demolish proc comes on through, and that's another plate going down. This time it's not the Ziggs.
Oh, and Ziggs is there now.
Oh, are they setting it up? Setting up the push as Mihail's trying to come back. Canyon's here though, and Vital might be as well, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough to try and defend here.
I think they can get this tower, but it's only a minute and a half till the plates are gone, so...
Yeah, mid lane might be a bridge too far. We'll just have to see. This plate likely to fall down. This control ward is going to be taken out. There is the 1 extra plate.
Okay, they are slightly over halfway, and they have a minute left. You know, time's ticking.
Yeah, it's looking a little dicey.
Yeah, this was a bit dicey and slicey.
Yeah. I see what you did there. That's a Renekton ability name. Fun.
Absolutely. Not much the Corki could do there. The ult didn't actually connect, but the follow-up was there from Lehens. And now, 55 seconds.
Oh, dear.
I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to make it.
I'm a little bit worried about it. There is a Ziggs parked in the top lane, but I think Mihail might be able to move these minions away from the turret and stuff.
Yeah, I think man, Canyon's just he's doing the farming thing, you know?
Yeah.
You know the Nidalee thing where you farm really fast and get a CS lead?
Yeah. He has done that.
Yeah.
So at least he's trustworthy on that front. As Jiwoo going to take a full explosive charge. And Vital not going to be able to find that Shattering Strike. So, as it stands now, it is almost a 3,000 gold lead for GenG. Only a 1 kill advantage. Nongshim still able to do battle here in this game, but unfortunately the macro aspect hasn't necessarily worked. And this is what happens when a team... Oh, dear. Jiwoo is now realizing that Canyon has a Leandri's completed.
Oh, that's too late. ETP's made guys, it's too late. The plates are gone. I'm sorry, you failed.
Yeah.
You may win the game, but...
What about just kill the turret, though? Because now that plates are gone, the turret takes lots of damage.
Yeah, but the thing with Ziggs is Ziggs does so much damage to turrets anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't notice.
You don't need the turrets to be gone.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, I mean, GenG is still winning, but, you know, are they...
Is it really winning?
Is it really winning?
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is not the Ziggs experience that you want. Okay, I'm just going to lay it out there.
Yep. Well, I'm really... Okay, Lahen's going in. Looks for the Solar Flare, predicting a flash out from Jiwoo. Does get the cleanse.
Gold from plates. Come on, man. Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, that's not Ziggs numbers.
That is some Ziggs damage.
That is Ziggs damage. Oh dear. There are the Ziggs numbers. We found them. Teleport in. Looks like GenG do not want to give away. Oh, that's just an immediate flash, and Sylvie's dead. Oh, blink and you miss it. Wasn't even able to put them to sleep.
Keen fully understands his job when he's playing the Renekton Nidalee. He's like, I hold them still.
Yeah.
Immediate.
It's working. Maybe he had a chat to Noguri beforehand and to Khan, and was just like, oh, so what am I supposed to do when I play with Canyon? And they're like, press W on Renekton.
Yeah.
And he's nailing it.
He's doing a good job. Doing a fantastic job of that.
And now, Kingen, he spoke to Kingen as well.
They're going to lean mid. Jiwoo's here, but... gonna ult.
Okay, that's a big crocodile. And big crocodile scary enough.
He missed the satchel.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my... Oh.
Lordy.
There's nothing. There's no worse feeling. You know how I said the best feeling in League of Legends is when you satchel a tower with plates and it makes that beautiful noise, you get all that money. The worst is when you miss the threshold slightly and it doesn't die.
Well, he at least now has the opportunity to go up and take it for free. But there are no minions, so he's not going to be able to. Just needs a little bit of spare time. That is fine. Still going to be going down. But it's only a 2,000 gold gap between these two squads. Yeah, this was somewhat decisive.
Yeah, flash, stun, dead.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
This might be a sign of things to come. As GenG probably want to do basically that to set up for any play that they're going to go for. Yep. And while they do that, they have Chovy and Pays in side lanes just killing structures.
Pays has 2 items.
He does.
You know, pretty early on.
Would you say that this is a decent clip? Or should you have 3 by now because you've taken 15 plates?
He should have he should have sorcerer shoots finished, you know.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah. A little bit bonus on top of that.
But he didn't build a Seraphs.
True. You know, I feel like the Ziggs builds have been improving so much in that they haven't been building...
Yeah.
It's not even Seraphs, it's the Archangels rush when they have like 140 stacks and they build an Archangels. It's so useless.
Doesn't do a whole lot. This time around, though, went for Horizon Focus as well as the Ludens. As Canyon pouncing on out of there. Chovy doing battle with Fisher and will just rocket jump his way out to relative safety as Fisher is going to be... Yeah, that was a cover me, says Chovy, and Canyon says, all right. And throws a nuke in spear form towards the Corki. Mahal and Keen are fighting. And a Mega Inferno Bomb sails into a Triborough.
It's a zoning Mega Inferno Bomb.
Well, it's zoned because there was no one there, and that must have been because he threw it there.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
He didn't want them to be in that brush.
Did Nongshim get the Herald? The result is outcome-based analysis, all that sort of stuff.
Assessment.
Yes, outcome-focused assessment. That's the one, as Fisher is just going to kill a crocodile. Nice teleport in here from Fisher, and really good from Mahal just to hold Keen in place. Help lock that one down, capitalizing on the lack of the flash that was available. As Rift Herald going to be piloted by Lahen's, always a dangerous moment. But it will be taking down this turret. Successful charge and another one. Lehens, okay, here's your big test. Let's see whether he can do 2 in a row as the pounds forward. Sylvie going to try and put Canyon to sleep. Will be successful as now Vital gets a Magnustorm off, tries to flash to get in range of Canyon as well, but I think he may have overextended. Never mind, the spear is going to miss. More fighting happening here, but Mihail, not a lot of damage on him, and isn't going to be able to lock anyone up, and Lehens is still looking for that pesky Rel, who just barely makes it out.
Yeah, so decent defense coming out from Nongshim. They're only 2,000 gold behind. They are actually not even that far behind in terms of structures either.
Yeah.
All things considered, Nongshim's game state's pretty okay. You know, I honestly imagine they'd be in a much worse spot than this, but they've kind of held on pretty well. We see the bot lane player, the double TP committed when Keen's a bit too deep in the fight. It's also Kasante, so you're not leaving if he doesn't want you to.
Nope. Just presses his all-out button, and that is Fisher locking down the kill. And like you say, it's the gold lead has actually shrunk. So it's now better for Nongshim. It's under 2,000.
Yeah, there's going to be people who are saying like, oh, you're being unrealistic. You know, do they need to get 15 plates? Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they
would have helped.
It's not a crazy gold lead, all things considered. They do have a 2-dragon lead, though, and it is Hextech Soul. So you see Jock jockeying for position right now, but not a brush in control of Nongshim.
It is a nice
Chovy
time.
Has TP, but isn't here right now. So if Nongshim start the fight quickly...
Oh god, Fisher is taking a lot of damage here, as Spear is barely going to miss. Teleport still being held by Chovy right now as Mihail looks for a Q, doesn't find it. And they blast cone their way over. 3 members of Nongshim now set up. The Sylvie is going to start this dragon off. Canyon in position. Mihail looking for a flank angle, but will get engaged on. The dragon is being burst down though, and they do need to take that in mind as Canyon setting up for a 50-50. Who is going to get it? And it will be Sylvie that locks it down. And now Nongshim trying to get themselves out of there. They're not going to be successful. That one wasn't zoning. That one was damage as Keen is able to lock down Fisher to start this one off. Sylvie is now just running the other direction. Vital is in an alcove, and Jiwoo is also just seeing whether he can take an inner turret with the time that he has on his hands. That's a fadeaway jump shot there from Pays to help him get an assist, and Canyon will find Jiwoo, and Jiwoo's going to ult and see whether he can just kill Canyon straight up, and that is probably going to happen. The flash in, okay, that's one way to do it, and he just trades 1 for 1. Yeah. And I love it. He probably would have died if he had stuck around anyway.
Yeah, pretty good trade. Honestly, takes down Canyon, gets a decent amount of gold from it. Gold Nazeri, very valuable. It's a trade of flashes as well. So good moves from Jiwoo. It's still GenG open up that gold lead a little bit more, but they managed, you know, Nongshim managed to get the dragon. I think they're happy with how that played out overall, even if the fight wasn't ideal. And they do go down 2 kills. Fisher gets caught here, doesn't have a way of getting away. And yeah, you know, overall, obviously, GenG gets more gold from this, but I think if you look at how that fight ended, it looked like a disaster. It didn't pan out that badly.
No. Not at all. Especially with this as the result. Jiwoo just flashing on top of Canyon to make sure that he grabs it. And Canyon putting down a trap just before falling. A little bit unfortunate there. So, close to 3,000 gold the lead for GenG as a result. They still managed to come out ahead. But Nongshim's still in with a fighting chance, absolutely. And I feel like these Lilia compositions are really starting to come around. We thought that maybe this was one of those things adopted from the LPL, where the LPL finds a whole lot of success with the champion and just isn't for us here in the LCK. As Sylvie able to dodge that one. A lot of movement speed on the Lilia, definitely working out. But ever since we've had a few of these, you know, sponge-esque performances on the Lilia, we're starting to, like, realize just how powerful she can be. Here in the LCK.
I think a lot of skirmishing power, the ult's huge in team fights, but still has the fast clear speed that we're looking for from these AP junglers.
The good old flash QR, you know, like the new and improved Morgana, basically, where you just definitely get a lot of value in team fights. Just seems to be very, very valuable. And Keen going to be taking down the Krugs here towards his bottom side. Mihail just vibing, having a good time. I think going to be building towards item number 2 very, very soon. And this Kasante just out of the woods almost entirely as far as how things went in the early stages of the game. So I don't know, I reckon Nongshim looking in pretty good form. It could just all fall apart in the blink of an eye though. This is the problem.
I think the thing is, it could be so much worse. I think that's kind of the
yeah, that's the thing.
That's the thing we're trying to hit on. I honestly saw it going in a much worse direction, but Nongshim aren't out of the game yet, which is saying so Vital.
Oh dear. Well, Spear gonna
connect. They currently aren't out of the game yet. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. It just feels... Okay, crash down, very important. It
feels as if they're playing against GenG.
Yeah.
Which is always dangerous.
And then there's like, if a team fight is won by GenG, they take like 5 turrets. That's what's going to happen. That's the biggest problem. And anyway, Canyon, Lehens just parked in the enemy jungle. As Baron's been up for 3.5 minutes so far in this game, as Paze is able to lock down that big Raptor.
I'm starting to see some of the pressure, the poke though, from GenG. Hard to approach. Unless you have a clear plan of engage, it's a struggle.
Yeah. And this is the siege as well. The GenG has at their disposal. You look at the composition, you're like, oh, it's a lot of early game. How are you supposed to play out the later stages? Well, there is just a very clear plan after you set up any sort of map control to just live in the enemy jungle, create space, allow Chovy to then get anywhere near a turret, and it dies, especially with Paze there to lock it up as well. So the way that you play out the end of the game is actually very clearly done, even if you don't necessarily have a massive lead.
Yeah.
Which other early game comps may not necessarily have the same luxury to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the thing, is the Tristana Zig is still going to be strong later on. The poke potential's there. That's one of the concerns, is Nongshim need to be really smart with how they approach team fights. We have Dragon and 30. They want people on the flank. If you're just running towards GenG, they can kite you out pretty effectively. And you also don't want to sit there and just get poked by them. Not a fun situation to be in. So maybe Mihail getting on like a TP flank or something could be good. Vital finding a good angle. They do have the Hex Gates, which does make it easier to try and find some interesting flanks. But yeah, you're seeing already the poke starting to come down on Jiwoo and Mihail there. Now Jiwoo does have Bam Scepters, so he can sustain up a little bit.
Yeah, I think third item BT is probably a good call in this game, as Lehens on the Leona is just looking tasty here, trying to act as a bit of a bait, as it looks like Soul Point might be a little bit more possible for GenG this time around. Bowling Ball avoided it, and Lehens is able to just continue moving forward, create all that space as Zenith Blade will connect. He's actually looking for a little bit of an engage, does know that Mega Inferno Bomb has a lot of range, so there's always follow-up, as the Drake is going to be consumed, and GenG, I mean, this could have been Soul, and so Nongshim being able to win that 50-50 in the last team fight does give them, you know, an extra 5 minutes to maybe find some way back into this game. Because I think if Hextech Soul happens, it's doomed, right?
If Hextech Soul happens, it's super over. Like, when you're into a long-range poke comp and they get Hextech Soul, it's unplayable. So yeah, they can't give that one over. I feel like giving over this one feels a bit rough, though, now that GenG are one away. If it does come down to a flip in the future and you lose, well, they've got Hextech Soul for the rest of the game. And
yeah,
you're not quite as good at GenG as killing like 18 turrets in one push. I feel like they really need to just find an angle so they can get onto the backline of GenG. And the thing is, because the game's going slowly and they're very hesitant, everyone has all of their summoners up. So you need to burn some. You need to try and take flashes of the likes of Paze if you're going to win a team fight. If you just wait for 4 minutes for the next dragon to spawn, you're not going to win the fight.
Well, Canyon is just going to steal away a rebuff. That means that the entire team of Nongshim does not have access to that. Canyon just going to pounce his way out of there as well. Yeah, I agree that it's a little bit dire. Especially when you're just seeing everything except for smites. And, you know, Keen's teleport, so there's that. But how do you get Paze's flash? Because I just feel like getting to him is...
look for like an aggressive sort of pick attempt.
Yeah.
Paze flashes away, you don't kill him, but you get the flash, you know?
Well, Lehens is just going to look to try and lock down Vital. Hextech Minefield is actually a lot of damage here as Jiwoo's skating in. There's the fadeaway, as Teleport will come on through. Mihail looking for Lehens, but Vital isn't engaging anytime soon, and now Canyon's turning up. Chovy teleporting in. We'll find a lot of explosive charge damage onto Mihail as now Keen. He's already precast the ulti, and we'll be able to just take out a ward afterwards. Mega Inferno Bomb just to clear out the wave here. Doesn't fully do it, but now Chovy's jumping in. Nongshim getting lower and lower. The bowling ball will be avoided. Spear connects onto Mihail. He might be a good enough target here for Canyon, who's still looking for some spears. The jump over, though. The Magnus Storm does absolutely nothing. Vital falls down immediately. Look at these health bars. They were already prepared by GenG, and it is just the last few shots to finish off Nongshim. 3 of them do make it out, but I don't think they're moving out onto the map anytime soon. As, they're not even out of the woods just yet. No interruption there on the skate over, but Jiwoo Oh, Nongshim, I think this is just Baron, and they're just not allowed to play the game. There's too much poke.
Yep, they're just getting poked out, zoned out. Pays is just like not even gonna let them approach. He's standing there zoning off. He'll have to satchel away here.
Yep,
but he's still fine.
Does manage to do so, so the Baron is going to be secured here by GenG. Their health bars are relatively low, but Fisher is very, like, his health bar is extremely low to the point of he's dead. And now Vital is down to 50%. Oh, that was a beautiful shot there with the Mega Inferno Bomb. He got his eye in from that first one, as that was a bit cute. And Chovy is just waiting. He'll find the rocket jump, and just like Mario, is going to be able to take down the Lilia. And Pays just pushes another minion wave in, and this is what we were talking about, back-breaking plays and stuff like that. Now it is, Tristana and Ziggs with a Baron.
Yeah, and you can see that Nongshim definitely got the MO that they need to do something, but they don't really find a good attempt. Pays gets to jump over the wall, and then here they're just getting chased down, poked down. You know, the engage comes through, but Chovy is a great buffer to disengage from it. And then in this situation, Chovy actually messes up his first jump, but gets a second.
Yeah.
Able to get away on that one. Yeah, just unfortunately, no real follow-up coming out. Pays goes a little bit ambitious with the flash there. But in this situation, just satchel away, and you're good. It's that easy.
The solar flare as well from Lehens was absolutely fantastic. I missed that the first time around. As Fisher has a trap on him and a whole bunch of stuff, so he is just going to go down. And then the Mega Inferno Bomb, unavoidable, unfortunately, even for Azeri in that moment.
We can cut the cliff. We don't need to.
Yeah, we didn't really need to see this one. A little bit of a
brutal.
shame.
It's just brutal. And we do see Nongshim contesting the blue buff.
Yeah, and I don't think that GenG will allow that. As Lehens goes in, this is optimistic, although he is practically immortal. Jiwoo nowhere near the fight, so they're missing a fair bit of DPS. As now Pays is going to make his way over. The Magna Storm is decent. Keen going down low, but so is Mihail. Sylvie can't find an avenue into this fight whatsoever. Mihail nowhere to run. The circle's too big. And the front line is now lying on the floor. Fisher now in trouble as Sylvie just trying to watch out, Eep away from the fight. And GenG, I think they're kind of finished with this game.
Yep, and they have the tower taking power just to end it right here and now. I don't think there's anything really...
Tower power. That's what they were talking about. It's like from Dune, you know, the desert power. This is tower power that GenG are exerting. As not Jiwoo, he's going to try and find Keen. Might be able to get there, but the Primal Surge is going to be able to keep him healthy. Lehens just lines it up, takes a little while, and does actually fall down. Pounce comes through, takedowns there, and Mega Inferno Bomb is going to connect once again. Chovy, I don't know how he didn't die there. It just goes down extremely low. There's just not enough damage between the Rel and the Lilia, and the Nexus will be the next to fall down. Canyon goes gold, and the Nexus explodes before he's taken down by the Fountain. And GenG, I feel, are kind of back after their loss to KT.
Yeah, business as usual. I don't think any surprises from GenG there. You know, my only criticism was could have got more plates. Other than that, pretty clean game. I feel like the problem is, even if you kind of weather the storm in the early game, like, GenG are not a team who need to just completely destroy you in the game.
I like it. So many people hide behind the signs. You may as well just do that.
The new meta.
Yeah.
But yeah, so many, like, GenG don't need to just destroy a team in the early game to win. Once they get to the mid game, they just have such a good read on how to play the map, and they can just completely demolish. So, Nongshim, I'm not sure. You know, I don't think there's necessarily a criticism of the draft in this situation, but maybe need to go a little bit spicier than this if they're going to take down GenG.
Yeah, it could be the way. I think also maybe Canyon's Nidalee needs a little bit of a look at. He's played it, I believe, like 11 times so far. Did lose on it one time into KT. I'm pretty sure one of the matches was on the Nidalee. But it is still something that they can leverage so incredibly effectively. Chovy somehow managed to top damage there as well in the end. And GenG, business as usual by the looks of things here, but they're going to have to do it again in game number 2. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, Space going to break it down, then we'll have game number 2. See you there.
다 간다. 대리 사탕 맞지? 얘나 다? 안 다. 나 이거 해볼게. 또 안 다. 저기. 들어가지고. 오 뭐야?
빨간팀의 포탑이
연결 좀.
심지어 마오카이가 먹었어요. 비사. 비행기 이런 카드 광동풍이 봅니다.
For the side of TT, as Doctor chases TT away, and Care is on the flank right now. There's no tower to get onto, and they're slowly being picked apart. It's the Drake for FPX, and perhaps a little bit more. Feather flash away from his life, finds the knock-up as well, and the Labs arrest but keeps FPX afloat. 1xN falls. FPX, oh, large and in charge.
Vai travar o time da Cade. Sobrou pra Delta. Sobrou pra Delta por ali, mas ele tem ultimate. Fica duro de... Entrada do Frost, sensacional, FNB. Meu Deus! Red Vailis, uma luta sensacional. Ace pra Red.
没想到被针对了，控制利用立场一剑躲掉了绷带的牵引，直接走到正面的位置，被4个人给开交的闪现拉开距离，后面卷本仔进场，队友是没有跟上，不过来了一个雅迪搭上了凯威的双重开战，又是一个 one ball combo， 卷本仔是控制了，这是居民控制了4个人，但还是被 C 给控制住，走在草里面的 Fighter 是被闪现进去的卷本仔给绑住，被击杀右边位置，选择站出来跟着挖口来做收割，收掉了 Fifth，
吉米尔站出来了。 DDD가 근데 우와! 웃겼어요. DDD가 초비! 대피해 나가고 BDD 스텝! BDD가 옵니다! 이놈이 와요!
Top side, Alpro goes in with the soul of Val. Yoyo trying to get away, but he's already burned the black shield, and he's caught up in the cease and desist. And now G2 have got them in their claws. They found them in the pincer movement. Super and Merwin have a lot of damage between them, though. Merwin already level 18, like able to dodge away from the phosphorus bomb, but it's just an auto from Merwin, enough to take him low. The battle dance not quite able to connect, and Merwin and Super are doing everything they can to keep MDK in this game.
뜨거운 파도 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
All right, well, that was we didn't get all 15 plates here, but we got 8 of them with the Ziggs here for GenG as they take care of business in game number 1 against Nongshim, as it's Digon here alongside the Valde Analyst and Wolf. And a measured approach here by GenG as they take the victory, and it felt like Nongshim just didn't want to fight over very many objectives here.
No, you know, I was kind of, as we talk about the draft a little bit, I was kind of raised to say nice things. So I won't talk about, you know, picking the Zeri face up into the Ziggs or blinding Cassante when Mihal's shown a better champion pool recently, has shown a lot of actual flexibility in the role, or potentially lane swapping into a Ziggs in the early game. But I thought Nongshim had a comp that, if they had been able to have a more proactive mid-game, could have gone really well.
The comp from GenG is beautiful. You got Renekton in Italy, and then you have Tristana Ziggs. And Leona is the best support on the patch. So you have 2 combos, 2 duos that do amazing things together. And also, it's just a fantastic pick comp when you put it all together as well. So they're pushing lanes, they're pushing turrets, they're getting ahead, they're getting wins, they're getting picks. They basically do everything except like wombo combo-y team fights, but they didn't ever really have to do that. Also, let's be real, I mean, GenG are very far ahead of Nongshim right now, so it felt like this was a perfect comp for them where they just used their lead to get even farther ahead and kind of just end the game really quickly.
Yeah, and it was like what the casters were talking about in the previous series. You want to get through without showing too many strategies. Unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, they weren't able to get through here. GenG take care of business. Let's take a look at the highlights. It was 27 minutes. We finally get a decisive fight. Before this was very plucky here.
I mean, the casters kind of mentioned this. Eventually, Nongshim are like, we're kind of trapped here. It feels like a checkmate situation, and you see the Rel go in to try to buy some space so that maybe Jiwoo can actually front to back a team fight, but the Ziggs does so much chunk damage in these moments because he's so massively far ahead. Like, he's flashing for plays here, doesn't matter, gets a powered auto. This was really the first of the final few fights of the game. There was a lot of other stuff we could have gotten, like the lane swap going badly, or some of the plates being taken, some satchel being missed. But it was really just GenG having a Nidalee Renekton combo that could set up picks, and a Ziggs that outranged the Zeri and had strong pushing power in both bottom and mid, and the Tristana. Like you said in the draft, I mean, there was a draft diff, and it's GenG. They just kind of do the game play.
Yeah. Well, credit to Nongshim, you know, they avoided any big losing fights up until 27 minutes into the game. I think that absolutely could have gone a lot worse. Yes, there were a lot of picks, but I mean, like, team fights where they actually got kind of flattened. It was only until 27 minutes that GenG were able to finally pull the trigger.
Yep. And then right after highlight 1, y'all helped us out in the chat. Highlight number 2 was the Baron take and everything that happened after that.
Yeah. Unfortunately here, pretty straightforward pick into Baron start, and then Fisher is extremely low. Look at this bomb.
The bomb from downtown!
Bomba!
I mean, if he hadn't died there, he would have just gone back to base, so he would have been effectively dead, but it was a really well-placed bomb there from Pays, and Chovy helps clean up house, is getting his dash or his jump resets as they get picks. I mean, this was just such a huge draft gap, and it's a little bit frustrating to me that Nongshim this deep into the season, well, they've shown some really great games, like they made it really close against D+, for example, took out T1. Like we saw so much depth there where they didn't actually just lean on comfort. Where was that in this first game, where they gave GenG everything they wanted and then didn't get anything in return? That's what I want. I want to see that in Game 2, maybe a Game 3.
All right, well, maybe we'll be able to see that. Not exactly sure, but we're about to see the POG for GenG. Who is it and who will chase after Pays in the leaderboard, or will Pays get further ahead? Nope. Canyon on the Nidalee, 900 POG points for the man in the jungle, one of the leading candidates for MVP.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried when, you know, Pays was like flashing forward and hitting really cool bombs on people. He's like, he really wanted that POG, but at the end of the day, Canyon just a little bit too aggressive, and they basically show the team fight we had here and the Baron take, the couple of highlights we had. But I mean, his early game alongside of Keen was absolutely just insane and very oppressive. Nongshim didn't really get to play the game against his Nidalee.
When you have basically 2.5 winning lanes, mid lane was a little bit more contentious. The Nidalee can do a lot, and this is how you draft a Nidalee draft. This is why Canyon's so good on this pick, and he's able to hold that early game together as those plates fall. So I felt like I had to vote for Canyon just because without his early game power, this draft doesn't play out the same way.
All right, as you can see there, the standings, Pays and Canyon standing on top right now, and they'll be battling each other for that POG, as it is 7 votes there, some there for Pays, the boom boom damage for KR Analysts and Media. Left Media going for a keen vote here.
Yeah, Left Media. A little bit based. I mean, he did do the flash and stun stuff, like the casters were saying, is like, what is my job? You have one function, is to flash and hold people in place for Canyon. And he did that.
Brought it up.
He set Canyon up. Well played.
I brought it up earlier. MVP favorite, one of the favorites here, Canyon. Early favorites. Who are favorites for you?
It's a really tough one. I think a lot of the season I was feeling Canyon. Then I was feeling like Chovy's had the biggest impact, but I've also been thinking about Pays recently. There's non-GenG players you could look at for like highest impact per team. It's a really tough question to answer, to be honest.
I feel like it has to be someone on GenG. I just don't know who it's going to be yet. And I feel like we're not really going to learn too much. I mean, maybe if the match against Hama Life Esports is like really super clutch, maybe that gives one player an edge over another. But for me, it's probably Canyon or Pays at this point.
All right, well, something to ponder as all pro votes, always contentious. We'll be doing those very, very soon. Nongshim have moved over to the blue side. We'll see if they cook something up different here for game number 2. And hopefully they will, because this is a squad that, has a high side, just, hasn't always been able to show it. We've seen Vital come on into the roster and just, take it to levels that maybe Guger wasn't quite able to. Of course, it's difficult to tell the impact that a support has when they come on in, the shot calling possible, but how do you feel like this team could have done if they had Vital here throughout?
I mean, I think it's always a good idea. I think they could have even tried it earlier, right? They were trying a lot of different things, like Calyx coming in, and Mihail eventually came in, and now we have Vital. I think especially for a team that's not really seeing a lot of success, I like to see some of the younger players getting more playtime.
All right, well, they have at least one more game, possibly 2 if they're able to make the upset here against GenG. Let's send it on over to the casters for game 2.
Thank you very much, Digon, for the breakdown of game number 1. Pretty elementary, I think. Understandable disappointment from Wolf there, as Nongshim weren't able to go to much of their creative lengths to try and get good draft.
That's the thing, right? You go for something crazy, you try and fly, but then if you fail, at least you're falling with style.
Yeah,
right?
true.
That's, it's close to the end of the split, right? They do have their series up against Bro, but, you're up against GenG. I think just pull out some wacky stuff. I mean, the Nila did get shut down in draft, obviously, but I'm sure there's more than that Nongshim have at their disposal. So hopefully in this game too, they play with no regrets. They're on the blue side, so maybe that gives them a bit of an edge in the draft.
Some slight opportunities now, as they might be able to even ban away something like a Nidalee so that they don't have to deal with it. I don't necessarily look at Sylvie as a Nidalee player, but we're going to have to find out now as we hop into the draft for game number 2, and there it is. So Nidalee just going to be taken away first up.
Nongshim. That's called learning from the last game.
Heck yeah. And
now
you know what?
That seems simple. A lot of teams don't do that.
Oh god, don't remind me.
Yeah, a lot of teams struggle with that. They have a bone to pick with Canyon. He got the POG last game. They're like, not again. Maybe they're Pays fans. They're like, we'll just ban all junglers so Pays can get the POG.
Oh, but maybe that means that Canyon then has to lock in something cool, and then everyone is just
like Shyvana?
Oh god. And then everyone's just too excited by this cool new pick, so they have to vote for him. It does happen. All right, the Ezreal is still going to be banned away in the final spot.
Maokai Open stands out to me.
Yeah.
Lily and Sedge also open as well, though, but I think Maokai is just very strong. So that's going to get locked away immediately. Now over the side of GenG, they could opt to go for something like the Lily themselves if they really wanted to. They could leave like third pick for Chovy, see what the enemy team take. If they take like the Corki, you can take response to that. So you could just pick like, I mean, Ashe is up, yeah. Ashe pretty strong. Kind of got overlooked in the last draft, but you could go like Ashe Lilia.
Yep, Ashe Lilia doesn't sound too bad. Chovy could also, they could do Ashe Vi if they want to really go into the more dive style compositions that we have seen, because of course Vi has been very, very strong. But Canyon, not really as much of a Vi player. doesn't really stand out to me as something that Canyon has looked phenomenal on. But the Tristana is still up and will be taken away, mainly to deny the Maokai-Tristana combination that has been very strong in the past.
It's interesting, though, because, you know, Chovy obviously, in the end of the game, did well in team fights, scaled up, but, like, the laning phase is looking a little bit, you know, rough at times.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Ooh,
the Ziggs.
Tree and Ziggs.
You know, you got someone to hold them still. You got someone to throw the bomber. Oh, man. This, you know... I said I wanted some more spice. This would be pretty... And who would play it? Who would play which, right?
Oh, that's true.
On the Smolder or Fisher on the Smolder?
You can hold the flex for as long as they want. And there's a bit of a grin on Fisher's face there as, no, he's not going to do it.
This kind of works in the sense that, like, when Maokai ults, you can just artillery...
Oh, no, Fisher!
We nearly had Jid.
Yeah, we almost had Jid.
Oh, man. Well, Corki, no big surprise there. Just as you thought things were getting spicy, they aren't. But it is the Ziggs. You know, you got someone to hold them still. You have that long-range artillery, particularly into a immobile 80 carry.
Oh,
It's very effective. Lehens is going to bring out the Blitzcrank here.
It's the crank.
As a response, going for that pick potential. Leona banned immediately, no surprise. That Ziggs Leona very powerful.
Is it just like you ban Alistair as well and then you call it a day?
Yeah.
Just accept them playing Rel potentially?
That sounds pretty good. Rel can buffer Blitzcrank hook. So can Nautilus, to be fair. If you hook a wall as Blitzcrank grabs you, you out of it. Rel can do it with her W dismount. So definitely playable into the matchup. Alistair, you just get grabbed and then you just slam him in return. So it's kind of how it goes. But obviously Lehen's very confident on this pick. More jungle bans coming through. Nautilus will be banned, so respecting the interaction between them does make me think that maybe the Rel could just be the option for Vital here.
It might also be Lehen saying, I refuse to be out-hooked. Because, of course, you can't have two hook champions in the same... like, maybe if they had another ban, they'd ban Thresh. As one more ban to come through here for Nongshim. See whether they stay on the jungle train. There's already 3 of them. Yeah, 4 jungle bans now to come through.
You know, it's interesting because...
That's Skarner.
Yeah. And was it on this patch that Skarner got... I think it was this patch we're currently on.
Yeah, Skarner did get some adjustments.
You know, I've heard people saying that Skarner in the jungle is a thing now after the changes. So, interested to see where this goes. If it is the jungle Skarner, if it is the top lane Skarner that we've only seen...
we only saw before the nerfs, right?
Yeah, so just checking. He did get changed on 14-15 and then also got changed on 14-16. So 14-16 changes haven't come through yet. But obviously the 14-15 ones have. So maybe been playing the live patch, but it's Skarner. Like, you know what? I think it's still playable before. We'll see. We'll see if it goes top, if it goes in the jungle. Obviously, I think it would make sense to give Keen kind of pick in this situation. It will be that Rel. I don't think that's a big surprise.
Yep.
Can buffer and also has that follow-up CC. And the Gnar.
Okay.
I mean, it could be another Skarner, could not be. But I imagine it's going to be into whatever Keen picks here and now. But we'll see.
Is it a GP angle? That's what I'm thinking. He was watching Kingen have a really good time playing Gangplank earlier in the week. Maybe it's his turn to be a pirate. Just have to see what Keen does want to do. Lehens is the man in control, and a Jace pickup will be the angle here.
So it's Jace jungle. No, it's yeah, Skarner jungle. It's been really popular at the moment. People been running it with Heartsteel and Sterax, Mega Pocket and Solo Q. Not sure if we'll see it with that build in Pro. Obviously, very different environment, but the pick itself obviously got a fair bit of strength. But, you know, Nongshim, a little bit concerned about the top lane matchup from Heil, but they do have the Ziggs Maokai Rel is pretty strong against like an Ashe.
Yeah.
You can just kind of throw everything. A little bit of an alley-oop.
It does feel like Nongshim have the stronger draft as far as just stuff that's pretty reliable at this point in time, but I just, I don't know, maybe the X factor will be enough. And of course, Lehens on his Blitzcrank, he is a POG magnet on this champion, and we'll see whether he can do it again.
Canyon and Pays arguing over who gets the last POG. Lehens is like, it's me.
Yeah, just swoops in, snaps that one up. How many does he have at the moment? As I'm just checking.
400.
400. So not necessarily a massive one.
400. Keen is on 500, so nowhere near enough to even contest.
Yeah, Paze and Canyon have kind of been running the show when it comes to that. But Nongshim definitely with a powerful draft here. Jiwoo with another less standard pick, which we feel very good about. GenG off the wall with their picks outside of the Ashe, Tristana. Everything else is a little bit wacky, and we love to see it. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 2. All right, having a bit of a dance party here, as of course Lahen's choosing his all-time favorite skin on this champion. Has been playing it for a very long time.
It is the Grasp Skarner jungle.
Ooh.
So, you know, I imagine he might end up just going the build we've been seeing in solo queue, which is that Heart Steel Rush. I feel like in solo queue, it's an environment where you're going to be able to proc that a lot more as a jungler. So we'll see how it pans out, but I expect Canyon to be wanting to skirmish a lot. Obviously, if you're a laner, you get plenty of grasp opportunities, but as a jungler, less so.
Yeah, not as many of those. I did say that Jace was, you know, an off-the-wall pick. It's not. So that was a mistake on my part. But the Blitzcrank and the Skarner are definitely new ones and really do sort of play into what GenG could be going for here with a lot of pick opportunities.
Oh, they missed the ward.
Oh, no. Vital not quite able to get there. And Canyon going to be starting on a ward himself as Lahen's already doing some Lahen's things, not actually opting in for the hook here as Mihail does move his way over. And the lane swap will ensue.
It's just like playing bot lane. There's a Tristana Blitzcrank in your lane.
Yeah, there you go.
That's standard. Keen just going to be annoying Sylvie a little bit.
Yeah, Mihail is going to be in the area as well, so it looks like Sylvie is going to be all right. Still, Keen is dangerous if they're not both hitting him at the same time. They are going to back away. So Keen 1-0 on his Jace at the moment. Canyon, of course, has not played the jungle Skarner because it hasn't been a thing since the rework here in the LCK just yet. And, you know, there's a lot of champions that these GenG players have not lost on because they just haven't done a lot of losing. But Ashe is one of them. Just have to see whether this is going to be another opportunity. We could have a 6-gamer on our hands when it looked on the outset. You know, you looked at these matchups on paper for today, and you were thinking that we were going to be going home early.
Yep.
But this really has delivered here. We've got our money's worth for the League of Legends so far. We'll see whether Nongshim can bring us to the final moments.
Yeah, and it's not Ziggs, but I feel like the Ashe Jace pretty good still at getting those early plates.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jace is definitely going to help out. Actually hitting it with his hammer here, as Keen is now going to teleport back towards his top side. We'll be able to get himself in there as the plate does go over. Pays claims a bunch of that gold. Still, Jiwoo is going to be able to get down here, and with the teleport that you do have as the Ziggs, you can sort of get yourself around quite effectively. As there we go, 2 wins for Pyoshik here. That was actually used against GenG in KT's win. Really playing into the victories here for Maokai. And Maokai's only gone from strength to strength, right? Remember, like, I think it was game 1 that KT lost against GenG, right?
Yeah, wait, look. The last time the Skarner was played was when GenG lost to Bro.
Oh, man.
Literally
Umpty versus Peanut. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, that was a big upset at the
Lilia.
time.
Oh, man. Feels good for Team Liquid, actually, moving towards Worlds if Lilia stays a powerful pick. Because, of course, Umpty has always been a great Lilia player. But anyway, we digress. We're traveling to other regions momentarily. As Hook going to go wide there from Lahen's. Testing the waters a little bit. And
oh no,
a good time to put it on cooldown because Canyon's running through the wall. Not going to be able to pick up Vital here, who does crash down, but they do get the flash out of the Ziggs.
That's why you got to be so careful going aggressive with your satchel. It is your escape tool. You know, without your satchel, you're basically a Xerath, you know?
Yep.
You're a stationary artillery mage. And Jiwoo tries to go aggressive with it and ends up backfiring pretty heavily. Now, there is an angle here for Sylvie to get in. Not sure if Canyon channeled the recall, but if he's gone, this could be very dangerous.
You can see GenG actually kind of getting an inkling because they have a ward. So Sylvie on vision right now as Pei's going to just turn around. Looks like the Hen's going to be in trouble. Twisted Advance does come on through. Sylvie's going to take another turret shot and down he goes. Pei's able to pick up that kill. A great answer here from GenG, but Pei's not out of the woods just yet. Vital cannot tank up the turret anymore though. And Nongshim will back away a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, good moves from the Hens there. Waits for the last moment, flashes when Sylvie goes for his route, brings him under the tower. We'll see that on the replay here. So, you know, Vital goes early, give maximum amount of time. Lock Lehens up, sorry, give the most amount of time possible, but unfortunately Lehens gets the tower, pulls Sylvie under, and then Pei's flashing in to follow up, but there's no cooldowns left to respond on this one.
And Pei's almost gets pulled back to his death, but just not enough extra damage to follow through as Canyon gonna just throw a rock to, yeah, cancel the back. Man, that really does feel quite frustrating, doesn't it? Who would have thought that a champion that just runs through walls is going to be good in the jungle at finding gank angles? Okay, Fisher is going to take a bit of damage here from an explosive charge.
Yeah, kind of Rek'Sai vibes. Oh no.
Oh dear. Once again, we're getting flashes.
Whoa.
Canyon cannot help but get a flash every time he enters the lane,
well,
or stops the back.
Yeah, he stops the back there. But still, a lot of value. Canyon just kind of showing up everywhere. It looks like the bans from Nongshim, not enough to stop his POG attempts.
Indeed. And all right, Sylvie, let's see what he can do here as the battle for the grubs will ensue. He takes the first one. Canyon will find a rock here in the river. And Mihail does get the rotation over. Lehens turning up here at the same time as Vital's going to get hooked back. And now Chovy able to get those free autos down. Mihail does transform at exactly the right time though, and it looks like grubs will just be picked up by Nongshim. Although that last one is going to reset. Nongshim not wanting to stick around here, as the Hex Flash going to be used here for Lehens just to try and frighten everyone. And now Keen has moved over. Canyon not level 6 just yet, but they still get the knock up onto Sylvie. Vital still at half health. Sylvie, the same story. The hook going to connect, but he's pretty tanky. Good crash down, gets the triple CC, and now Chovy getting amongst it. The explosive charge, the resets are coming in, and it's a mini-nah. So the buster shot's just going to take him down. Sylvie will be taken down as a triple kill comes through. And, yeah, this might be a Chovy game.
Oh man, Sylvie, just let it go. You got 2 grubs. That's enough. That should be enough, but he stays. Tries to get the third one. You gotta remember, you got no flash as well. And in this situation, you've lost Mega Gnar. Vital is half HP. He stays for the 3rd grub. And then, you know, he uses this route to dodge away from the grab, but it just, you know, it does the same thing. You gap close. Vital gets a good triple knockup, but then you're stuck in the fight, and Chovy jumps in and just starts cleaning up. You can see Nongshim still hanging around, so like, hey, maybe we can fight this. No, you can't.
Yeah, and they did manage to get the Corki in there. Okay, we're gonna now look at the 1-2 punch here of the arrow into hook, as Pei's almost dies, but he's not going to. That is just a dead Ziggs. And the wombo combo here of the arrow into hook is very deadly.
Pretty potent. Yeah, now, you know, 2 kills on Pei's, 3 kills on Chovy. It's looking pretty good for GenG in this one. I feel like last game wasn't as much of an early blowout, but this might end up being one.
Yeah, Pei's is pretty low, as now Lehens is burning. Sylvie will turn up, and Lehens just going to get bouncing bombed. The array of cats coming into this bottom side of the map will spell the demise of this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, this is G going down pretty standard. No flash. Not sure if he had Satchel available or didn't have mana for it.
I think he had a biscuit, but didn't have enough mana to react fast enough.
Cool down. But either way, here Lehens is still level 4. Managed to just basically burn everything onto him, and this final bounce and bomb does take him down. Pei's too low to really stick around and fight, but probably for the best, because if he'd stuck around, Maokai was going to turn up. And yeah, well, Nongshim answered back a bit, so maybe the game isn't all doom and gloom, but still a concern when you're going up against this 3-0 Tristana and the 2-0 Ashe.
Yeah, and now Keen aggressive here towards this top side of the map. Having a look at the gold, there is still a bit of a lead for Jiwoo, as Keen, Mini-Gnar is not quite durable enough to go up against this Jace. Of course, it's exactly why Keen chose the champion. And Mihail is staying in it somewhat. Did manage to get the cheeky extra kill there. As Chovy got his triple kill, there was at least one picked up by Mihail onto Lehens. So that's good news. that is about where the good news stops. As first rate going to be claimed here, it's going to be a Chemtech. So we have some pretty decent dragons on the line. Not going to be a Hextech Soul this time around. We get the techs out of the way.
No, Vital. Okay. Yeah, I thought he was going to walk straight over and just get grabbed into death. I mean, he's a Rel with Flash. He'd probably be okay.
I think he saw the ward go down as well. So if he had have walked over, that would have been on him.
Yeah.
Decided not to and is going to live because of it. Certainly good news. So Fisher here in the mid lane will be able to have some free time to push this one out. Believe that Chovy should be able to be there to catch the wave.
Yeah, Jiwoo went the Archangel's rush.
Oh no.
No, not a fan. Not a fan. You know, I think there are situations that can call for this. Namely, if you're into like actual assassins. But you're not in this situation. So
yeah. Wait, is Kane just going to come down and try to get this turret? Teleport was quite interesting.
Yeah, and there's actually people here to respond. They can go. They should make this happen.
Yeah, they're going to throw down the Nature's Grasp, but now Vital looking for that angle. Cleanse comes out from Pays. Kane's the one that's in trouble, though. The Hammer Boot does come back, and I think that the teleport was ill-advised.
Yeah, certainly decision that ends up backfiring, but I guess GenG can try and do the same to Jiwoo.
Arrow is sailing towards the top lane. There's the knock-up, and the setup is gorgeous. Here for Lehens, gives his teammate the old thumbs up as there's the flash twisted advance. Pays could be he is in a lot of trouble. He's very, very dead. Mihail just going to gnar him into the wall. He's looking to throw some things at him and we'll find that last boomerang. That's going to be enough. So this turret is now in a lot of trouble as the grubs are looking to be answered here by GenG.
It was a cool arrow though, you know.
It was.
So at least you have that going for you, but Pays ends up going down. Both teams being very aggressive in this game, trying to find picks across the map, and honestly, overall, trading pretty evenly. Like, consider the fact GenG got that triple kill in that fight, and only 1 kill up overall. That being said, Chovy is leveraging that to get some damage on this tower.
Yeah, this is a fair bit as he sticks around for a while, and those grubs are now falling down. Keen with some spare time here on this top side as well, as that wave is going to be shoved in. So there are the 3 for 3 on the grubs. Canyon just leveraging the fact that Sylvie was towards the bottom side. So things pretty even, all things considered. Like you were talking about, 800 gold going to be the lead. There's that hard steal like you were talking about. Going to be coming in here for Canyon.
Wants to be the tankiest boy possible.
Indeed. He's on his way. It's all right. This was, after Kane teleports down towards the bottom lane to join Pays in hitting a turret.
Yep, just ends up backfiring. Didn't expect the immediate response coming out from the other side. That did mean they knew, though, that Jiwoo was alone. Lehen just being like, I will grab him here.
Yeah.
Fire here. And Hayes was like, okay. And then also dies. Yeah, unfortunately, Lehen's the one, and, well, depends whose perspective you're from, because I think Lehen's pretty happy he got the kill. He deserved it.
Yep. And he was looking at... Okay, never mind. Yeah, spots out that Sylvie's there. Yeah. Knows that he's dead. That's okay. And calling out the flashes. And it does unfortunately fall down. Another hook.
Not to watch the arrow go top, you know. You want to see it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. We're not judging him for that one. Twisted Advance on cooldown. And now the Impale comes in. Sylvie is just being thrown around like a ragdoll. And Pays will be the one that ends up finishing off the kill.
And Canyon got a hard steal stack.
There you go. Grasp as well, probably.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Nailing it.
Maximum health.
GenG now looking to try and push towards his bottom side. This turret has nothing in it. Oh god, okay, Lehens looks for the Hex Splash hook onto Fisher. Still 3 minions, but they're going to be falling down immediately. And so this turret not going to be falling on this wave, maybe on the next one, but there is a lot of wave clear on Nongshim's side.
Plates down in 5 seconds. You know, there's a decent amount taken on both sides, to be honest. I think GenG took more, though, overall. We'll see that in a second, probably on the graphic. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That was a pretty good hook. I think that one was blind. As Canyon chasing after him. Pays nails the arrow. Very nicely done. And this is what this comp does, right? Like, you CC anyone, and then you can be just pulled to Narnia immediately afterwards.
Pretty much, and we will see Yeah, quite a few more plates. You know, I didn't think it looked like that much based on the tower health, but
Didn't quite look as much like double. But I think that bottom lane basically going down was
well, I think part of the problem is Nongshim didn't actually get all the gold for their plates.
Ah,
That's
okay.
the issue. So I think they had 500 gold, which, yeah, doesn't match up with how many plates they took. So unfortunately, Nongshim not capitalizing on all those plate takes. And as a result, GenG getting a fair amount of gold. But considering how much more they got out of the plates, the gold lead's not that crazy. But that does feel kind of scary. This is
this is
just bullying.
Yeah, so Fisher got shoes. And then, Chovy went to the toy store.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a little bit unfair. Chovy now just going to get to work on this dragon, and with Blade of the Ruin King and his fidget spinner now completed, he is just able to eat through this extraordinarily quickly. And that's just going to go down. So I guess that's just a free dragon angle.
Yeah,
there it is.
And now we see the soul, and it's Mountain.
Okay.
Mountain.
For a heart steal,
Pretty good.
Skarner.
Pretty good. Pretty safe one to say that's a solid soul. So, yeah, GenG, the gold lead's not insane, but 2 dragons definitely going to feel nice in this one. Now, Chovy could be in trouble.
Yeah, Fisher going to rotate over. Explosive charge comes in, and there is the Nature's Grasp. Vital able to line up the stun very nicely. They're not risking anything. The arrow going to be flashed beautifully by Fisher, but Chovy's still able to stay alive for long enough. And now Lehens is moving in. Canyon trying to rocket his way forward. The turret does go down, but so will Vital. And I believe that Sylvie is also going to fall because Keen is there for the DPS. And they're just going to leave him alive for a little bit longer. To the skies, says Keen, and is going to be able to zap him down. A triple kill for the Jace.
Yep, looking pretty good for Keen clean up on that one. But importantly, Canyon got another hard steal stack.
There we go, 46 now.
That's the metric we're measuring by, I think. And GenG off to a pretty decent start with that one already. And now that gold lead, still not super substantial because of that tower take. But yeah, this is definitely not the ideal in terms of kills, in terms of the Jace getting all the kill gold. This doesn't feel good. This is a great flash from Fisher, by the way.
Very nice.
Immediately died.
Yeah,
But,
600 gold as well for the shutdown.
Yeah. I think that's one of the problems, is that the shutdown gold goes over to Vital, not the ideal person. You get this tower in the bot lane, but I think the local gold also went to Vital.
Yeah. Vital's going to be real tanky, man.
Yeah, they did at least get the top tower, but that's why the gold lead hasn't opened up that much. But if you think of where the gold has gone, Keen, the main benefactor, definitely who you want to have it.
Well, look at that setup for the Mega Inferno Bomb. Vital's taking no damage at all.
Whoa.
As Lehens really wanted another friend, so he landed another hook.
He could have flashed over the wall, and I was like, nope, I'm flashing. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
So definitely, certainly a decision of all time. Oh, Chovy.
Yeah. Chovy might be in trouble now as well, as he's able to buffer the rocket jump, but is just going to get smashed back. And Fisher has a lot of DPS. Still manages to get a bit of a reset here as Vital moves in. And look at that health bar, man!
Please don't take the kill, Vital. I think you have to shut
yeah.
You've got enough gold, buddy.
That would have been so funny. But is able to give it over to Fisher. Definitely the best option was at their disposal. So nicely done, delivering money to where it needs to be. And this gold gap is under 1,000.
Yeah, it's not too bad, all things considered. This feels less bad than last game, but even it has a similar feel where it's like, well, you know, it's GenG, and they have a lead in some areas, but the gold lead isn't that big. It's still very playable for Nongshim.
Well, now Canyon and Lehens are moving in. This Rift Herald is... okay, this might be 50-50. Oh, he just steals it. He just steals it and gets a heart steal stack immediately afterwards. And just waddles up.
The thing is, Sylvie, auto the eye. Like, you want to be, as a jungler, you auto the eye to sync it with your smite. So you pick the time.
Oh, no.
And Canyon stole it despite that. I mean, to be fair, I think one factor is that Canyon has his fully upgraded smite and Sylvie doesn't.
That probably plays into it.
It does, but yeah, not ideal.
Yep. Also, you can see the animation, I guess. I mean, there's stuff. It felt like a 50-50, and it was won by Canyon there. So all of the work done by Nongshim, and then Canyon just goes and steals it all away. As this was good for Nongshim.
Yeah, this was good. Lehens with the aggressive flash.
So he... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And then this moment here, Sylvie does eventually catch on to Chovy, but it takes a lot of time. Good thing Vital is here just to cover it up, make sure Chovy can't get away. With the Navori, obviously, you can stack up another bomb so soon, you can potentially get another jump. We're not going to see a replay of the Herald situation. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, no smite flip is ever, like, a true, like, it's actually, like, 50-50 chance. And being on the objective and hitting the eye gives an edge to Sylvie, which is why it's kind of remarkable that Canyon got it. But again, he had the strongest smite, so there's always lots of caveats to every situation, but Canyon doing a good job there.
Definitely is. I think that Paze is going to be pretty important come this mid to late game, as he's the one that does have the CC that is tenacityable.
Yeah.
And there aren't any Merc Treads at all. And so if an arrow lands, you're stunned forever.
And also, I mean, I guess Skarner has the stun when he slams into a wall.
Yep, true.
But then you have the Manamune stacked from Keen. Not too long to go for that. Fisher just finished his, but needs like 15 stacks. So both teams probably feeling like they're pretty powerful now. I will say that Jiwoo's been on that haunting guys for a while. He probably has a Leandries in base. If he gets a Leandries, it's oh no.
Yep, arrow going to connect, and there's the hook, and that's a dead rel.
Just as I was going to say, it's go time.
Yeah, well, it was go time, just wrong team.
Yeah. Oh wait, they're TPing Chovy top.
Uh-huh. Well, there's a TP for Jiwoo as well. Wait a second. Is Jiwoo just dead? Mega Inferno Bomb. The flash out, another hook. And there goes Fisher. This is such a weird game. It felt like it was a mistake from GenG, but it's not. And now do they just get Baron? Huh?
What's going on?
I don't know, man.
What is that passage of play?
Teleports, baby. Or something like that. I don't know, maybe the space can break it down. Nature's Grasp is coming in here as Vital finds a great Magnus Storm in that backline. Chovy's going to be ripped to shreds, but Keen's still there for the damage. A massive Nara into the wall, a great hook onto Vital, and Pay's kind of ignored in this fight. Baron doing gigantic DPS in this, and it's a jungle battle. Yeah, Sylvie's the last man standing.
Still alive. Imagine if Ziggs was here with an ult. Oh, it's so sad. Fisher's like, I want these kills. You ain't getting them, buddy.
No. Yeah, they were all on 6 health or something.
He wants a hard steel stack.
Did he get it?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
180. He got a load. He was at like about 70 before. Oh.
Arrow?
No. Well, this might
could just keep watching.
Dragon for Nongshim, but GenG definitely getting a lot out of that passage of play. The Goldie kind of ballooning a little bit.
Okay,
guys, they're gonna fight you on this, just to let you know.
Yeah, Lehens will hook anyone in range of a hook.
Oh, I guess not.
Okay, they're just gonna back away.
I'm surprised. Some restraint in this game. That is a shock.
That is very weird. I don't know whether I like it.
This is such... Oh, Vital?
Vital walking the wrong direction. Does crash over the wall, so that's gonna be fine. Lehen's not going to go for any sort of hook right now.
I feel like we're probably gonna get a replay up, and just as I'm like, well, okay, it's going to cut out the replay because GenG are starting Baron or something.
Yep. They might do that now.
Yeah, you know, why not?
Well, because it's dangerous, and last time it didn't go super hot.
Yeah, but I feel like the spirit of this game has kind of been,
yeah,
why not?
No, I think you're exactly right. Shock Blast not exactly doing gigantic damage at this point in time, but how are you supposed to face check GenG ever? Or just how do you react to Lehens doing this? Yeah, just tells the Maokai to be quiet.
Well, now your jungler's dead and there's a Baron, but the enemy team has a lot of poke, and Keen just lost like 2/3 of his health bar.
Does have teleport, so in theory could go back and recharge that health bar if he likes. But Canyon and Chovy already get to work.
Mihail's Mega's just
they used both of their scryers at the same time as well. That is very, very sad. They're going to use another one here as Mega Inferno Bomb is going to split up GenG. This could be a repeat, but now a teleport is coming in from Keen. Arrow is not going to quite find the target now as the satchel is good. Keen 100-0, and Vital super duper tanky. Actually buys a lot of time for his team. Great hook though onto Mihail, who is still mini-Gnar. Able once again to take down Lehens as he falls, but Paze and Chovy still up and available. Mid and bot lane, just 2 versus 2, trying to take one another out. Chovy just barely surviving. Hextech Minefield doesn't do enough. And I guess you just walk out and say not even close.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the 5th person from GenG who's escaped on like microscopic levels of HP in this game. You know, sometimes we see GenG having a super controlled game, and it's like, okay, yeah, smart, structured, this is how they win. This one just feels like they're just hands dipping.
Yeah.
And not by a large amount. Like, by the smallest increments. Yeah, this is certainly one of the TPs you can do.
If he was Malphite, it would have been really cool.
Oh, yeah, it would have. And then, you know, Lehens just goes down in Mahile. And in this situation, Fisher and Jiwoo have burst, but not really the DPS. And Jiwoo starts to run out of mana, which is impressive considering he went Seraph. And he nearly gets Chovy, and then Chovy, I think, gets the healing, the absorb life, and the minion and just survives. Tragedy, truly.
Yeah, bit of a gimme.
Oh, Vital, not again. Leave.
Yeah, he does take a volley to the face as Lehens charges up the Hex Splash.
They just Ziggs ulted the Baron a check. Well, they're not.
Yeah, that's because they used a trillion Scryer's orbs on it last time around. And so all of those are now on cooldown.
They've nearly got one back.
Yeah, there we go. So Jiwoo does have his back.
No, Vital, don't do it. You have the scuttle there.
All right.
You've seen Canyon, you know you're good. You've seen Lehens, you're fine.
Lehens is back in the Phosphorus vision.
You hit someone with a rocket. Maybe, okay, you saw a little wolf, right? And okay, now you gotta check it out.
Yeah.
Little sapling.
Yeah, sapling does go in there.
Oh,
wait.
That late sapling!
Wait. Oh, Kitty Cat! Oh no, they think that
You has
Oh God. Oh no! Oh, Paze is going to give it away as the arrow does fly on over, but the Baron's gone! The hook is going to connect, Sylvie dies as well! Oh, the little kitty cat let him down! Oh, it's a bit of a shame as the Magnet Storm does come through. That is a great wombo combo, but the flashes do come out! Canyon gets the shield back, and now Paze out of trouble for the moment, continuing to rain down these arrows as Lehens, he really wants to find another hook. You can feel it.
Mega Nod, do it. I tell you.
I mean, don't ask him too loud.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but also a little bit lazy from the little kid.
Yeah.
Look at this little cat. Look at him. Just sitting there doing nothing. Oh, now you're doing something.
Little bit too little too late. However, did still do something.
You can never rely on cats, man.
Well, that's the thing.
I love cats, but you don't give them a job. That is a mistake.
You don't give them a task that is not something that they've decided to do autonomously. That is 100% true. So it's a little bit on Sylvie there.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's a misplaced faith.
Yeah, we love the cats anyway.
Yeah, they're doing their best. The best just isn't great.
It's not really it. It's not great when used in a MOBA, you know, to try and defeat your opposition. It's great, you know, if you're at home and you just want some company.
Yeah.
Maybe not even necessarily as great there because sometimes they just don't want to hang out with you, but that's fine. Okay, Nongshim now need to try and defend their base from this Baron, and once again, it is a Tristana situation, and the explosive charge, yeah, it's just going to evaporate this one, as the arrow was optimistic at best, but honestly didn't really matter too much because they're still going to be able to break this base. Top lane, you've got Fisher trying to take down an inner turret, does succeed at doing that, but it's still not really as good as taking down this inhibitor turret as well as the inner on that bottom side, and that is going to spell a 3.3k Red Bull Baron power play into Soul Point here for GenG.
Yeah, not really much you can do to contest this one. So Nongshim definitely on the back foot, on the back of that Baron, really put them in a deficit. And you saw a little bit, like in the following fight, what the comp can do, right? You have the Hold'em Stillers, which is the Maokai and the Rel, and you have the Boom Boom Damagers, which is the Corki and the Ziggs. You can see the logic behind it, but it's getting harder and harder to find angles for that, especially when GenG are getting so far ahead. You know, Paze has a Bloodthirster, has a Phage as well, so getting pretty bulky.
Yeah.
Hard to make that poke stick.
Yeah, this is it's a pretty scary GenG at this point in time. They have all of a sudden an 8,000 gold lead off the back end of this, Soul Point on top of it, so the map control does go up. Only 15 seconds left on this Red Bull Baron power play, and that hasn't really expanded since they took that bottom inhibitor, but it's a bottom inhibitor, right? And so the next Baron is likely to belong to GenG as well, as the arrow is going to connect onto the Rel here as Jiwoo's in trouble. Chovy has just kind of found the Ziggs, and Vital goes in and will go out via the Death Chamber. It is going to be Paze that locks down that kill, and now Chovy just getting to work on this turret, doing what he does best on this Tristana. As Lehens looking for an angle. Who's the POG for this game, by the way, if GenG wins?
You know, I think it might just be Lehens.
Yeah, I'm thinking it, but like, what about that weird flash hook situation and stuff like that? Was there enough wacky moments for it not to be? I think it still has to be,
the
right?
Wacky moments are part of the charm.
Yeah, and it's part of the Blitzcrank way. How are you supposed to play this champion if you're not doing that? As he's going to find an
Okay,
just barely.
not my POG.
Needed an extra link in the chain there.
Imagine you could buy rapid fire cannon on Blitzcrank and it made your
extended hook range.
Yeah,
that would actually be sick.
That'd be pretty dope.
I feel like people may complain.
A lot of people. Yeah, it seems like you didn't need it here though. Helps when there's the arrow to set it up, and then the impale immediately after. What? Canyon walked away and didn't get a Heartsteel stack?
That's crazy.
Well, he's definitely out of the POG contention now.
Yeah,
108.
still sitting
He's
on 180
for 80. Shameful.
Yeah,
shameful.
That's not what you want to see. There's a Heartsteel stack walking up to you right now.
I'm not impressed.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Look, if you're going to play a champion with Heartsteel, you have to be a fiend for the stacks, right? That's part of the play style, you know?
Yeah. It's a way of life.
It's like how, as a Ziggs play, you have to be a fiend for the plates.
Uh-huh. And we see a lot of Ziggs players not necessarily do that, as Canyon is just going to tunnel through the wall. Look for Mihail. Not going to be able to find him there as Chovy pushing another wave towards his top lane.
I will tell you that. He is very, very bulky boy.
He does have 4,000 odd health, which is quite a lot. And he can pick up rocks and stuff, throw them from his tail hand. And it's very, very cool. As Lehens, can he find another hook? As Chovy just shooting Mihail.
Yeah, it looked like a situation where Mihail was like, oh, you really want to step up? And Chovy just kind of left-clicked. And it's like, yeah.
Do you?
Oh, and then he autos a wave 3 times and he's full HP.
Uh-huh. Well, Arrow is once again hit the turret. That logic applies.
Yeah, they are sieging against the Ziggs, so not making too much progress here. I don't think he needed a Maokai ult there.
Well, Nature's Grasp still going to be employed as the Impale doesn't do a whole lot, but look at that AoE damage. It is kind of gigantic. Vital going to sacrifice himself. Both supports do fall down though, but Pays just being gatekeeper. Sylvie going to go down. Mihail does manage to get the scar, but what's happening here? The flash to the skies from Keen as he was about to win the game. Now he just wants to grab a couple of kills because there are no Nexus turrets left. Now Chovy's going to turn up after teleporting in, and the game is just kind of going to end in this moment right now. There it is. And GenG will find the 2-0, and they are on track to creating that plus 32 record. Remember, guys, in the LCK, the highest game score to finish the season on is 30, set by GenG themselves. They could make it to 32. They've currently equalized themselves in this win here.
Doing a pretty good job. Obviously depends on the 100 Life Esports series, but GenG looking in good form. Bit of a strange game. You know, the early game, it feels like in both games, Nongshim holds it pretty well in the early game, then the mid game comes. The first one, it was like that gradual, you know, the macro play from GenG was better, the gathering more resources from the map. The second game, it was just the weird teleporting.
Yeah, there was a lot of weirdness. And it wasn't just Nongshim, it was like
Chovy, it was like clearly, because we didn't get to see the replay.
Yeah.
They were like, okay, we probably got Dragon, we don't need Chovy, Chovy go top. And then they saw Chovy top, and G was like, oh, we can flank him, and it's like, you're a Ziggs though. And then GenG were like, why is Ziggs here?
Yeah.
And then they killed Ziggs.
And GenG were already halfway to top anyway.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of fine.
Bit odd.
That was a passage of play. And hopefully we get to see it again when we head over to the space. But GenG, business as usual here as Lehens grabs the cameraman once again. I think he might have done it. Maybe it's 500, equalizing Keen
how many
POG score.
Honestly, this is how you know Lehens are selfless. He could easily break 1,000 POG points if it just every game was like, coach, give me Blitzcrank. Okay, there you go. Oh, there's your POG. There you go. There's your POG, just repeatedly. Yep. Yeah, a great strategy, but he's not about that life.
And even in games where I don't want to vote for Lehens' his Blitzcrank because I know he's just monopolizing the POG, I would find myself still writing it down in the column. You know, I just can't help it.
I legitimately think it'll have been done to break up the argument. It'll be Pays and Canyon, you know, they finished game 1 and they're like, hey dude, you took my... They'll literally been bickering and Lehens just put steps between them and goes, neither of you getting it.
Yeah, don't worry guys.
Look, if you can't behave, neither of you will get it.
And he had a great game. His hook accuracy was fantastic, even when he probably didn't want it to be.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just like he finds his angle, someone's isolated, he grabs them. This one, obviously, Sylvie dodged, but, you know, kind of cost them anyway. I don't know if it's going to be unanimous, Lehens. I definitely think he was super impactful. Canyon also had that nice little spree in the early game where he got everyone's flashes. FaZe was pretty good in team fights. Yeah, I feel like this is the thing.
He played Skarner as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, this is the thing I feel like with GenG this season compared to last season. I feel like there's so many good choices when it comes to POG. It just feels like there's a solid argument for a lot of players in that team because they're all winning and they're all doing pretty good.
They have good players. That is probably why GenG are looking so good. This was a great flash from Fisher. But ultimately, the rotation over from GenG just a little bit too crisp. They always just seem to have more people ready to collapse.
But also, it just, these games felt winnable for a surprisingly long amount of time, considering it's first 8, and not just first 8, but GenG.
Not to mention the fact that it started with a Chovy triple kill.
Yeah, like a lot of games that happens, and you're just ready to call it over. But Nongshim holding on for a while at least, but then they'll eventually, something goes wrong and that'll be enough. The arrow misses here, and it's so funny because Nongshim like, look, we need to do something. Jace is in our base, and then Jace continues. Jace, like, watch this, like Keen walks over, he's like, okay, shock blast, my job's done, see you guys later. And he's just like, oh guys, I hit the game. And the team are like fighting and stuff, and Keen's just like, I'm going to kill Nexus towers.
Yeah. And the Shock Blast did do a lot of damage. So honestly, maybe his work was done.
Yeah, he does hit the minions there though when he tries to go for the kill. And then Fisher Valkyrie's in, he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, oops. Keen just sort of surprisingly pretty fed after, mainly being in side lanes for a lot of the game.
He had that triple kill at one point. That was quite a lot of gold.
Yeah, it was. As now we're going to have a look at that damage. Chovy does manage to top it, 15k ahead of his opposition, but Keen still did a lot.
Chovy was focused doing a lot of damage because that 0.001 we saw at the start.
I actually feel like perhaps he has found an edge.
Oh,
wait, did he earn too much gold though?
He might have earned too much gold. That's the problem because it was damage per gold.
Yeah.
And I can certainly say Fisher got less gold than him.
So it might be that the efficiency is still on Fisher's side.
This is Chovy's problem. He gets too much gold, so
yeah. We'll have to look into the stat coming into their matchup against Humble Life Esports in a couple of days, but this one is over, and it's now time for us to throw it over to the space to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. It's 2-0 for GenG. Nothing to see here. Very clean against Nongshim Esports. Definitely no mistakes and no goofing and gaffing between these guys at all.
No teleporting into 5 people or anything like that. No no shenanigans with the Heartsteel build on a
definitely not
jungle or anything. Nah, it was totally stock standard. FaZe gets double-digit kills. Easy.
It's a very straightforward game, not much to see here, so we're just going to close it from here. No, let's talk about the draft. We did have a draft in this game as well. This one looking a bit better for Nongshim. They were able to get their hands on the Maokai, which I was a little bit surprised to see go through. They, once again, are like, okay, Ju's just not allowed to play Nila. Even though, as the casters mentioned in Game 1, Nila wasn't really the problem in that game that we did see Ju play it. And at the end of the day, GenG did go for the Blitzcrank and the Ashe. They still had somewhat of a pick comp of sorts and a lot of poke as well with the Jace. And it kind of did come together, but Nongshim had a lot of tools of their own. I think that Ziggs and Maokai together can do a lot of work alongside of just tons of lockdown and engage with the Rel and the Gnar.
Yeah, they didn't have the Maokai for the Jace setup, but they had a lot of other CC with the Arrow, the Blitzcrank hooks, the Skarner, so there are ways to kind of guarantee that these combos worked well together. There was a little bit of happy gaming, a little bit of overextension at times. But overall, I mean, GenG just the better, stronger team. They had Tristana to get inside. Chovy got a triple kill early. The game, I felt like if they didn't have some of those accidents early on the side of Nongshim, could have actually been a winnable game.
Yeah, and I think one thing to remember is that although it was 17 or however many matches in a row, 16, 17, 16?
Something like that.
Yeah. However many matches in a row that GenG went unbeaten, there were a lot of games that were pretty close that they were able to eke out at the end during that winning streak. So Nongshim having opportunities to win, not surprising as we take a look at some of the highlights here on how GenG took an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, just you heard it during the cast, Sylvie going in. He did get the third grub. Unfortunately, that meant 3 kills for Chovy. I think, They felt like they had a good setup. The Rel gets the crash down on the 3, and you're thinking, okay, maybe Nongshim turned this one around, but unfortunately, the untouched Tristana just doing 1 million damage in this fight was just too much.
Chovy just barely has enough mana to come in here and clean up. That's the crucial part. I think also his absence from the initial part of the fight made Nongshim feel like they had enough. And that Rel crashdown was actually really high value when you consider it just in isolation, with Chovy not being there. But because he isn't hit by it, and then he does show up, all the health bars are low, basically everyone else absorbed all the pressure so that Chovy could easily just come over and take those kills. It was super early on in a very long game. I mean, not very long game, but a lot more fights happened. We picked this one because it just meant that Chovy was insta-fed, which isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, and then after that, GenG take control of Baron. There was a fight before this next highlight, but then after this, you could see there was just such difficulty for them to find a way on in. The sapling was their worst enemy.
Yeah, so you can see some attacks going off, but I'm like 99% sure that Nongshim could not, just based on the way that they reacted here. You know, Sylvie gets some extra saplings in the bushes, but then he realizes way too late, hey, I think they're doing Baron, and he just tries to go in. Funnily enough, though, even after losing Sylvie, they find a really awesome engage, and all credit to Nongshim. Even after Baron goes down, they lose their jungler, they still almost won this fight.
Yeah, maybe if they kill Pays initially off of that engage, this fight could have looked a little bit different, but it was very, very much a problem of not knowing where the Baron was, when the Baron was being taken. If they show up a little bit faster, obviously, then they could close into the pit, maybe force GenG off it or take a more favorable fight with a Narbar, that Rel engage, but instead, they're just unable to see. With the Baron pit, the way it was, you could very easily circumvent the Scuttle Crab, and the sapling didn't see, as we all saw.
Yep, and then after that, it was just a bunch of plinking until the towers eventually went down, and now it's time for the POG here for game number 2. And GenG, we have an idea of who it could be, and that's right, it's Pays OG getting the POG here.
Yeah, 1,100 POG points, 11 kills in this game. I think a lot of people will say Lehen's robbed, and I think that's fair. I think that Lehen's had a lot of great plays in this game as well. It really just came down to, were you going to vote for the guy that set up a lot of the individual kills, or were you going to vote for Pays' team fighting? And we went for Pays on this one.
I mean, as you can see in these highlights too, though, he set up a lot of these picks as well with his arrows. Even the really cool play where Lehen's pulled the target into the arrow on the top side there with Canyon. Pays pinged where his arrow was going to be, so he knew exactly where to pull him into. Just a lot of great teamwork here. Even though there was some whoopsies, I feel like the only vote you probably can't do is Keen, even though he did have some really flashy stuff going on at the end there. Pays, right now on point to take the POG of the season. He might be the player of the game. It's 200 ahead now of his teammate Canyon.
Yep, only Showmaker and Canyon possibly could catch them. So we have some other votes. Yeah, Lehen's. And then Left Media cooking with Chovy.
Yeah, they stopped watching after the triple kill. They're like, the game's over. Chovy's going to carry it from here. I'm just going to check my box right now, and just didn't watch the rest. That happens sometimes.
Yeah, well, either way, great votes here from everyone. Great job, Right Media. Great job, Ox. That was good. All right, we'll have the interview with GenG in just a second here. What do we learn from GenG? Do we learn anything here from this one?
No. I'm going to say no. I was thinking, I'm like, no.
It was 15 series, not 16, by the way. I just wanted to correct that earlier. I think I said 16.
I said 17 because that's what they would have been on if they were undefeated.
But
But they snapped their losing streak. Now they're back on a one-game losing streak here. And on the opposite side here for Nongshim, as they have their big matchup that I'm now naming the Super Brawl against the Bros later on. Do you think there's anything that they learned from GenG, the GenG matchup today?
So that's because it's Nongshim versus Bro, right? And the soup is like not super, but like with soup, like what you eat.
Yeah.
Very clever.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez.
That is actually the highlight match of Sunday, so I do agree. I think that Nongshim's probably going to take that one. That's my guess, yeah. I'm siding with Nongshim on this one.
Yep, same. I mean, they beat T1.
You look so betrayed.
D+. Bro didn't take a game off D+. Not this time.
Bro did beat KT, who beat GenG, though. That did happen. So Bro actually is the best team in the world.
That's right.
But Nongshim is still going to win, so sorry about that, Digon.
That's okay. we've got a little bit more time left before we get the interviews up and going for you.
Is Jungle Skarner going to be meta in playoffs?
Yeah, that's the question. Jungle Skarner. That's the only wrinkle that they showed today.
Deaganalysis, what do you think?
Deaganalysis thinks that no, it's not, but every pick will be scrutinized. As someone who's been on a team before, Golden Guardians back in 2018, you go through the draft and you take a look at every single possible thing. It doesn't matter because that team wasn't very good. Time to hear from people that were a lot better than that team. Let's send it on over to the interview with Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. And in today's second match, GenG secured a very clean 2-0 up against Nongshim Rat Force. Let's hear from Canyon Pace, the POGs on the side of GenG. Pace, by winning today's POG, you have secured a player of the split award. How do you feel? I have never won one so far, so luckily I got a POG today and I'm happy to be able to get the player of the split. And Canyon, you also got one POG today, scoring to 900 points. You might feel a little bit disappointed that you cannot be the player of the split though. A little bummed, but still I'm very happy that we won the match today. Pace, your performance today was like a textbook. You showed a perfect gameplay against Nongshim. Were there any areas that the team focused on after the KT series? We mostly focus on our performance heading towards playoffs, and also after the defeat, we also kind of refined on the bottom lane play as well. Canyon in the first game, GenG first picked Nidalee on the blue side, and then quickly logged in Renekton and Tristana to complete your top side. What was the strategy behind this draft? We were just pretty confident in just finishing the topside comp early on in the first phase and then finishing the bottom lane in the second phase. And Pace in that game as well, the enemy banned Ezreal, Ashe, Senna, and then you went for Ziggs Leona comp. How confident are you in your champion pool? I mean, if you practice, you can always go for a new champion on stage. And I think Ziggs is actually a meta champion and also viable. Also, Canyon, Nidalee is one of your most played champions, and you are the owner of the Nidalee World Champion skin. So, are you satisfied with your performance today? I think I was able to land a lot of spears, but the team fight was not on point, so I'm not that satisfied. Also, in Game 2, you picked Skarner for jungle. A lot of people expected it to appear in the next patch. What was the reasoning behind this pick? So we tried it in scrims and practices, and we thought it was very viable. And then we wanted to give it a shot today. And I think it's a decent tank jungle pick. Then how was the grasp of the Undying Skarner? Was it powerful? As long as you lend your ult, it's pretty good. But my ults are not ulting well, so you have to, be able to lend your ults in order to make it powerful enough. And heading into the playoffs, I think it's still very good because it even receives a buff. And Pace in the bottom lane, you quickly picked Ashe and then Lian's followed up with Blitzcrank. What strategy did you prepare for the bottom lane? So Ashe was up and available, and it's a really strong pick, so we went for it. And then Lian's, it was pretty vocal and confident about the Blitz pick, so we let him pick Blitz. And there was a 2v2 double AD carry fight alongside Chovy today in that game. And your kill catching ability is remarkable. What do you think about your performance? Similar to Sejuani Blitz we used in MSI, Ashe Blitz is pretty similar because on the Nongshim side, no one could actually take the arrow. So it was pretty easy for me to get the kills today. And there was a fantastic kiting moment from you near the end. So let's take a look at this replay. Could you break down your play for us?
솔직히
I mean, to be honest, I didn't think that I was doing good because I had to follow up on the top side in that team fight, and then I was focusing on the right-hand side rather. Because we could have just taken down the damage carries earlier, but I was just focusing on the opposite side, so it's a bummer though, actually. Well, moving on, GenG's global emote, the GenG dab, is set to be released on the August 28th. Do you like it? I think it's just so cute. I think it's gonna be really cute and also fun to use in-game. It's so cute, to be honest. I mean, GenG, he's already really cute, but he's now wearing a sunglass. He's wearing the sunglasses, so it's even cuter, so I love it. Finally, this Sunday, you will face Hana Life Esports in the final match of the regular season. It's a showdown between the first and second place teams, and if you guys get a 2-0 win, you will break the record for the best game score in the regular season as well. What are your resolutions going into this hype match? That's gonna be the last match before the playoffs, so I think we really have to be fully ready to showcase the best performance possible. Yeah, that is the match right before the playoffs, and you know, we're going up against a strong team, the second place team, so I hope we can continue the momentum throughout the last match and also the playoffs and display the best performance. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-san, as we got to see those insights there from the players in that last game and their future aspirations towards playoffs. Let's take a look at the standings now. After this matchup, GenG improved to 16-1, still chasing that match record that they set, or that game record that they set in the past, and Nongshim 4-13 with the possibility of still heading on top of DRX against the Bros on Sunday. But tomorrow's matchup, D+ versus KT. That one still important in terms of standings and the POG points. And then T1 versus BNK.
Yeah, Kwangdong Freaks took the stakes out of my second match tomorrow. I'll be casting that one with you, Valdez. But it should be still interesting. Obviously, it still matters for T1's placement. And it also could be, depending on the scoreline, setting us up for tiebreakers as well.
Yeah, it should be a couple of fun matches, but unfortunately we don't get to eat steak, so I'm a little bit sad about that.
Because it's steakless. Hopefully you guys got that at home. The GenG, the GenG symbol was the dab. Can you dab for me? Can we do dab? Boom. We're dabbing in tomorrow. See you guys later. Bye.
플러스기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다. 아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로는 이게
팬들을 극한의 활약과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
한 팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
성희야, 우리 이번 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉